Chapter 1 Such a wonderful start. Thank you, Tang. In early September, the sun was shining brightly. In the classroom after school, Yanya smiled and expressed her gratitude to the boy classmate sitting next to her. Tang Yuza, the #1 academic genius at Zhangcheng High School, always gets first place in the grade in almost every exam. Although he is the top student in the grade, he does not have any airs of a genius. Coupled with his refreshing face, the image of a high-scoring male god jumps out of the paper, and many little girls in the school have a secret crush on him. To be honest, Yanya, the monitor of Class 1, Grade 2, who is known as the school belle of Zhangcheng, is also one of them. Monitor, are there any questions you don't understand? Tang Yuza spoke lightly, his tone was very gentle, and listening to him speak always gave people the same elegant feeling of being tipsy when tasting sake, calm but intoxicating. Mr. Tang is still as handsome as ever. Do you think our squad leader Yang would be interested in him? It's not wrong to go to him every now and then to ask questions. It doesn't matter. I believe Tang Yuza belongs to everyone. Even the school belle can't take him away. There were still some female students in the classroom who had not left. They were secretly watching the situation over here with Tang Yuza, whispering to each other, gossiping and being infatuated with each other. However, what they thought was so quiet that no one else could hear was heard clearly by Tang Yuza, who had excellent hearing. That's all. I've been thinking about these questions for a long time but still can't figure them out. After hearing the monitor say that he had nothing else to ask, Tang Yuza packed up his books and pencil case and quickly left the classroom. However, what Yanya didn't know was that the perfect man in her mind was thinking about. Damn! Why is this woman acting so much all day long? She keeps me from going home to play Apex. That's right, Tang Yuza's personality is actually completely opposite to the gentle and sweet man that others think of him. I am actually just a grumpy dude who loves playing games. I also often surf places like Tieba and Weibo. The reason why he has this image in school is that one day a few years ago, Tang Yuza was playing games in a black internet cafe and suddenly felt dizzy. Then, inexplicably, he saw his own data panel in his sea of consciousness, and awakened a system that didn't even have a name. This nameless system always issues various tasks to Tang Yuza from time to time. He will be rewarded with points according to the difficulty of the task, and the points can be used to upgrade his various skills. Each talent has 8 levels, from LV0 to LV7. Taking games as an example, LV0 is for people who don't know how to play at all, and LV1 is the level of an ordinary player. By analogy, LV2 is a relatively strong player, LV3 is a high-level player in a high-score segment, LV4 is a professional player, and LV5 is the level of a world champion. Going up to LV6 and LV7, it exceeds the limits of human beings, which is very easy to understand. In addition, he can also spend points to learn some skills that go beyond human common sense. Things like coordinate movement, vector manipulation, and remote perspective are all at his fingertips. To be honest, when the system first awakened, Tang Yuza was so excited. For a middle school boy who often reads online novels, there is probably nothing more exciting than this. Of course, he also knew that the system would not be installed on him for no reason. The emergence of the system is likely to mean huge changes in the world in the future. Maybe it's the revival of spiritual energy, or maybe it's doomsday zombies. But no matter what, there will definitely be powerful enemies waiting for you ahead. So, Tang Yuza, who was sure that he was the protagonist, began to actively complete tasks to earn points, improve his various abilities, and carefully wait for the day when the enemy would arrive. After getting the system, Tang Yuza tried to be as low-key as possible in everything he did. But the system always gives him tasks that are not low-key, such as getting the first place in the grade, and the rewards are not low. This directly increased his popularity in the school. Tang Yuza has been growing steadily until today, and no one has attempted to capture him for dissection research. The routines of traditional online novels do not seem to appear in the world, and this is still the Earth he is familiar with. The history of the 21st century is still advancing steadily, and he is still the boy who loves playing computer games. It's just a little bit more invincible than before. After quickly returning home, Tang Yuza took out 2 cans of ice cream from the refrigerator and rushed into his room. Doors and windows, lock them. Peripherals, links. LED lights, take on. The competitive atmosphere is at its peak, click on your favorite Apex heroes and sprint to the rankings. Cece, I don't know if you still remember that there is a child in our family who is half a year older than you. My name is Tang Yuza. He is a very gentle big brother and will never hurt you. Just when he locked himself in the room and was having sex passionately, a girl followed behind Tang Yuza's mother Lin Hui, and the two of them walked towards home together. The girl nodded slightly and squeezed out a hum as thin as a mosquito. Why? Faced with this situation, Lin Hui couldn't help but sigh. Other girls of her age are still in school singing praises of youth, occasionally worrying about trivial matters in life. However, the environment in which Xia Jinxi lives does not allow her to receive the same treatment as ordinary people. This indirectly led to her developing a shy personality that makes her unable to communicate normally with others like she does now. Still remembering when Lin Hui first took her to buy new clothes, the little girl looked like she was always watching her expression. For her now, even accepting other people's kindness is a difficult thing. When she thought of this, Lin Hui couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Since the day she took Xia Jinxi away, she had never seen her smiling face. It is impossible to change a girl's long-developed autistic personality overnight. This requires a certain amount of time to settle. After I bring you to our house, Auntie has to go out for some business. You and brother Yuza will take care of the house, okay? But fortunately, they still have that kid Tang Yuza at home. Based on Lin Hui's understanding of her own child, she just needed to let him stay with Xia Jinxi for some time. It shouldn't be difficult to solve a girl's personality problem. After taking out the key and opening the door, Lin Hui saw Tang Yuza's shoes at the door, but did not see any person in the living room. She knew that the brat must have locked himself in the room playing games. Tang Yuza, come out quickly, something's wrong. Don't be impatient. Listen to me, don't be impatient, I'll come after this fight. Xia Jinxi was startled when she heard the aunt next to her suddenly raise her voice in the slightly impatient tone behind the door. This brother seems a little scary. I was in a good position and was not swept. I'm going to fight 3 on my own. I'm going to fight 3 on my own. 1 against 3. A thrilling battle ended with Tang Yuza's passionate shield battle against 3 opponents. After the game, both teammates wanted to add him as their friend. After successfully winning the first place, Tang Yuza did not turn off the computer, but directly opened the door and walked out to open it. Why did the fight take so long? I can't help it. I had just started the game when you came back. When Lin Hui called him just now, Tang Yuza had just finished parachuting and was setting up the landing gear, so his tone of voice was a little anxious. So Mom, why are you back today? Tang Yuza's parents usually work in other places and can only go home during holidays. See for yourself. Lin Hui said unhappily. Only then did Tang Yuza realize that behind her, there was a girl he had never seen before who was stealing glances at him timidly. It's important to note that the main characters in this book are all adults. Chapter 2: A Mission from Heaven. What is going on? When Tang Yuza found out that his biological mother brought back a strange girl, he was stunned where he was. The girl was about 1.6 meters tall, a head and a half shorter than him. The girl has long black hair that doesn't reach her waist but is very soft and beautiful. She has a slim figure and is very cute. To describe it in 2 words, it's lowly. By the way, after Tang Yuza's initial visual inspection, the danger level of her 2 polar bears was identified as C. To describe it in 4 words, it's giant X lowly. Her facial features are delicate and regular, and she has an extremely high level of appearance. She would definitely be the school beauty in Jiangqing Middle School. Her lips are a light cherry pink, as tender as a peeled lychee. If I could kiss this, it would probably be very soft and sweet, right? Tang Yuza couldn't help but think. Even though the temperature outside had soared to 32 degrees Celsius, the girl was wearing a large windbreaker and long jeans. And at first glance, they were Lin Hui's old clothes, which made her look even more petite and pitiful. Hello, my name is Tang Yuza. Although he didn't know what the situation was, Tang Yuza still extended his hand to her and greeted her in a friendly manner. Xia Jinxi. However, in response to his kindness, the girl only told Tang Yuza her name and hid behind Lin Hui, not daring to shake hands with him. From today on, Cici will live in our house. She is like your half-sister. Yuza, you will be responsible for taking care of her. Ha? Why me? Well, come here for a moment, we can go inside and talk alone. After saying that, Lin Hui pulled Tang Yuza into his room. There was still an unfinished can of Binkwaluo and AEPX that was still running. My father's illegitimate daughter? A child bride picked up from the street? Or my long-lost sister? As soon as he entered the room, Tang Yuza asked all his guesses at once. Neither. Lin Hui rolled her eyes at him. This kid has a really rich imagination. Remember Uncle Xia? We took you to their house twice when you were little. Well, remember. To be honest, Tang Yuza has long lost memory of what happened before he was 5 years old. So, he secretly activated the memory retrieval ability in his mind. Only then did he recall that Uncle Xia was a friend of his father, a countryman who was lucky enough to marry a beautiful wife. And their daughter is called Xia Jinxi. When Tang Yuza's parents took him to visit the Xia family, they often took Tang Yuza to run around the village, catching butterflies and digging radishes. Tang Yuza took Xia Jinxi with him to fly the kite he brought, and gave the kite to her when they left. In his impression, Xia Jinxi should be a very cheerful girl with 2 sweet dimples when she smiles. She is now completely different from when she was a child. Your Uncle Xia is a bit of a problem. He likes drinking and gambling. He plays Texas Hold'em outside all day long. Cece's mother had to make a living and raise Cece all by herself, and she died of illness due to overwork when she was 8 years old. After Cece's mother passed away, all the household affairs fell on Cece's shoulders, and she was beaten and scolded by that drunkard every day. The most hateful thing is that this bastard has even set his sights on the grown-up Cece and wants to sell her for gambling money. Damn it! This was the first time Tang Yuza heard so many dirty words from his mother. But it's true, his blood pressure has risen a little just from listening here. He can even do such a thing as exchanging his daughter for gambling money. Is he still a human being? Wait, if he was planning to sell his daughter, how did you take her away? Give him money. Give him a lot of money. Otherwise, that scumbag won't let go easily. Lin Hui said angrily. When she heard the news, she ran to the countryside without saying a word, threw several thick stacks of money on the table, and took the girl away. He let his daughter bear such heavy pressure since childhood, and not only did he not know how to be grateful, he also beat and scolded his own child. In the end, when the girl grew up, she even wanted to sell her own flesh and blood for money. How much psychological trauma would this cause to a person? So, you're going to let me take care of her? Things have come to this point, and Tang Yuza, who has always been frivolous at home, has to become serious. Although your father and I really want to take care of Cece ourselves, we are too busy with our work in another city, and there are various issues like household registration, so it's not easy to enroll her in school. Can she still go to school now? Cece used to be able to go to the village primary school. All she had to do was transfer her identity and household registration to our place. But as you know, her situation is not easy to handle. It will take some time. I see. Tang Yuza was in deep thought and realized something at the same time. That is, for Xia Jinxi, every step towards living a normal life is difficult. Cece loved you the most when she was little. I have to say that although you are usually not serious, you are quite reliable at critical moments. And after Cece's household registration is transferred here, she can only go to school here and can't go to other places with us, so Mom hopes that you can be the one to take care of her. I don't think the village primary school can teach much knowledge. You can help her with the lessons when you don't have classes. Don't let her do those tiring housework. This child has suffered too much. Let's spend some time with her first. Lin Hui kept emphasizing to Tang Yuza the things that need to be paid attention to when taking care of Xia Jinxi. If it were any other time, Tang Yuza would definitely say she was nagging and then go on with his own fun. But today he didn't talk back. I have to go out and handle some formalities later. I'll also find a few clothing stores that are still open to buy 2 new clothes for Cece. I guess I won't be back until very late. Have you had dinner? Not yet. If you haven't eaten yet, go make Cece a good meal. The little girl has been abused for so long that she is almost skinny. Good. Tang Yuza knew exactly what to do without Lin Hui's reminder. I'm going out, you take care of her first. After the conversation, the mother and son returned to the living room. Cece, Auntie is going to go out for a while and buy you some new clothes. Can you and brother use a stay at home? Well, I'm leaving now. Having said this, Lin Hui left home in a hurry. Only Tang Yuza and Xia Jinxi were left in the room. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Although he promised Lin Hui that he would be responsible for taking care of her, a straight man like Tang Yuza really didn't know what to talk about with girls. Brother Yuza, do you need me to cook? Unexpectedly, it was Xia Jinxi who broke the silence first. Her voice is soft, sweet, and pleasant to the ear. No, I'll cook tonight, you go to the sofa and watch TV for a while. But there's nothing to worry about. From now on, we are a family. Trust my cooking skills. I guarantee that you will be amazed. Tang Yuza had no intention of letting Xiaojinsi enter the kitchen. He quickly stopped her and placed the TV remote control in front of her. Seeing that Tang Yuza's attitude was a bit tough, she recalled the impatient tone he used when talking to Lin Hui just now. Xiaojinsi felt scared and didn't dare to offer any more suggestions. She sat on the sofa in a trance, not turning on the TV because she didn't know how to use the remote control. Chapter 3. Just leave it to my brother. After arriving in the kitchen, Tang Yuza began to prepare dinner. His parents work in other cities, so Tang Yuza is usually alone at home. For him, a left-behind youth who does not want to live in the school dormitory, cooking is a compulsory course. Before obtaining the system, Tang Yuza's cooking skills were already very good, reaching level 2. After awakening the system, he upgraded his cooking skills to level 4. It can be said that his current ability can even compete with Michelin chefs. Xiaojinsi is very hungry now and may overeat during meals. For the sake of her stomach, please do not choose spicy dishes. Just as Tang Yuza was staring at the ingredients in the refrigerator and thinking, a cold mechanical sound rang out in his mind. Task: make a sumptuous dinner for Xiaojinsi. Depending on her satisfaction, you will be rewarded with 1000 experience points. When he received the task, Tang Yuza was shocked. Count the tasks he had received from the system. Help an old lady cross the road, reward experience points 20. Solve a kidnapping case nearby and rescue the hostages from 20 black-clad gunmen. Reward experience points 100. Go to the United States to solve a large-scale school shooting and get 300 experience points as a reward. Stop Xiao Rizi from discharging nuclear wastewater and receive 500 experience points. Among all the tasks Tang Yuza has received so far, the highest reward he has received is only 500 experience points. So what happened today? I got 1000 experience points just by cooking a meal for my sister. Is the system screwing up? What's more, this was the first time that it thoughtfully marked out the precautions for Tang Yuza before assigning a task. Could it be that this mission is more dangerous than a kidnapping case? Then Tang Yuza must be more cautious. First of all, the system reminds you that spicy food must not be eaten. Secondly, Xiaojinsi would definitely not be used to eating those fancy high-end dishes. So Tang Yuza's only choice was home cooking, the simpler the better. We don't have much meat at home, so we need something nutritious and filling. Let me make a small bowl of egg custard. After thinking about what to cook, Tang Yuza started cooking immediately after cooking. Use skilled knife skills to chop the pork into small pieces, put the minced meat into a pan with oil, add a little ginger and minced garlic, stir fry until the water is dry, and make a mixed sauce for later use. Then he beat 3 eggs into a bowl, poured in about 1.5 times the amount of boiling water as the egg liquid, added an appropriate amount of salt and began to stir it regularly. Put the prepared egg liquid into the steamer and steam it slowly on low heat for 7 minutes, then simmer it in the pot for 5 minutes. Pour in the meat sauce you just prepared, sprinkle with a handful of chopped green onions, add a small spoonful of soy sauce, and a large bowl of steaming egg custard is ready. Xiaoxi, come and have dinner. Yes, brother. Tang Yuza brought the prepared dishes to the table and served 2 bowls of rice. Only then did he realize that Xiaojinsi was staring at the remote control in a daze. It seems that this little girl doesn't know how to turn on the TV. After letting Xiaojinsi sit opposite him, Tang Yuza started to eat. The simpler the dish, the more it tests the cook's skills. Just like this egg custard, the bowl made by Tang Yuza looks very nice. The thoroughly stirred eggs are steamed without any gaps between them and look like egg yolk colored pudding, soft, elastic and shiny. Scoop a spoonful into the bowl and mix it with rice, it's just delicious. Xiaoxi, is the food not to your liking? After eating 2 bites, Tang Yuza discovered that Xiaojinsi sitting opposite him hadn't even picked up the chopsticks. Just staring at myself cautiously. Brother, eat first. I'll eat the rest. Seeing that Xiaojinsi still hadn't picked up her chopsticks and looked like a little maid, Tang Yuza finally reacted. It seems that when this girl was still in the Xia family, she could only eat after her father had eaten his fill. Gradually, I developed this habit. It's okay. We are a very casual family when it comes to eating. We don't have the habit of having the elders pick up their chopsticks first. Let's eat together and try my cooking skills. Thinking of this, Tang Yuza couldn't help but curse that bastard uncle in his heart. Eat it quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. The girl still showed no intention of picking up her chopsticks. Tang Yuza directly scooped a large spoonful of egg custard into Xiaojinsi's bowl, and specifically scooped the part on the surface where there was more meat sauce. Seeing Tang Yuza's enthusiasm, Xiaojinsi slowly held the chopsticks and put a little bit of lychee into her mouth. The egg custard melts quickly in your mouth, and the aroma of meat sauce, soy sauce, and eggs quickly spreads, blending just right. After finishing this small bite, she couldn't stop anymore. She reached out her hand and scooped another spoonful, mixed the egg custard and rice together, and finished everything in the bowl in no time. During this period, Tang Yuza did not move his chopsticks at all. He just watched the girl wolfing down the food with increasing heartache. After finishing a large bowl of food, Xiaojinsi raised her head and met Tang Yuza's eyes. She quickly lowered her head again, like a shy kitten. Another bowl? Okay, but let me make a deal first. Don't wolf down your bowl. Eat slowly. The rest will be yours. After all, eggs are high-protein foods and are relatively difficult to digest, so for the sake of her health, she can't eat too fast no matter how hungry she is. Afraid that Xiaojinsi might feel embarrassed to get more rice by herself, Tang Yuza helped her fill a large bowl. A small bowl of rice with some egg custard was definitely not enough to fill a high school boy like him who was 180 centimeters tall, but there were some small breads in Tang Yuza's room. He didn't have to worry about being hungry, so he just watched the girl eat quietly for the rest of the time. At this distance, Tang Yuza could see the girl's face more clearly. Long eyelashes, big watery eyes, and a small upturned nose. I love him no matter how I look at him. After living in such a difficult environment for so many years, Xiaojinsi's figure became very thin. Although she was about 160 centimeters tall and had a fairly round chest, Tang Yuza estimated that she weighed only 40 kilograms. Even for girls who desperately want to lose weight, 40 kilograms is not an ideal weight. Being too thin can make people prone to anemia and weakness. The standard weight for a person who is 160 centimeters tall is about 53 kilograms. If you want to look slim and beautiful, you need to weigh at least 48 kilograms. Being any thinner would be unhealthy. Therefore, Tang Yuza's current plan is to try her best to make every meal delicious and nutritious, at least to help her get rid of this dangerous weight. Xiaoxi, I will help you decorate your room after I finish washing the dishes. Can you watch TV on the sofa for a while? If you want to wash the dishes, I'll do it. No need. We will be a family soon anyway, so just leave the dirty work like cooking and washing dishes to your brother. After saying that, Tang Yuza turned on the TV and taught Xiaojinsi the simplest channel changing and volume adjustment functions of the remote control, then he went to wash the dishes with peace of mind. However, the program playing on TV failed to attract Xiaojinsi's attention at all. She just kept looking at Tang Yuza's back as he washed the dishes. Chapter 4 Does it hurt? Congratulations on completing the task, experience points plus 1000. While washing the dishes, the mechanical sound from the system rang in Tang Yuza's mind again, reminding him that he had successfully completed the task. Task: decorate a girly room for Xiaojinsi, reward experience points plus 2000. But just when Tang Yuza was about to breathe a sigh of relief, new tasks came along. And the reward was even better, which made him dumbfounded. Is it possible that there is some magnetic field in his kitchen that can directly interfere with the system's task release? That's great. From now on, Tang Yuza will come to the kitchen and stay for a while every time he finishes a task. Keep taking on the simplest tasks to gain the most experience points and take off directly. Xiaoxi, I have to go out for a while. I will be back in an hour at most. Good. Xiaojinsi watched the variety show on TV with lifeless eyes. She had basically no experience with the internet and she totally couldn't understand what was so funny about these people. After leaving home, Tang Yuza immediately took action. Although he had never entered a girl's room in his life, he had seen pigs run even if he had never eaten pork. He usually sees JKS rooms in anime, which are mainly pink and filled with many dolls. As a straight man, he can understand this. In Tang Yuza's eyes, girls' liking for plush toys is actually not much different from boys' liking for figures. He also has quite a few action figures in his room, all of which were bought with his own scholarship money. It didn't cost my parents a penny. But compared to his two-dimensional wife, he prefers to buy some SHF like Ultraman and Kamen Rider, as well as Gundam models. When Tang Yuza arrived at the jewelry store closest to his home, he saw a grown man carefully selecting dolls in the toy section. First of all, Tang Yuza would definitely not consider those weird things, as he was afraid that they might scare Xiaojinsi. Picking up a large whale that could be used as a pillow, Tang Yuza checked it over and over several times. I heard that some unscrupulous manufacturers now stuff fake cotton into plush toys. There is no doubt that those dirty things have an impact on the human body. His sister's health is so poor now, he can't buy fakes home. After confirming that there was no damage and no peculiar smell, Tang Yuza threw the big whale into the shopping cart with confidence. After getting the big pillow, Tang Yuza bought 4 medium-sized stuffed dolls to decorate the room. He paired a penguin and a polar bear, and a white rabbit and a husky. He wondered what interesting biological phenomena would occur. After choosing the doll, he went to buy a whole set of pink wallpaper. After paying the bill, he hurried home carrying a bunch of things. But when Tang Yuza used the key to open the door, he found that Xiaojinsi was not on the sofa. Just as his heart tightened, he heard a noise coming from the old room. Controlling his footsteps, Tang Yuza walked to the door and gently opened it a crack. At this time, Xiaojinsi was holding a rag in her hand and wiping the floor tiles below vigorously. There was also a bucket for cleaning the rag beside her. The water in the bucket had turned black and turbid, and beads of sweat covered the girl's delicate face. It was obvious that she had done a lot of work at home in the less than an hour that Tang Yuza was away. However, Tang Yuza's attention was finally focused on Xiaojinsi's hands. Because she rolled up her sleeves while cleaning, Tang Yuza could clearly see that the girl's already slender arms were covered with bruises and whip marks. There are some new wounds that look like they were inflicted recently, but there are also many old marks. The horrific wounds were shocking to the eye. "Xiaoxi, what are you doing?" Finally, after seeing the situation clearly, Tang Yuza couldn't help but speak out, and after hearing his voice, Xiaojinsi quickly pulled her sleeves down again. It seems that this girl is intentionally trying to hide these wounds. No wonder she chooses to wear a long-sleeved jacket in this hot summer. "Brother just said that my room has not been cleaned yet, so I want to tidy it up first." "But didn't I tell you to just sit on the sofa and watch TV? I can handle this kind of thing." "No, I'll do it. I'm already very grateful to Auntie for bringing me to this house. I'd feel bad if I was the only one resting." After hearing what Xiaojinsi said, Tang Yuza couldn't find a reason to refute it at the first moment. This is an age when she should be enjoying her youth peacefully, but she is living in an environment full of domestic violence. I guess Xiaojinsi is also very confused now, and can't find a place to demonstrate her value, so she works hard to do housework when Tang Yuza is not around. "You are injured like this, why are you still working?" However, even though he understood, Tang Yuza certainly couldn't let her continue now. When Xiaojinsi heard that the wound had been discovered, she lowered her head with a gloomy expression. "There is some safflower oil for treating bruises at home. I will apply the medicine on you now. After your injury is healed, we can do housework together. Is this okay?" Under the current circumstances, it is impossible for Tang Yuza to completely forbid her from doing things. So he painted a big pie for Xiaojinsi, asking her to heal her injuries first. Tang Yuza took a bottle of safflower oil from the storage room and dipped it on a cotton swab. It may be a little painful when applying the medicine. After preparing Xiaojinsi mentally for the pain, Tang Yuza carefully moved the cotton swab close to the girl's arm. The moment the wound was touched, the sudden pain made Xiaojinsi close her eyes tightly, and new sweat broke out on her forehead, but she gritted her teeth and did not make any sound. "If you can't help it, just scream out. Don't mind me. It might not hurt so much if you scream out." Studies have shown that shouting can partially block the brain from receiving pain signals, thereby achieving the effect of forcibly diverting attention to relieve pain. Good. Because she was living under someone else's roof, Xiaojinsi did not have the courage to refuse Tang Yuza's kindness, so she just obediently gave her arm to him. During the process of applying the medicine, although Xiaojinsi did not scream, she did not force herself to hold back the sound either. Every time Tang Yuza touched her sore spot with a cotton swab, he could hear a hum sound escaping from her mouth. How cruel. Bruises, scars, and even some internal injuries that can't be seen from the outside. The worst thing was that he saw an ominous deep blue chill inside the girl's body. It was a cold contracted from long-term abuse. If we continue to ignore this, our lives may be in danger. Tang Yuza had never used his experience points to develop his medical talent before, but he had also learned a lot of medical knowledge through his photographic memory. These old injuries cannot be cured by ordinary medical means. So, Tang Yuza's choice is strengthen. Tang Yuza muttered to himself while reaching out for the bottle of safflower oil at home. This was gained by consuming a full 1,500 experience points, and it can enhance the capabilities of any item. That should be enough. After being strengthened by Tang Yuza, this bottle of safflower oil can exert an effect far exceeding that of ordinary medicines. Even scars that have been there for several years can be healed. Things that cannot be solved in the field of science are left to metaphysics. This is his consistent style. At the same time, while applying safflower oil, Tang Yuza also took the opportunity to inject his true energy into Xia Jinxi's body. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he could no longer see the blue cold air. That's it for now. After applying safflower oil on Xia Jinxi's arms and legs, Tang Yuza chose to stop. After all, as a boy, he really couldn't handle the place inside, so he could only wait for Lin Hui to come back later and ask her for help. Thank you, brother Yuza. Xia Jinxi's face turned slightly red, like a ripe but not yet fully ripe tomato, and she thanked Tang Yuza. It looks like the room has been almost cleaned. Go watch some TV and I'll take care of the rest. Tang Yuza felt that after helping Xia Jinxi apply the medicine, her vigilance towards him was slightly reduced. Well, I'll leave it to my brother. After saying that, Xia Jinxi sat back to her original position on the sofa. But Tang Yuza finally noticed the empty look in Xia Jinxi's eyes when she was watching TV. Take another look at those monkey-like hosts and the incompetent Korean guests in this funny variety show. He immediately realized the problem. This kind of variety show is really not very friendly to young girls who have little exposure to the internet. Chapter 5 I Like Tiga. Shaoxi, is there any show or TV series you want to watch? I'll help you find it. After seeing the lifeless expression in Xia Jinxi's eyes, Tang Yuza hurriedly spoke, but he regretted it as soon as he said it. If Tang Yuza remembered correctly, there was no TV in Uncle Xia's house, but now he was asking Xia Jinxi what TV shows she wanted to watch. Wasn't this putting the cart before the horse? I want to see Tiga. But what he didn't expect was that Xia Jinxi actually answered his question, and the answer she gave right away was so confusing that he couldn't understand it. Have you ever seen Tiga before? Yeah, I watched it when I was a kid at my best friend's house, but then the family moved away because of the demolition. Do you want to see it now? Although Tiga is no longer allowed to be shown on TV programs, Tang Yuza is an older generation special effects fan. The room is full of genuine Bandai toys, as well as a lot of pirated CDs that I bought when I was a child. I didn't expect that these things, which I kept as souvenirs and was reluctant to throw away, would come in handy now. May I? Of course, but the prerequisite is that you must promise me that you will not do housework without permission until your injury is healed. When Xia Jinxi heard that Tang Yuza agreed to release Tiga for her, she nodded several times like a chicken pecking at rice. Although there was still no extra expression on her face, this time she finally looked at Tang Yuza from the front, and there was a faint light in her smart and beautiful big eyes. Tang Yuza took out an old DVD player from the storage room, wiped the dust off it with a rag, and then took it out and reconnected it to the TV. Mr. TV's ex-girlfriend, Miss DDD, made a comeback and successfully defeated the current Miss Set-Top Box and regained her position. Why did Tang Yuza always feel that this plot seemed a little familiar? I searched my memory briefly and found that what was making me feel numb was the temptation to go home. Put the old central distribution version of Ultraman Tiga disc into the old DVD player, and then operate the remote control to switch the mode, and Ultraman Tiga will start playing. It's time for me to start working on this as well. The room Xia Jinxi will live in from now on is the old room of Tang Yuza's parents. The space and bed inside are larger than those in Tang Yuza's room. Although the room was almost cleaned, he still had to make the bed and then decorate the entire room while she was still watching TV, making it look more like a girl's room. After getting the scumbag Xia to sign the agreement with the bank card in hand, Lin Hui quickly ran to the women's clothing store. When she first met Xia Jinxi, she subconsciously wanted to hold the girl's hand on the way, but she didn't expect Xia Jinxi to react violently the moment Lin Hui grabbed her hand. She backed away and looked at her with horror, like a frightened kitten. Since she couldn't even hold hands, Lin Hui had no way of measuring her height and measurements, and could only buy clothes based on her feelings. In the end, she bought 2 skirts for this season and 3 sets of underwear with slightly different sizes, so she wasn't sure which one would fit better. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, which was a little late. Lin Hui was really worried about how the 2 children were getting along, so she just called a taxi. She returned home with a nervous mood and took off the canvas shoes that she usually wore for convenience. An incredible picture appeared in front of Lin Hui. At this moment, Xia Jinxi was sitting obediently on the sofa, watching on TV with shining eyes the scene where Tiga was fighting 1 versus 2 with various forms to show off against Gulzin and Melba. Ever since Lin Hui took her away, the girl gave her a lifeless feeling, as if she had long since given up on life. But now, although she did not transform her happy emotion into a smiling face, the look in her eyes after regaining color was very simple and easy to understand. Lin Hui couldn't understand what her son Tang Yuza had done in the short 3 hours when she was away from home to make Xia Jinxi sit on the sofa and watch Ultraman obediently. In Lin Hui's opinion, Xiaojinsi should be in a state where she cannot stand being frightened. If it were her, she would definitely not release Ultraman for her. After all, for a child who has never seen the world and easily takes everything seriously, those lifelike monsters are still a bit scary. Let me make it clear in advance that Lin Hui is not the kind of parent who will blame the games and TV all day long if she fails to educate her children well. However, she really could not have imagined that Xiaojinsi was not afraid of the two monsters in the play, but watched them with relish. By the way, I haven't seen Tang Yuza since a while ago. Where did that guy go? CC, are you watching TV? Yes, Aunt Lin. Xiaojinsi simply agreed to Lin Hui but did not turn her head away, her eyes always fixed on the picture on the TV. But this alone was enough to surprise Lin Hui. You know, when Xiaojinsi spoke to her before, her voice was very soft, so soft that you couldn't hear what she was saying unless you listened carefully. But the sound of her casually greeting Lin Hui just now was enough to drown out the volume of Ultraman fighting monsters on TV, so Lin Hui could hear it clearly. Although she knew that her son's character would correct Xiaojinsi sooner or later, was this progress a little too fast? Cici, where is your brother Yuza? In that room over there. Oh, then you just watch TV first. Auntie, I'll be back soon. Lin Hui opened the door of the old room with a lot of doubts, but at this time Tang Yuza had already pasted the cut pink wallpaper all over the room, even the ceiling. Mom, you're back. What are you doing? Clean up the room. Wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Tang Yuza pointed at the stuffed dolls he had just bought from the store, and placed the white rabbit and husky on the bedside table, and the penguin and polar bear on the desk. The largest whale, which can be used as a pillow, is covered with a quilt, with only its silly head showing. That's okay. After completely renovating the room, Tang Yuza also shed a lot of sweat. Although this amount of work would not cause any fatigue given his current physical condition, the hot weather was still very tiring. Well, how are you and Cici getting along? It's okay. I feel more like I have a daughter than a sister. Is she really only half a year younger than me? Yes, because of domestic violence, Cici is too fragile now. You have to be more observant when you take care of her. Don't worry, that girl's mood is all written in her eyes, it's still easy to understand. Tang Yuza is so good at observing people's words and expressions that he can almost be said to be a mind reader. Under his observation, even those old hands cannot hide their thoughts, let alone a simple and ignorant girl. Oh, Mom, there is something I must report to you. Tang Yuza told Lin Hui everything about the wounds he had found on Xiaojinsi's body, causing her to curse again, scumbag. She probably still has a lot of wounds inside. It's not convenient for a boy like me to apply medicine. Come and help her deal with it after she finishes watching this episode. Can. Mom, you gave your and my dad's old room to Xiaoxi, where are you sleeping tonight? Don't worry about that. I've booked a hotel for 2 nights. I have to go back to work after this weekend. Xiaojinsi's transformation just now made Lin Hui convinced that her son was indeed the best person to take care of her. Although Tang Yuza is a little naughty sometimes, he is really an excellent person, otherwise he would not have been the top student in the school all the year round. He also has a cheerful personality and now seems to be very caring. Originally, Lin Hui thought that it would be very inconvenient for 2 high school students, a boy and a girl, to live together, and they might need someone to take care of them. Now, even a nanny is not needed. Chapter 6 New Environment. After applying the medicine all over Xiaojinsi's body, Lin Hui went directly to a nearby hotel to rest, leaving the two who had just become brother and sister at home. Can I sit over here? Now that everything has been dealt with, Tang Yuza really doesn't want to continue playing games, so he might as well watch Ultraman Tiga with his sister. Xiaojinsi moved her little butt from the middle of the sofa to the far right, while Tang Yuza also sat obediently on the far left of the sofa, trying not to get too close to her. Excellent works can always make people find the feeling they want in them, and a masterpiece is one in which the feeling will not disappear no matter how many times you watch it, and you can see new highlights every time you re-watch it. There is no doubt that Tiga has the charm of a masterpiece. Tang Yuza has watched it several times and never felt bored. I watched 5 episodes in a row and it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Xiaoxi, it's already late, take a bath and go to bed. Seeing Xiaojinsi opening her mouth and yawning from time to time, Tang Yuza suggested. At this point, the medicinal effect of safflower oil had almost worn off, so Tang Yuza went to turn on the water heater. Considering that if the water was too hot it might hurt the wound, and that he wouldn't catch a cold in summer, he only adjusted the water temperature to 37 degrees Celsius. Just wash it briefly. It's best not to use shower gel or soap. I've put a bath towel and pajamas in there for you. Just change into them after you take a shower. To be honest, it's better not to rush to take a shower with so many wounds on the body, but Tang Yuza thinks it's better for Xiaojinsi to take a shower first. Girls, of course, love cleanliness, but the environment Xiaojinsi was in before definitely did not support her to wash herself nicely every day. Tang Yuza believes that the significance of taking a bath for human beings is definitely not just to clean the dirt on the body. What is more important is that it can relieve people's stress by enjoying the process. Every bath can be regarded as a new beginning. Will the sprinklers turn on? Meeting. Remember to wash your hair with shampoo more often. Your hair is so beautiful, it's such a waste to have it greasy all day long. After noting down Tang Yuza's instructions one by one, Xiaojinsi went to the bathroom, put her coat and jeans on the washing machine, turned on the nozzle and started cleaning her hair. Until a dozen hours ago, she was still living under the shadow of her father's domestic violence. She never expected that she would be adopted by kind relatives and take a comfortable hot bath. Xiaojinsi couldn't understand why Tang Yuza was so nice to her for no reason. In the world she was familiar with, when someone was nice to you, there must be some purpose behind it. To Xiaojinsi, Tang Yuza is truly a good brother that she could never have imagined in her dreams. He is sunny, handsome, gentle and considerate, with regular and sharp features. He is a fresh, handsome boy next door who becomes more attractive the more you look at him, giving people a feeling of wanting to get close to him. But even though her brother made her feel comfortable and great, Xiaojinsi, who grew up in such conditions, still couldn't fully believe that Tang Yuza was a purely good person. Now she still cannot communicate normally with her brother. When she feels other people's gazes, she will reflexively feel inferior and afraid and dare not look people in the eye. After taking a shower, Xiaojinsi gently dried her body with a towel, put on her pajamas in the bathroom, and walked out. Her waterfall-like black hair was still very wet. Did you finish washing? Tang Yuza sweated a lot today in order to create a good living environment for Xiaojinsi, so he was browsing the forum in the living room, planning to take a shower after his sister finished. Just dry your hair and go to bed. Do you know how to use a hair dryer? Never heard of. At the Xia family, after taking a shower, Xiaojinsi could only use a tattered rag that hadn't been replaced in years to dry her body. She had never heard of a hair dryer or anything like that. Okay then, I'll help you. Do you mind if I touch your hair? Don't mind. With Xiaojinsi's permission, Tang Yuza connected the hair dryer to the power supply. Tang Yuza carefully picked up the girl's soft black hair and handled it unskillfully. Feeling her brother's gentle touch when he was doing her hair, Xiaojinsi couldn't help but close her eyes comfortably. All right. However, blow-drying hair actually doesn't take much time, and Xiaojinsi was still a little reluctant to leave after it was finished. There are so many things going on today, let's go to bed early. Good. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Xiaojinsi returned to her room. After turning on the light, she was completely attracted by the scene inside. Exquisite pink wallpaper covers the walls all around. Looking up, there is a beautiful starry sky hanging on the ceiling, full of unknown depths. On the bedside table and the desk, two small animal dolls are neatly placed. They snuggle together tightly, looking cute and warm. Because she was cleaning when Tang Yuza came home from shopping, Xiaojinsi didn't notice that he was carrying several large plush toys, so she naturally felt a little surprised. At this time, lie down on the bed and cover yourself with the quilt, and all kinds of comfortable feelings will come over you. In the original family, there were only 2 beds in the house, one for my father and one for Xiaojinsi. In the past, because the family's biological father had squandered all their property, the Xia family's financial situation had always been bleak, and the family could not spare the money to buy a new mattress. Every night, Xiaojinsi slept on a bed as hard as a rock without a pillow, making it very difficult to fall asleep. Moreover, when winter came, she only had a thin quilt to sleep with, and she could only wear a coat when she went to bed at night to keep herself warm as much as possible. Every winter Xiaojinsi was particularly afraid of catching a cold, because once she caught a cold and didn't have the energy to wash clothes or cook, and her father beat her. In the end, if it weren't for the kind neighbor who sent Xiaojinsi to the hospital, she might not be alive today. However, Xiaojinsi's biological father always covered himself with 2 thick quilts. When she thought of all the things that happened in the past, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. The situation is different now. The mattress is soft, the pillow is soft, and there is a cute big whale next to her, all of which are things she had never dared to imagine before. But as Lin Hui said, Xiaojinsi's current situation makes it impossible for her to accept other people's kindness calmly. Accustomed to a hellish life, someone suddenly showed such care for her. Even though Xiaojinsi had already agreed intellectually that her brother was a good man, her subconscious told her that she could not take it lightly. But in the unfamiliar environment, Xiaojinsi still didn't feel safe enough. He quietly took out the folding knife hidden under the mattress and put it under the pillow. Only then did Xiaojinsi feel at ease and hugged the big whale while sobbing secretly. The girl cried until she was tired and then fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 7 Shopping. Congratulations on completing the task, experience points plus 2,000. Today, Tang Yuza got up early, which was unusual. Normally, he would play games all night on Saturday and go to bed only after having fun. Anyway, he has a whole day off on the weekend to catch up on sleep, so he can spend as much time as he wants. However, when he opened Apex Heroes last night, he accidentally heard the sound of Xiaojinsi sobbing secretly in the next room. Thinking that he would have to continue taking care of his sister tomorrow, Tang Yuza silently turned off the computer. After lying in bed and thinking over what happened today, he closed his eyes and fell asleep until he woke up naturally. After getting up early and washing up, Tang Yuza began to prepare breakfast. Just as Tang Yuza was cooking porridge, there was a click sound of a door opening outside the house. As soon as the door opened, Lin Hui hurriedly changed her shoes and walked in, holding fried dough sticks, soy milk, and steamed dumplings in her hands. Soon, she saw Tang Yuza preparing breakfast. "Are you cooking?" Based on Lin Hui's understanding of Tang Yuza, this kid would sleep until at least noon on weekends. But today he was so diligent that he was already making breakfast. "Yes, make some preserved egg and lean meat porridge." "Where's CC? Are you still sleeping?" "Probably. Let her sleep in." Looking at her son who was diligently making breakfast in the kitchen, Lin Hui seemed to be thinking about something. Although it was a good thing that Tang Yuza was proactive in taking care of Xiaojinsi, his excessive enthusiasm made Lin Hui a little uneasy. Could this guy have any other thoughts about Xiaojinsi? That shouldn't be the case. Her son has such good grades and is handsome. If he really wanted to date, he would have been single long ago. How could it be like now, rushing home after school and playing games without sleep or eating? "I'm done here, Mom, go wake Xiaoxi up." Xiaojinsi still lacks a sense of security now, so Tang Yuza doesn't dare to enter her room at will. So the task of waking up my sister has to be given to my mother. Okay. Lin Hui walked to the door of Xiaojinsi's room, put her hand on the door handle and was about to go in. "Xiaoxi, get up and have breakfast." But she felt that it might not be a good idea to go in directly, so Lin Hui could only knock on the door outside and call Xiaojinsi to get up. Soon, Xiaojinsi got up in a daze and opened the door. She was still wearing the bunny pajamas that Lin Hui bought for her yesterday, and her hair was messy. Come on, let Auntie show you new clothes." Lin Hui excitedly entered Xiaojinsi's room wearing her little skirt. "Wear this one today, change by yourself, Auntie will leave first." Although she really wanted to help Xiaojinsi put on the cute little dress herself, she gave up in the end when she thought that this might make the girl resist. "Where's Xiaoxi?" "I'm getting dressed." "You're not going to let her wear that old coat again? How is that possible?" "Trust your mother's taste, it will definitely look good." After Lin Hui left, Xiaojinsi finally came to her senses and picked up the 2 bags that she had just handed to her. "All right." After putting on her skirt and clothes, Xiaojinsi gently opened the door, first poked her head out to take a look, then slowly walked out. After seeing Xiaojinsi's outfit, both mother and son's eyes lit up. Lin Hui chose a beautiful red and black pleated skirt and a white shirt, which was full of Japanese JK style. The slim figure and long black hair perfectly display the girl's sweet temperament. Below the white neck is an exquisite collarbone, with 2 slight protrusions on both sides leaving 2 small dimples, which is somewhat cute and charming. And after changing out of his old coat, Tang Yuza became even more certain that the 2 bears were at a danger level of C. And at her age, she definitely has room to grow. The worst thing is that the outfit Lin Hui bought for Xiaojinsi actually came with white breathable suspender stockings, which tightly bound the girl's 2 slender legs. Maybe because she was nervous, the girl was so shy that she held onto her slippers tightly with all her 10 toes, revealing a bit of pink, white and elasticity under the snow. Tang Yuza doesn't think he is a foot fetishist, but who can not love this charming white ice cream? "Sure, Cici, look how beautiful you are in this." "Thank you, Auntie." After Xiaojinsi said thank you to Lin Hui, her big watery eyes involuntarily glanced at Tang Yuza. After seeing her reaction, Lin Hui quickly and secretly kicked Tang Yuza, which reminded this LSP that it was time for him to react. "How should I put it? It suits you very well. It looks pretty good." Tang Yu's Chinese grades have always been the best in the grade, and he is one of those geniuses who can get full marks even for his essays. At this moment, I inexplicably couldn't think of any good adjectives to praise my sister. However, this outfit is very suitable for Xiaojinsi now. It is refreshing and cute, and it can also cover the unhealed wounds. Come and have breakfast, it will get cold if you don't eat it now. After sitting at the table, Xiaojinsi looked at the century egg and lean meat porridge in front of her with joy. After seeing Lin Hui and Tang Yuza started eating, she took a small sip. Although it was just a simple salty and fresh taste, it was much better than the white rice porridge she used to make at the Xia family. The mellow aroma danced wildly in her mouth, stimulating her taste buds. Don't just drink the porridge, have a meat bun. Seeing Xiaojinsi drinking the porridge but being too embarrassed to pick up other food, Tang Yuza picked up 2 steamed dumplings and put them in her bowl. Just pick up your chopsticks and eat whatever you want. There's nothing to worry about in our house. Seeing this, Lin Hui hurriedly followed suit. After eating the steamed bun that Tang Yuza picked for her, Xiaojinsi felt the rich aroma of meat spreading in her mouth, and a lot of soup burst out when she took the first bite. In their village, there were several shops selling meat buns and rice noodles on the street. But unfortunately, she didn't have any pocket money. Every day when she passed by the steamed bun shops on her way to school, she, who drank white porridge every morning, would be attracted by the aroma of the meat buns and could not eat a single bite. In comparison, Xiaojinsi can now eat a whole xiaolongbao in one bite. So happy. Don't be in a hurry, eat slowly, Auntie bought 2 baskets, and there are still a lot left. Looking at Xiaojinsi's cheeks bulging when she was eating buns, making her look like a little hamster, Lin Hui couldn't help but smile with relief. At this time, Tang Yuza stretched out his chopsticks towards the fried dough sticks that were cut into many pieces. Gently pick up one of the pieces, soak it in soy milk for a while, and eat it after it is softened. While eating the fried dough sticks, he deliberately made a baji sound. Of course, Tang Yuza didn't have the habit of smacking his lips. He mainly wanted to attract Xiaojinsi's attention. After hearing what Tang Yuza said, Xiaojinsi naturally became interested in the way of eating fried dough sticks soaked in soy milk. So she plucked up the courage to take a piece of fried dough stick, and followed Tang Yuza's example to soak it in soy milk, and then took it out and ate it. After being soaked in soy milk, the fried dough sticks became extremely soft, and Lin Hui specially added more sugar to the soy milk, so it tasted sweet and not greasy. Cece, after dinner, let's go back to the room and take off our clothes. Auntie will help you apply some medicine, and then let Brother Yuza accompany you to buy some daily necessities, okay? Chapter 8 Love Mouthwash Cup. This was the first time Tang Yuza went out with a girl. The main task today is to take Xiaojinsi out to familiarize herself with the surrounding environment, go to the vegetable market to buy some fresh vegetables, and purchase necessary personal daily necessities. The first thing to do was to buy vegetables. After arriving at the vegetable market, Tang Yuza took his sister to an old lady's stall with ease. Auntie Sue, how many pounds of water spinach would you give me? Okay. What surprised Xiaojinsi was that when Tang Yuza bought vegetables, he not only didn't ask the price, he didn't even choose the vegetables himself. He just casually asked the lady to help him take a few kilograms. I often come here to buy vegetables, and I'm familiar with quite a few of them. Seeing his sister looking at him with confusion, Tang Yuza explained. For caddies in 2 ounces, I'll give you 4 caddies, a total of $6. Good. The water spinach here is 1.5 yuan per caddy, which is the average price in their vegetable market, but the quality is very good, higher than many other products that sell for 2 yuan per caddy. After buying some vegetables, Tang Yuza took Xiaojinsi to the pork shop. The man selling pork was a very strong uncle. Uncle Ma, give me 5 pounds of pork. Hey! Yuza, why did you bring your girlfriend here today? Unlike Aunt Sue just now, Uncle Ma is obviously more gossipy. After finding out that Tang Yuza was accompanied by a pretty little girl to the vegetable market today, I couldn't help but tease her. Xiaojinsi, who was standing behind, blushed and lowered her head when she heard that she was mistaken for her brother's girlfriend. What girlfriend? This is my sister. Sister? You don't look like her, and didn't you say before that you were an only child? Uncle Ma asked back, but after asking the question, he felt that this was due to his low emotional intelligence. The young couple has just started dating and must be in a shy stage now. They don't want others to know about their relationship, so they found an excuse. What nonsense is this old man talking about? She's just a distant cousin. Her name is Xiaojinsi. Xiaoxi, come and say hello to Uncle Ma. Hello, Uncle Ma. When Xiaojinsi first saw Uncle Ma's tall and burly figure, and the way he chopped the pork into pieces, she was a little scared. But after listening to the communication between Tang Yuza and him, he felt that he should be a pretty friendly uncle. Well, he's a good guy. Okay, you are such a good little sister. Come, Yuza, I will cut an extra half-pound of pork for you today. No, our refrigerator is so small, and I always budget carefully when I go out to buy groceries. Tang Yuza knew that it was not easy for those who ran small businesses to support their families. With pork prices so high now, selling half a pound less a day was equivalent to losing 10 yuan in income. Well, you still want a thinner one? Well, that's troublesome. After walking around the vegetable market for a long time, Tang Yuza bought enough ingredients and took Xiaojinsi back home to put the vegetables in the refrigerator. In the afternoon, the brother and sister headed towards the mall again. Sisters, look at that boy over there, he's so handsome. What kind of divine beauty is this? Love it. It's a pity that she's already taken, otherwise I would definitely go and ask for her WeChat. Handsome men and beautiful women walking outside always attract other people's attention. Tang Yuza had long been used to it, but Xiaojinsi still hated these gazes and felt uncomfortable all over. Xiaoxi, there are a lot of people in the mall right now, how about I take you for a walk? Although Tang Yuza's current ability makes it easy to locate a person, if Xiaojinsi gets lost accidentally, it will leave a psychological trauma on the girl even if she can be found soon. Good. The left hand that Tang Yuza stretched out to her was very beautiful, with long, smooth and delicate fingers, without any trace of disharmony. On the contrary, Xiaojinsi's own hands were not so smooth. There was a callus on the joint of her index finger and the palm of her hand, so she was a little afraid that Tang Yuza would not like her hands. After hesitating for a while, Xiaojinsi finally gave him her hand. After holding Xiaojinsi's hand, Tang Yuza rubbed her palm with his thumb, which made Xiaojinsi nervous again. Your hands are pretty, but girls still need to take better care of their hands. Let's buy some skincare products later. However, the clever Tang Yuza could guess what the girl was thinking, so he silently changed the movement of his hands to interlocking his fingers, and held Xiaojinsi's right hand more firmly. Holding hands. Wow, why can't I find a handsome boyfriend like this? If you can be as pretty as other people's girlfriends, wouldn't you be able to find any handsome guy you want? I'm full of dog food, thank you for the treat. After Tang Yuza and Xiaojinsi successfully held hands, passers-by around them cast envious glances at them. Did you hear that? They're all praising your beauty. Be more confident and don't be depressed all the time. You are much better than you think. As mentioned before, Xiaojinsi's looks are definitely top-notch even among Tang Yuza's Jiangqing Middle School. If the full score is 100, and if you add a little bit of his favoritism towards his family members, Tang Yuza would directly give Xiaojinsi 100 points. By the way, it was really hot to hold hands with fingers interlocked in the hot summer, and soon fine sweat appeared on both of their hands. But even so, Tang Yuza did not relax his grip on Xiaojinsi's little hand, using the warmth of his palm to give her more sense of security. First, the toiletries. I have a lot of toothbrushes at home. Just pick a mouthwash cup you like. It's free. It doesn't cost much. Tang Yuza believed that because Xiaojinsi was often beaten by her father at the Xia family, she lacked her own opinions, which led to her having to depend on others for everything she did. Therefore, what he needs to do now is to restore his sister's ability to think independently. This is why he deliberately seduced her to take the fried dough sticks this morning. Tang Yuza hopes that she can become a girl with independent ideas and charm, rather than a puppet who only obeys orders. Want this? In Tang Yuza's opinion, a mouthwash cup is just an ordinary plastic cup. The only difference is the floral pattern on it. It has no personality at all. But after seeing his sister's choice, he could only sigh that human creativity is indeed endless. The mouthwash cup that Xiaojinsi was pointing at turned out to be a pair of heart-shaped couple cups. Generally, mouthwash cups are cylindrical in shape, but the more unique ones are rectangular. He had never seen this style before. Specifically, it is to put two irregular mouthwash cups together, and the final result is a heart. Xiaoxi, this heart-shaped cup is actually 2 cups. We only need to buy one today. All right. After hearing her brother say that this was not an option, Xiaojinsi's eyes flashed with obvious disappointment. After seeing this scene, Tang Yuza really wanted to slap himself in the face. He had just promised to let his sister choose whatever she liked, but now he said he didn't want to buy it. How is his behavior different from those parents who promised their children but then went back on their word? Ah, I suddenly remembered that my old cup seems to be leaking a bit. Let's buy this one. It's just a mouthwash cup. It's not something you can't afford. Can't you just replace the one you use? After choosing the mouthwash cup, Tang Yuza bought 2 new towels. To be honest, the bath towel Xiaojinsi used last night was actually Tang Yuza's. And after she finished washing, Tang Yuza also took a shower, using the same bath towel. After buying all the toiletries, Tang Yuza took Xiaojinsi to buy a lot of snacks. After finishing these, the next step is the highlight. Give me a pack of Sophie's wings. For girls of this age, hand towels are definitely indispensable, so the brother and sister came to the women's products store. Don't be nervous, little handsome boy, you bought this for your girlfriend, right? This is the first time Tang Yuza has come to buy something like a women's handkerchief. It would be better to say that under normal circumstances, no male high school student would buy this, which is inevitably a bit embarrassing. Yes. Tang Yuza felt that if he refuted the salesgirl at this time and explained that they were not a couple but siblings, the scene would be even more exciting. Okay, I'll get it for you right away. The young lady enthusiastically helped them take a pack of Sophie from the shelf. Seeing this couple blushing just buying a handkerchief together, she couldn't help but recall her own school days. Xiaoxi, come here. Tang Yuza handed the banknotes to his sister and asked Xiaojinsi to pay. It's 30 yuan in total. I'll give you 70 yuan. The young lady took the money from Xiaojinsi, and from this angle, she just happened to see a few lighter bruises on Xiaojinsi's arm through her cuffs. Wow, just now she thought they were a shy young couple who just started dating, but she didn't expect them to play so wildly. After spending the whole morning buying the daily necessities that Xiaojinsi needed, the brother and sister returned home. Chapter 9, Tang Xueba has a girlfriend? In math class on Monday, Tang Yuza sat in a seat by the window. The gentle breeze ruffled his hair slightly, the sunlight shone on his handsome and delicate face, and the boy looked out the window with a happy expression. As the top student in the grade since the beginning of the school year, teachers basically don't care about Tang Yuza's performance in class. After all, his ability is already there, and he definitely knows everything taught in class, and being distracted won't affect other students listening, so there's no need to remind him. Student Tang is looking at the sky. What is he thinking about? I don't know, but this is so cool. It must be something wonderful that we can't even imagine. In class, a few distracted girls looked at Tang Yuza's handsome face illuminated by the sun, and couldn't help but start whispering and becoming infatuated with him. Oh no! The new Apex season is about to end. I don't know if I can still keep the hunt. Because all his attention was focused on taking care of his younger sister this Saturday and Sunday, Tang Yuza didn't play much games. At this point in time, there are still 5 days left until the end of the new Apex season. As we all know, once the qualifying matches of any competitive game reach the end of the season, high-end players will start to fight hard to gain points, so Tang Yuza is very worried that his hunting rank will be lost. By the way, after getting the system, he never added experience points to his gaming skills. Life still needs some challenges to become interesting. The existence of the system allows Tang Yuza to easily become a big boss in various fields, but it will also deprive him of his fun. Being invincible at everything you do but having no challenges at all in life is very boring and gloomy. Therefore, Tang Yuza never thought of adding experience points to his gaming talent. Although his gaming level would improve accordingly as he strengthened his reaction ability, mental strength, and other attributes, he was still not at the point where he could kill people at will in a professional league. This is the best way, as it allows Tang Yuza to maintain a high level of competitive state while not being too invincible. This way, when he is playing the game, he will feel happy from the bottom of his heart when he wins a game or moves up a level. By the way, have you heard? It seems Tang Yuza has a girlfriend. That shouldn't be the case. There were so many rumors in the first year of high school, weren't they all false in the end? This time it's different. Someone took a photo of Tang holding hands with a very pretty girl on the street. Is it true? Send me a copy of the photo later so I can authenticate it. Several girls were discussing happily, but after the teacher on the stage glared at them, they all shut up. Tang Yuza, who had excellent hearing, heard their conversation again. Unexpectedly, when he went to the mall yesterday, he was bumped into by someone who knew him, and the guy took pictures of him like a paparazzi. But it doesn't matter. When the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Tang Yuza is not afraid of these troubles at all. He is just a high school student with good grades, not a big star. I was just holding hands with my sister outside, why did you make it like a big deal? Just another boring day like this. Yuza-san, I have 2 questions I want to ask you. After school, school beauty Yanya came to Tang Yuza and found him with an exercise book. In class 1 of grade 2, the class monitor Yanya has a standard oval face and looks extremely beautiful with a little bit of makeup. She also serves as the president of the student union. He is very popular both in the class and in the entire school. In reality, the person who is truly called the school belle is often not the most beautiful one in the school. Girls like Yanya, who have good looks and are particularly popular in school, are more popular. The so-called cool school beauties don't exist in reality. No matter how good looking you are, if you can't get along well with your classmates, do you still want to be called the school belle? However, Tang Yuza doesn't like girls like Yanya. He has always felt that it is girls' nature to love beauty and there is nothing wrong with them liking to dress up. But makeup and dressing also depends on the occasion. If you are at a formal occasion or on vacation, it is understandable to put on makeup and dress up a little. But we are all high school students. Studying is so tiring, and it would be boring to put on makeup every day. What Tang Yuza remembers most is the day of the sports meet in his first year of high school. That morning, Tang Yuza arrived at the classroom early, but found that many girls had already arrived early, and several of them were putting on makeup. What is the school sports meeting about? Of course, it is a sports competition. It is clearly a school requirement and most people have their own projects to participate in, and these projects will make them sweat, so why do they still have to wear makeup? Isn't it obvious that they are planning to give up? Moreover, these female classmates' makeup skills were not very good to begin with, and they wore heavy makeup, so Tang Yuza couldn't even call out their names. I still remember that Tang Yuza didn't watch his favorite Kamen Rider during those days, because he could see a bunch of Kamen Riders in class, which was comparable to a theatrical version of a suit war. I have a bit of trypophobia. So for him, compared to the school belle Yanya, he likes his younger sister Xiaojinsi more. Her beautiful and delicate face is all natural and additive-free, and her fresh temperament cannot be learned by others. Bah, no, you can't say that, it makes it seem like he has some feelings for his own sister. I'm sorry, squad leader. I have something to do at home today. If you have any questions, please solve them tomorrow. After politely declining, Tang Yuza picked up his school bag and left the classroom. He has never attended evening self-study classes, and the reason is very simple. Tang Yuza's grades have always been the ceiling of Zhengcheng Middle School. After telling his class teacher that he wanted to go home to study, the class teacher readily agreed. Normally, Tang Yuza would start playing Apex after dinner when he got home, and would not go to bed until 12 o'clock. Helping Yanya with the questions did not waste much time, so he was happy to help. But the situation today is different. His mother Lin Hui has passed away, and Xiaojinsi is the only one at home. So Tang Yuza must go back quickly to accompany his sister. So after he left, Yanya was the only one left standing beside his seat, feeling unwilling. In the past, every time Yanya came to ask questions, Tang Yuza would patiently explain them to her and never refused. But today, after someone took intimate photos of Tang Yuza and another girl, he rejected her and left in a hurry. What does this mean? It means that the pig she likes is eating the cabbage from someone else's house. Tang Yuza, on his part, didn't care about Yanya's situation at all and hurried back home. Chapter 10 Future Plans. I'm back. When Tang Yuza opened the door, he saw his sister Xiaojinsi still sitting on the sofa watching Tiga, while his mother Lin Hui, who had nothing to do, was watching a short video on a certain audio platform on the other side. Tang Yuza placed a large bag of snacks he had just bought from the supermarket on the coffee table. It contained potato chips, gummy candies, jellies and Cheetos. Xiaoxi, come and have some snacks. After removing the wrapper of a piece of candy, Tang Yuza brought the candy to Xiaojinsi. No. No thanks. You're welcome. If you don't eat it, I'll force it into your mouth. After 2 days of getting along, Tang Yuza has realized that he must be a little tougher when dealing with Xiaojinsi and not give her any chance to reject your good intentions. However, Tang Yuza originally planned to give the candy to his sister and let her eat it herself, but who knew that Xiaojinsi actually opened her mouth slightly. The look on her face shows that she wants him to feed her. The worst thing is that Lin Hui is now standing next to them, staring at them, with an expression on her face that seems to be saying, "You guys continue, I'll just watch." But there was no way out. He was now in a dilemma and could only slowly move his hand closer to Xiaojinsi's lychee-shaped mouth and gently put the candy in. During this time, his fingers accidentally brushed Xiaojinsi's lips. It can be said that the touch was softer and more tender than the gummy candy in his hand. Is it tasty? Soft and sweet. As long as it tastes good, you can take whatever you want from here. But we'll have dinner soon, so don't eat too much. After saying that, Tang Yuza put down his school bag and prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. Their father Tang Lu used to cook for the family. But since his parents went to work in other places, Tang Yuza also started to master cooking in order to be able to take care of himself. Now, even if his parents take time off to go home during the holidays, Tang Yuza is still responsible for cooking. There is no other way. Who can blame him for being a good cook? Brother, can I help you? No need. Never mind. Then Xiaoxi, you can help me wash the vegetables next to it. Tang Yuza originally didn't intend to ask his sister for help. After all, her injury had not healed yet, but after seeing Xiaojianxi's pleading eyes, he softened his heart. For her now, an environment that is too comfortable would probably make her feel a little uncomfortable. So Tang Yuza found her the easiest job in the kitchen. Having said that, Tang Yuza is already standing in the kitchen, but the system doesn't seem to be issuing any new tasks. In other words, the two simple tasks that appeared before actually have no necessary connection with his location? With this thought in mind, Tang Yuza started to prepare dinner, and Xiaojianxi, who had helped him wash the vegetables, did not leave the kitchen, but watched him from the side. Xiaojianxi often cooks at home, so she can see how good Tang Yuza's cooking skills are now. Whether it is the most basic knife skills, the control of heat, or the stir-frying techniques, he is very sophisticated. Tang Yuza, who put all his energy into the pot, had an expression of concentration between his brows. Coupled with the boy's perfect looks, no girl could remain unmoved by such a scene. Others say that serious boys are the most handsome. Xiaojianxi didn't understand this before, because she had only come into contact with irresponsible fathers and those naughty kids in the village primary school. So, this was the first time for her to see a boy working seriously at such a close distance, and she couldn't help but feel touched. It didn't take long for Tang Yuza to finish today's dinner, which included shredded pork with fish sauce, a plate of green vegetables, and seaweed egg drop soup. Each dish exuded a unique aroma and stimulated the nasal cavity and taste buds. There were only 3 of them having dinner, and it was just this one meal and they wouldn't leave it for the night, so Tang Yuza only prepared 2 dishes and a soup. By the way, Yuza, I have to go back to work the day after tomorrow. After dinner, Lin Hui suddenly brought up this matter. So soon, won't you stay a few more days? Well, I have an early flight tomorrow morning, so I won't be back tomorrow. Really? That can't be helped. Tang Yuza knew that his parents worked in other cities and had a heavy workload, and were usually very busy. Including this time to pick up Xiaojianxi, only Lin Hui could come back, and he could not force her to stay. What about Xiaoxi? But the problem now is that if he has to go to school during the day, he won't be able to take care of Xiaojianxi at home. It shouldn't be a problem for Xiaoxi to look after the house alone during the day. You don't have to go to evening self-study anyway, so you can just go home at night. How about lunch? Xiaoxi can cook for herself. You bought so many ingredients yesterday. You won't be hungry, right? No, I'm afraid Xiaoxi will be too burdened psychologically. She doesn't dare to take food from the refrigerator casually. Besides, she hasn't cooked in our kitchen much. What if something unexpected happens? Lin Hui frowned. Given Xiaojianxi's family's conditions, they would definitely cook with firewood on the stove, unlike the Tang family, which has complete facilities and relies on natural gas for cooking. Even if there is no life-threatening natural gas leak, using new kitchen utensils alone is dangerous enough, such as cutting your hands. If anything went wrong, Xiaojianxi, a girl who had just arrived, would not be able to solve it on her own. Forget it. At worst, I can just come back and cook at noon every day. Jiangcheng Middle School has a 2.5-hour lunch break, and Tang Yuza's home is only 10 minutes away from the school by bus. If he goes home to cook at noon every day, he will still have time. But Mom, even if I try to take as much time as possible to go home every day, I can't let Xiaoxi stay at home for a long time. In order to take care of his sister, Tang Yuza can find ways to make adjustments, but to solve the root of the problem, he still has to find a way to make Xiaojianxi make changes herself. Yes, that's why I told you before that you should help Cici with her homework when you are at home. When her academic performance improves and she gets more used to life here, I will come back and help her with the admission procedures for Jiangcheng Middle School. Although Lin Hui also wanted to stay at home and take care of Xiaojianxi, she had no choice. To maintain the livelihood of their Tang family, it was too difficult to rely solely on her husband Tang Lu's salary. Therefore, the best way at this stage is to let her son live with her, so that the girl's psychological trauma can be slowly healed through long-term interaction. Judging from the situation in the past few days, Tang Yuza can indeed be considered a caring and good brother, so Lin Hui can go back to work. Okay. After emphasizing again what needed to be done, Lin Hui left home with peace of mind. Chapter 11, Teaching My Sister More Knowledge. After Lin Hui left, starting from tonight, only Tang Yuza and Xia Jinxi were left in the Tang family. Xia Jinxi has already watched the entire series of Ultraman Tiga, so the version playing on TV now is the Sharp Vision translated version of Ace Ultraman. In the summer, there is no need to worry about catching a cold. The little girl has already changed her white shirt and plaid skirt into the bunny pajamas that Lin Hui bought for her, but she has not changed out of her white over-the-knee socks. Maybe it's because she would feel insecure going barefoot? But in a sense, the way she dresses is even more dangerous. Trigger daily task: teach Xia Jinxi to study for 2 hours every day until Xia Jinxi can go to school, reward experience points 200. Daily tasks? Just when Ace had brutally split the unicorn Bakshim into two, the system prompt sounded again in Tang Yuza's mind. Before today, all the missions Tang Yuza received were one-time missions, and the mission would end once the reward was received. This was the first time he had received a task from the system that could continuously earn him experience, and there were quite a few of them. If he thought about it carefully, the several easy and rewarding tasks that the system had assigned to him in the past few days had one very obvious thing in common, which was that they were all related to Xia Jinxi. Before Xia Jinxi came, Tang Yuza could only get about 300 experience points from the system every month. But after having this non-blood related sister, he produced as much in just a few days as he had in the previous few months. Moreover, this time the system gave him daily tasks. According to the information, if he tutors his sister, as long as Xia Jinxi doesn't go to school, he can earn 200 stable experience points every day. But as soon as the idea of using this daily task to take advantage of the system came to his mind, Tang Yuza threw the idea out of his mind. Obviously, he is not the kind of person who would use his sister as a tool to gain experience. Compared with the tasks issued by the system, his mission as a brother is more important. Rather, in order to allow his sister to go to school earlier, he has to consume some experience points to strengthen his teaching ability. After all, to be a good teacher, it is definitely not enough to have good results. What you think is a very simple and easy question that can be solved in 2 or 3 attempts may be impossible for others to figure out the solution no matter how hard they try. At this time, how to find the student's problem and how to prescribe the right solution will test the teacher's level. Level up. After finding the teaching ability panel, Tang Yuza silently prayed to upgrade. Congratulations, your teaching ability level +1, the current level is LV1. Congratulations, your teaching ability level +1. Congratulations. Congratulations, your teaching ability level +1, the current level is LV4. Tang Yuza directly upgraded his level 0, which showed that he had no teaching ability at all, to level 4, but he felt that the knowledge reserves in his brain had not increased. In other words, the teaching ability upgraded in the system is not to give him the knowledge needed to take the senior teacher qualification certificate. Instead, he was taught seriously how to teach and educate people. In the system panel, the experience points required to upgrade different skills are not the same. Upgrading the teaching ability from LV0 to LV4 consumed a total of 500 experience points of Tang Yuza. In other words, he only needs to teach his sister for 2.5 days to make his money back. Xiaoxi, starting tomorrow, I can't let you just sit on the sofa and watch TV every day. Suddenly, Tang Yuza, who was sitting at the other end of the sofa, spoke. After hearing what he said, Xia Jinxi lowered her head dejectedly. She had guessed long ago that no one would be nice to another person for no reason. The reason why she could stay in this family now must be because she still had some value to her. Seeing his sister suddenly become depressed, the emotionally intelligent Tang Yuza reacted instantly. This girl might have misunderstood what he meant. Starting tomorrow, I will take time out every day to teach you. It will take at least 2 hours a day. You can watch TV only after you finish learning. Do you understand? So he made his words a little clearer. Ha! My mother and I, Aunt Lin Hui, are planning to send you to Jiangcheng Middle School. Study? Brother Yuza, can you take me to school? When Xia Jinxi heard that she could go to school, she was very shaken, but after being shaken, she became eager. For children in the countryside, going to school is a luxury. Most of the children in their village have never been to school and can only stay at home and do farm work. Xia Jinxi was a little luckier than them because her father thought she was a nuisance at home, so he was willing to pay some tuition to send her to school. Although it was a village school with extremely poor conditions, at least she had books to read. However, her father was only willing to pay for her tuition and was not even willing to pay for her books. Fortunately, the teachers in Xia Jinxi's class are all good people. After learning about her situation, they are willing to let Xia Jinxi use their teaching materials during class. Later, some city teachers came to the countryside to teach and told them what a good school should be like, so Xia Jinxi always dreamed of going to a city school and studied hard. Now that the opportunity is right in front of her, how can she not cherish it? Yes, but if you want to study at Jiangcheng Middle School, your academic performance cannot be too bad. So starting from tomorrow, I will be tutoring you in your studies. Once you can keep up with the pace of study, you can go to school. Of course, Tang Yuza knew in his heart that the prerequisite for sending his sister to school, in addition to meeting the academic standards, was also to heal her psychological trauma through getting along with her. However, there is no need to state the second condition out loud. Okay, I'll study hard. Xia Jinxi's eyes were starry, and her voice of reply was louder than ever before. Well, so starting tomorrow, I will teach you my lessons when I am home. You have to study for at least 2 hours a day before you can continue watching TV. Is that okay? I can. The girl's beautiful big eyes were full of desire for knowledge, and her 2 white silk feet swayed involuntarily, as if she couldn't wait to start. Okay, then the study will start tomorrow night. It seems that the younger sister is different from Tang Yuza himself. She likes to learn, so Tang Yuza will naturally teach her more new knowledge wholeheartedly. But starting tomorrow you will be alone at home. I will be back to cook at noon. Just stay at home and don't run around. Got it? Xia Jinxi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Her innocent and lovely look made Tang Yuza almost unable to resist giving her a pat on the head. Very good, it's getting late, go to bed. Chapter 12 Nightmare. After returning to the room and playing a few more games of Apex, Tang Yuza turned off the lights and went to sleep. With the moonlight coming in from the window, he looked up at the familiar ceiling, his thoughts gradually drifting away. To be honest, Tang Yuza was very happy to suddenly have a lovely sister. After all, his parents could only go home a few times a year. He was the only one in the empty house, so he inevitably felt lonely. He could only enrich his life by playing games every day. I play League of Legends during this period and Apex the next. My days are not boring, but I still feel like something is missing. Now that he has a younger sister in the family, Tang Yuza realized that what he lacked was someone with whom he could communicate without burden. Because he has to play the role of a super academic master and a perfect male god in school, Tang Yuza is never able to completely relax when communicating with teachers and classmates. Although others have a good experience when communicating with him, for Tang Yuza, there is always an invisible wall between them. But after Xia Jinxi came to their house, the situation changed. Tang Yuza no longer needed to be so deliberate with this girl who was as pure as a piece of white paper. More importantly, the thought that there is someone waiting for him at home makes Tang Yuza feel a little more excited every day after school. Although it is still difficult for the sister to communicate normally with others and needs Tang Yuza's care, he does not feel it is troublesome at all and enjoys it. As he looked at the ceiling and thought, sleepiness surged into Tang Yuza's brain and he fell asleep unconsciously. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, it seems that tonight will not be very peaceful. The sound insulation of Tang Yuza's house was quite good, but thanks to his excellent hearing, he still heard the slight shouting coming from the next room. Although his hearing is very good, reaching the level of a super ear, under normal circumstances, as long as there is no loud noise outside, Tang Yuza will not be woken up. But this time, after hearing Xia Jinxi's painful groan, he quickly woke up from his sleep. Without thinking too much, Tang Yuza got up, walked to his sister's room, and gently turned the doorknob. Xia Jinxi's room was previously his parents' room, and the door lock had been removed by Lin Hui because it was too old. So Tang Yuza didn't need to find a way to break the door. He just turned the doorknob and entered the room. I'm sorry, don't hit me. Opening the lock screen of his phone, Tang Yuza saw Xia Jinxi holding the little whale with her eyes closed. At this moment, she was curled up in a ball with a frightened expression, mumbling words like I'm sorry, I was wrong. Judging from the situation, there is no doubt that she was having a nightmare, and the content of the nightmare was most likely about being beaten by her father. Wake up, Xiaoxi. He didn't expect that she would have such a nightmare after having been at the Tang family for a few days. Tang Yuza couldn't bear to see his sister continue to be tortured by the nightmare, so he decided to wake her up and shook her shoulders. After sensing someone nearby, Xia Jinxi opened her eyes, grabbed the pillow and threw it at Tang Yuza's face. Don't come over here, get out. Or I'll kill you. Tang Yuza did not choose to dodge because he knew that a pillow could not cause any harm to him. But when he was hit in the face with a pillow and had to close his eyes, Tang Yuza sensed a strong murderous aura. When he looked closely, he found that Xiaojinxi's pretty face was blurred by tears. She was holding a folding knife in her hand, pointing at him with empty eyes and trembling. Xiao Shi. I'm your brother, Tang Yuza, calm down and put the knife down. I heard you crying outside, so I came in to see you. I really didn't mean any other reason. Put the knife down first and don't hurt yourself, okay? Tang Yuza was not afraid of the folding knife in Xiaojinxi's hand. He was sure that if this broken knife stabbed him, the knife would break first. What Tang Yuza was really afraid of was that Xiaojinxi would hurt herself with a knife in this state. After hearing Tang Yuza's words, the girl's empty eyes regained a little light, and the folding knife fell under the bed after her little hand lost strength. Get out, get out. But she seemed to have not fully recovered yet. She grabbed the quilt and wrapped herself in it, constantly nagging Tang Yuza to leave. Okay, I'll be out right away. Don't get excited. Put the knife away and don't hurt yourself. Seeing that his sister had not recovered yet, Tang Yuza did not dare to stay here any longer and quickly left the room. For safety reasons, when closing the door, he deliberately glanced at the knife on the ground and secretly used his telekinesis to blunt it. After closing Xiaojinxi's door, Tang Yuza returned to his room with a gloomy face. After hearing about what happened to his sister and seeing the scars on her body with his own eyes, Tang Yuza knew that this child must have a serious mental illness. But in the end, he still underestimated Xiaojinxi's worries. How much suffering must such a gentle and kind girl have to go through to hide a knife under her pillow when she sleeps in order to protect herself? I guess I'll have to stay up all night tonight. Even though he noticed the even breathing of his sister next door who had fallen asleep from crying herself tired, Tang Yuza did not dare to fall asleep, for fear that she would do something stupid if he was not paying attention. He picked up a science fiction novel from the bookshelf and read it all night. Chapter 13. What did he do last night? After a sleepless night, Tang Yuza still got up at the usual school time, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and started preparing breakfast. When he was tinkering with it halfway, he heard the sound of a door opening outside, and Tang Yuza knew that his sister had gotten up. Good morning, Xiaoxi. As usual, Tang Yuza smiled gently and said good morning to Xiaojinxi. Good morning, brother. Although Tang Yuza's smile was extremely natural, as if nothing had happened last night, Xiaojinxi still lowered her head guiltily after seeing the faint dark circles at the corners of her brother's eyes. I'm sorry, brother. I was too excited last night. I must have scared you, right? Suddenly, Xiaojinxi bent down and apologized to Tang Yuza. No, it's not true. I was also wrong. I walked into your room without thinking and frightened you. In order to reduce his sister's psychological burden, Tang Yuza tried his best to take the blame on himself. But I didn't expect that I would actually pull out a knife and point it at my brother. Okay, since you didn't mean it, let bygones be bygones. If you really feel sorry for me, stay at home after breakfast and don't run around. What Tang Yuza fears most now is that Xiaojinxi will secretly run away while he is at school, so he takes advantage of her guilt and forbids Xiaojinxi to go out. Okay, thank you, brother. Seeing that Tang Yuza really didn't seem to blame her, Xiaojinxi was very surprised and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After breakfast, Tang Yuza picked up his school bag and prepared to go to school. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded Xiaojinxi not to open the door to strangers when she was alone at home and not to do dangerous things, like an old mother. It was obvious that what Tang Yuza hated most was Lin Hui's reminders to pay attention to this and that before he went out every day. Unexpectedly, as fate would have it, Tang Yuza ended up becoming the person he hated. There was no way. He was really worried about Xiaojinxi's mental state when he was not at home. After returning to school, Tang Yuza couldn't help falling asleep due to the fatigue accumulated last night. What's wrong with classmate Tang Yuza today? He doesn't seem to be in a good state. I don't know. This is also the first time I saw him dozing off in class. And it's my old class. What happened last night? The biggest news in Class 1 of Grade 2 today should be that their excellent academic performer, Tang Yuza, fell asleep during class. Moreover, he used his arms as pillows without any concealment and slept directly on the desk. There was no way, after all, Tang Yuza had been reading science fiction novels all night last night. When he reads science fiction novels, he doesn't do it for fun, but he really uses his current super high IQ to think about the author's imagination and analyze the possibility of happening in reality. Therefore, reading novels all night consumes Tang Yuza's energy much more than playing computer games all night. Well, didn't someone take a picture of Tang Yuza shopping with a school beauty a few days ago? Do you think it's possible? Someone linked Tang Yuza's current situation to the news scandal from 2 days ago and said this weekly. Impossible, Mr. Tang is not that kind of person. That's right, every time there's a rumor like this, it's completely false. How could our Tang Yuza spend the night with a girl? I guess he's just tired from studying late at night. Don't be so evil. Not surprisingly, the student was besieged by the crowd. Ahem, be quiet. Hearing the noises getting louder and louder, the class teacher Foam Gang, who was teaching the class, couldn't help but cough twice to remind the students to pay attention to discipline. As an experienced teacher who can see every little movement while standing on the podium, Teacher Foam certainly knows what these students are focusing on. They are just curious about why Tang Yuza, the #1 academic genius in the class, is not in good shape today. If any other student dared to doze off in his class like this, he would definitely be so angry that he would throw a piece of chalk at him to wake him up, and would also ask him to come to his office after class to explain the situation. But the situation of the student Tang Yuza is a little special. In Jiangqing Middle School, which is full of talented students, this is the first time that a student has appeared who can consistently take the first place in the grade in every exam. Even the principal is optimistic about him and said that with his strength, he is likely to represent their Jiangqing Middle School to challenge the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination in the future, and he must be trained as a priority. In fact, Tang Yuza didn't need his special care. He had always been the one in Class 1 that Foam Gang least worried about. As the head teacher of the rocket class, Foam Gang knows very well that when a student's ability enables him to far surpass the class progress, it is better to practice a few more real college entrance examination questions than to listen to the lectures. Tang Yuza was obviously a student of this level. He usually completed his study tasks very seriously and never did anything to mess him up. If he just wanted to take a break for a class, then let him have a good rest. Moreover, it is truly commendable that a male student like him, with impeccable grades and appearance, can actually remain unaffected by the outside world, work hard and maintain his position. Foam Gang naturally understood that his behavior of throwing chalk at others when he saw them dozing off, but turning a blind eye when he saw Tang Yuza dozing off, might be a bit of double standard. But with such outstanding students, which teacher cannot have double standards? After sleeping for 2 whole classes, Tang Yuza finally regained consciousness. At the end of the get out of class, the class monitor Yang found him. "Student Tang, I just happened to notice that you were not in a good mood during class. I was a little worried. Did something happen?" Now, all the students in the class were thinking about this question, but they couldn't ask it because they couldn't find an opportunity to talk to Tang Yuza. As the class monitor, Yang had no scruples about coming to chat with Tang Yuza in the name of caring about her classmates. "Nothing, I just got so drunk reading a science fiction novel last night that I didn't sleep well." "Is that so? Then you must go to bed early tomorrow." Yang believed that as long as she kept paying attention to Tang Yuza, the male god would one day realize her goodness and accept her feelings. After school at noon, Tang Yuza did not go to the cafeteria to eat as usual, but did not go home immediately. Instead, he walked along the path and came to a hardware store. He decided to buy a door lock and install it in his sister's room. Although the door lock has no effect on him, for Xiaojinsi who doesn't know this, having more locks should give her a greater sense of security. Since Tang Yuza had never been to a hardware store before, he didn't quite understand the prices of door locks, so he was led by the hardware store owner when choosing door locks. In the end, he bought a lock that looked pretty good and was praised highly by the boss, and he spent 350 yuan on it. Tang Yuza felt that he was being ripped off, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was still wearing his school uniform, and other bosses were just ripping off the ignorant students. Besides, his younger sister was waiting for him at home, so Tang Yuza didn't have time to continue negotiating. He simply paid the full price for the door lock in cash, put it in his school bag, and ran towards home at full speed. Chapter 14. She is like a kitten. Tang Yuza took out the key and opened the door. At a glance, he saw his sister Xiaojin sitting obediently on the sofa, following his instructions. After lunch, Tang Yuza took out the door lock from his school bag, glanced at the instruction manual, and started to install it. "Brother, what are you doing?" Seeing Tang Yuza fiddling with something in front of the door, Xiaojinsi couldn't help but ask. "I saw there was no door lock in this room, so I went to the hardware store and bought one." "I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I guess you must have felt uneasy sleeping at night when the door was not locked before. After I install the lock, I'll give you the 3 keys I made. Your room will be safe from now on." Having said this, Tang Yuza completed the last step of installing the anti-theft door lock. After opening and closing it several times, he confirmed that there were no quality issues. Xia Jinsi looked at her brother who was testing the anti-theft door lock, and suddenly felt a warm current flowing into her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Brother, I'm obviously useless. I only eat and watch TV at home every day. I even pointed a knife at you last night. Why are you so nice to me? Finally, she asked the biggest question that had been buried deep in her heart. Because you are my sister. But my brother and I didn't. No blood relationship? That doesn't matter. Ever since the day you came into this family, I have regarded you as my sister and my family. Real? Of course, it's only natural for a brother to love his sister, so of course I have to be nice to you. Tang Yuza naturally made his sister Khan declaration. Although it seemed a bit embarrassing to say these words, it was worth it since it could gain Xia Jinsi's trust. Wow. Don't cry, girls look best when they smile, smile more. Seeing that Xia Jinsi looked like she was about to burst into tears again, Tang Yuza quickly spoke out to comfort her. But the facts proved that the better he treated Xia Jinsi now, the more Xia Jinsi wanted to cry, but this time it was because she was moved. You. Brother. The girl's psychological defenses completely collapsed. She immediately threw herself into Tang Yuza's arms, hugged her brother with both hands, leaned her little head on his chest and burst into tears. My mother passed away when I was 8 years old. After she left, my father drank at home every day. His temper became more and more violent. In the end, he would beat me when he was drunk. Then, slowly, drinking no longer satisfied him, so he started hanging out with some of the most unpleasant guys in the village, became their bad friends, and started gambling. It was fine when he won the bet, but when he lost, he took it out on me. Even though I was his daughter, he showed no mercy. After he spent all his family fortune, he set his sights on me. Several people colluded to sell me to Uncle Lee's family. If it weren't for Aunt Lynn's intervention, I would be. Stop. Don't think about it anymore. While crying, Xia Jinsi told Tang Yuza her experiences intermittently. When she began to think about the worst-case scenario, Tang Yuza quickly interrupted her. There are no ifs in the world. The result is that you were not sold and became my sister. You are living a good life now and will be even better in the future. Tang Yuza reached out and gently patted his sister's back until she stopped sobbing. You've cried like a kitten. Go wash your face. Aren't you shy? Humph, if I'm a small tabby cat, then my brother is a big tabby cat. Hearing Tang Yuza's teasing, Xia Jinsi couldn't help but smile. That's right, my sister looks so beautiful when she smiles, so stop looking so sad all day long. This is the first time Tang Yuza has seen Xia Jinsi smile in all these days. Does this mean that the distance between them is finally starting to get closer? Well, if brother likes it, then I will smile more in the future, hee hee. After saying that, Xia Jinsi rubbed Tang Yuza's chest affectionately, just like a little kitten. You know what, his sister is really like a kitten. She gets angry when a stranger approaches her, but if you can gain her trust, she can be very cute when she acts coquettishly. By the way, Xiaoxi, I'll go find our school's textbooks later. You can take a look at them when you're free this afternoon. Didn't my brother say he would teach me? Why do I have to study on my own now? I have classes in the afternoon. Before I come back, you should familiarize yourself with the textbooks. I will teach you in the evening. After saying this, Tang Yuza prepared to go back to his room to find his textbooks from his freshman year of high school. As soon as the brother and sister separated, Xia Jinsi showed an expression of reluctance to part. If you study hard enough, I will give you some appropriate rewards, but I haven't decided on the reward yet. If you want anything, Xiaoxi, you can tell me directly. No, that's not necessary. Auntie and brother took me into this family and are willing to support my studies. Xiaoxi is already very satisfied. Xia Jinsi now only feels grateful. Whether it was lying on the sofa watching Ultraman or going to school in the city, these were things she had never dared to dream of before. Xia Jinsi is a girl who knows how to be content, and she no longer wants to ask for better. Alright then. Although Xia Jinsi said that she didn't want to ask for more, Tang Yuza would still find a way to reward her when the time comes. There's nothing he can do about it, since his sister is both obedient and pretty. It was really hard for Tang Yuza to control himself from pampering her. Chapter 15 Spare Key. After finishing another afternoon of classes, Tang Yuza returned home and started cooking dinner. During this time, Xia Jinsi also came to the kitchen. I want to learn how to cook so that I can cook for my brother myself in the future. Is that okay? Of course, that's still the old rules. Xiaoxi, help me wash the vegetables first. Some people may be curious why Tang Yuza had to continue cooking in the evening after having already cooked at noon. Let me reiterate here that Tang Yuza had made up his mind before that he must make sure his sister has a good appetite at every meal so that she can get rid of the dangerous weight as soon as possible. Although the food cooked at noon will not go bad if left over until the afternoon, he still wants his sister to eat fresh food for every meal, so Tang Yuza now cooks twice a day. While he was making dinner, Xia Jinxi was observing Tang Yuza's movements attentively, and asked directly when she didn't understand something. He was also very patient in telling his sister every detail of how to make a modern kitchen. Every time you finish using natural gas, you must turn it off immediately. Otherwise, if there is a leak, the harmful gas will have an impact on human health and may explode if it comes into contact with a flame. You must remember this. Yeah, okay. Xia Jinxi nodded and remembered every word of her brother. After preparing one meat dish and one vegetable dish, the brother and sister sat at the table together. Xia Jinxi's mouth is not big, and when eating, she only picks up a small piece of rice each time and feeds it to her rosy little mouth. It was only when Tang Yuza cooked for her for the first time that the girl ate voraciously because she was so hungry. Normally, Xia Jinxi looks very elegant when eating. Of course, no matter which dining posture she adopts, as long as Xia Jinxi is doing it, Tang Yuza will feel indescribably cute. All I can say is that if a person is good looking, their beauty is hard to be destroyed. Xiaoxi, did you read the book I left for you this afternoon? I have. How do you feel about it compared to the textbooks used in your village primary school? I checked and found that our school and my brother used the same set of textbooks. When Xia Jinxi was looking through the books her brother gave her in the afternoon, she was surprised to find that the textbooks were exactly the same as those used in their village primary school. The textbooks are all the same? That's easy. Tang Yuza had always thought that the village primary school where Xia Jinxi lived and the school here probably didn't use the same set of textbooks. If the textbooks are different, the content and difficulty of their learning will naturally be different. For Xia Jinxi, many places are knowledge points that she has never seen before, so learning is like starting over. But with the same teaching materials, things are much easier. If my sister has a foundation, he can skip the troublesome step of teaching the knowledge points one by one and directly fast forward to applying the knowledge points to do the questions. With his level 4 teaching ability, Tang Yuza is confident that he can teach Xia Jinxi to the level where she can study at Jiangqing Middle School in just half a month. After dinner, Tang Yuza took all the textbooks to the living room. In fact, if they want to teach, the most comfortable place should be their room. After all, they have desks in their rooms. Compared to the desk, which was of just the right height, the coffee table in the living room seemed a little short. But after yesterday's lesson, Tang Yuza now dared neither enter his sister's room nor bring her to his own room. Xiaoxi, how were your grades when you were studying there? Before starting teaching, Tang Yuza had to find out how much Xia Jinxi knew, so that he could develop a teaching plan based on his sister's level. In the school over there, I have always been the top student in the school, but most of the students over here are just messing around in school. I feel it's hard to say. As far as Xia Jinxi knows, there are only 2 or 3 people in their village who can be admitted to undergraduate universities every year, and their family conditions may not necessarily allow them to go to university. So even though Xia Jinxi could easily get first place in the exam, she was still self-conscious. After all, your competitors in the college entrance examination are not those naughty kids in the village who have long given up studying, but the thousands of students who have studied hard. Well, then, please finish these exercises first. Write boldly and don't be afraid of making mistakes. If you come across something you don't know, just skip it. I won't tell you anything. After selecting some representative questions from each of the 6 science subjects, Tang Yuza handed the workbook to his sister. The exercises in the school's exercise books were usually assigned by teachers as homework. Questions of this difficulty were no longer of any help to Tang Yuza. This pile of almost new exercise books can be given to my younger sister Xia Jinxi to practice with. After defining the scope of the questions for Xia Jinxi, Tang Yuza moved a little further away so as not to disturb his sister while she was doing her homework. So beautiful. The girl was doing the test questions attentively. The goose yellow light from the living room fell on her test paper, making Tang Yuza fascinated. From this angle, he could see the girl's profile in full view. Her long eyelashes and small nose bridge all looked very delicate under the light. When she encountered a question she couldn't answer, the girl pouted and frowned slightly to think. Once she had an idea, her eyes brightened and she waved her pen happily. There is a saying that serious boys are the most handsome, and Tang Yuza believes that the same is true for girls. When people are doing something seriously, they usually show their best side. It's done. 2 hours later, Xiaojinsi came over and handed the exercise book to Tang Yuza. Well, let me see. There is no need to look up the answer key. Tang Yuza can tell whether the answer is right or wrong just by scanning the question once. Then he discovered that Xiaojinsi could only answer 1/4 of the questions he assigned. I'm sorry, brother. I really can't do these questions. Seeing that Tang Yuza's expression seemed a little solemn, Xiaojinsi hung her head in disappointment. No need to apologize. As long as we can find the problem, we will be successful today. Tang Yuza stretched out his hand, putting himself in the role of a teacher, and subconsciously reached out and touched Xiaojinsi's little head. After touching it, he realized that his behavior seemed a bit hasty and quickly pulled his hand back. Brother wants to touch Xiaoxi's head. Just touch it directly from now on. Xiaoxi won't mind. However, what Tang Yuza did not expect was that Xiaojinsi not only did not reject his touching her head, but she even liked the feeling a little. Ahem, take a closer look at the test paper. Which questions did you get wrong because of carelessness? Which questions did you not know how to answer? Then I'll see how to teach you. Tang Yuza quickly coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and decided to end today's teaching session. By the way, brother, there is something I want to give you. What? That's it. Xiaojinsi clenched her fists tightly, causing Tang Yuza to be unsure of what his sister wanted to give him at first. Then, Xiaojinsi placed something made of iron in his palm and ran back to the girl's room with a blushing face. Tang Yuza opened his palm and found that what his sister handed him was actually the room key he had just made at noon. What does this mean? Chapter 16, The Dog Licker is really awesome. Xiao Shi, believe in brother. After leaving these words, Xiaojinsi closed the door. Tang Yuza put the key into his pocket with a wry smile. Under normal circumstances, when a girl gives her room key to another boy, she is undoubtedly hinting him to come to my room tonight. As for what will happen after you go there, that goes without saying. However, when his sister gave him the spare key, it definitely wasn't that kind of intention. Xiaojinsi just wanted to tell him that she now had absolute trust in Tang Yuza and believed that he would not do anything beastly. After knowing what his sister meant, Tang Yuza returned to the room excitedly. Because he was so excited that he couldn't sleep, he immediately turned on his computer and started League of Legends to calm his overjoyed mood. As expected, his teammates in this crappy game would never let him down. After losing 3 consecutive matches in the rankings, he couldn't stand it anymore and went to sleep. One night passed. The next morning, Tang Yuza got up early at the urging of the alarm clock, washed up, and prepared breakfast. Xiao Shi, get up and have breakfast. Although he had already won her trust and also wanted to see his sister's sleeping face, Tang Yuza still did not choose to go into the room directly to wake Xiaojinsi up, but just knocked on the door outside. Yeah, okay. Xiaojinsi responded dazedly. To his surprise, this time his sister opened the door without wasting any time. She had not yet changed into the JK outfit that Lin Hui had bought for her, and was still wearing the bunny pajamas. Because she hadn't made any preparations, Xiaojinsi's hair was a little messy, and she wasn't even wearing her pajamas properly, exposing a large area of her snow-white skin. Even so, the girl didn't care and rubbed her sleepy eyes lazily. Tang Yuza was feasting his eyes on this blood-stirring scene early in the morning. No, even if I let go of my prejudice against him, he still looks too defenseless. Xiaoxi, go to the bathroom and get ready, then come and have breakfast. I don't know if my sister was dazed because of sleep or if she really didn't care about her current appearance, so Tang Yuza didn't dare to lend a hand to help her and could only pretend that he didn't care either. It was not until Xiaojinsi came out of the bathroom and sat at the dining table that she put on her pajamas. A blush appeared on her pretty little face, and she looked evasive, not daring to look at Tang Yuza. Sure enough, this little girl just forgot. But if you think about it carefully, if it was during the first few days when Xiaojinsi came, she would definitely not make this mistake and would dress warmly every day when she got up. But this morning, my sister made such a big mistake because she was too relaxed. It seems that she finally recognizes this place as her real home. After returning to school, Tang Yuza spent the whole day studying a special teaching plan for Xiaojinsi, thinking about which questions to start with and how to teach in order to help his sister improve the fastest and best. It can be said that he was not so serious when he was studying himself. At noon, just like yesterday, I went home to cook and then reminded my sister to memorize more knowledge points. The first class in the afternoon was physical education. As usual, the teacher led the class to run 2 laps around the playground and then dismissed them for free activities. Brothers A, do you want to play ball? After the group disbanded, a boy who was only 1.7 meters tall but had very strong muscles came with a basketball and invited Tang Yuza. Tang Yuza is very popular both inside and outside the class, among boys and girls. After all, he is a recognized school idol and is good at getting along with others. It can be said that, except for some people who have only heard of his reputation as the school idol but have never met him and become jealous, no one would hate a perfect and approachable person. Although none of these people are close enough to be called brothers, basically whenever there is an event, someone will invite him. Okay. In Tang Yuza's physical education class, he usually plays basketball and football with the boys in the class. After all, playing sports can help you build friendships quickly. Therefore, the boys in Class 1 have always been envious of Tang Yuza, the almighty male god, but not jealous. Wait, that nerd named Tang Yuza over there, do you dare to fight with me? While Class 1 was happily discussing the division into teams, a man with a flat-headed nose and pockmarked forehead, who looked quite fierce, ran to the basketball court that they had occupied earlier. Behind him, there were a few boys who looked quite strong. Some of them were wearing school uniforms, while others were wearing jerseys with the number XX written on them. They should be from the same class. Unfortunately, Tang Yuza never watches basketball games. Apart from the purple and gold number 24, which he knew at first glance was a Jazz jersey, he had no idea whether the jerseys others wore were NBA or CBA jerseys. Do we know each other? Tang Yuza was confused as he looked at the uninvited guest who was looking for trouble with him by name. I'm Wang Hao, Class 7, Grade 2. I heard that you rejected Lu Shishir's confession last week. Do you still remember? Is there? Now Tang Yuza was even more confused. With the ability to retrieve memories, there was nothing he couldn't remember. As long as he wanted, he could remember what he saw when he was just born, not to mention what happened last week. But Tang Yuza clearly remembered that he had a rare quiet time last week and no girl confessed to him. Where did this Lu Shishir come from? It's all your fault. Ever since Shishir sent you a love letter last week, you've been absent-minded every day. Wang Hao accused Tang Yuza angrily. Oh, a love letter. I didn't read it. That's okay. There may not be people who confess their love to someone face-to-face every week, but Tang Yuza has received a lot of love letters, about 2 or 3 every week. By the way, Tang Yuza's highest single-day receipt record was during last year's school anniversary. The number of love letters he received that day exceeded double digits, and his drawers were piled up. The first thing he did when he came to school every morning was to check his drawer to see if there were any love letters. If there were, he would put them in his school bag and throw them away after school. For those who come to him directly to confess their love in person, Tang Yuza will try his best to take her feelings into consideration and reject her without giving her any more expectations. But if he has to respond to love letters one by one, won't he be exhausted to death sooner or later? You are a scumbag who doesn't take girls' feelings seriously. Do you dare to play a ball game with our class? This class. Wang Hao stared at Tang Yuza with murderous eyes, while the latter looked at the basketball in his hand with a cold expression. Why should I compete with you? What good will it do me? If what Wang Hao said before was true, then Tang Yuza really didn't need to pay attention to him. If you don't have the ability to win the heart of the girl you like, you will only take advantage of the girls being dumped and retaliate against the boy who dumped her to show your presence. Tang Yuza generally regards people like Wang Hao as self-satisfied lickers. The girl you want to pursue likes another boy, but instead of confronting the girl, you go looking for trouble with the boy. A turtle man without self-awareness is so scary. Which class wins the next basketball game will have priority to occupy the basketball court for a whole semester during physical education class. How do you think? Wang Hao proposed this to Tang Yuza, and the people behind him had no objection. Obviously they had discussed it before coming. Trigger mission, agree to Wang Hao and win the basketball game, reward experience points plus 30. Just when Tang Yuza was about to refuse, the system panel suddenly appeared, and he hesitated again. Tang Yuza wanted to do this task. After all, winning a basketball game was not difficult for him. Although the experience points are small, a mosquito is still meat. However, he couldn't agree on behalf of all the boys in the class. So, Tang Yuza turned around and looked at the other boys in the class. Lu Lin and other boys from Class 1 who were standing behind Tang Yuza nodded at him. There are only 6 basketball courts in their school playground. There are 4 classes in a physical education class if no class is absent. On average, each class cannot even get 2 basketball courts, so there will occasionally be some minor frictions between classes over the venue. It would be great if we could take this opportunity to get everyone in Class 7 to leave. Okay, I got it. Chapter 17, I told you not to play basketball with gods. Having said that, the tasks and rewards given by the system this time have returned to normal levels. Sure enough, it will only win the jackpot when it involves Xia Jinsi? To be honest, ever since Tang Yuza was able to gain a large amount of experience points from his sister, he felt that the other tasks were a bit lame. But no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Besides, he has been through this before. He would be a bastard if he didn't profit from his experience. Student Tang, do you really want to play a game with the people from Class 7? That Wang Hao across the street seems to be our school's special basketball recruit, right? He's still a small forward for the school team. More than that. As far as I know, there are 3 players on the opposite basketball team, which is equivalent to half of the school team. Isn't it bullying for such people to challenge our Class 1 to a competition? After seeing this scene, several of Tang Yuza's little fans in Class 1 chattered about it. Jiangcheng Middle School is the best high school in the city. In addition to having top academic performance, the athletes they recruit are also top-notch. Just talking about the school basketball team, Jiangcheng Middle School achieved an excellent result of being among the top 4 in the province last year, and Wang Hao, as a main player, has many skills. Although Tang Yuza is considered by everyone to be an outstanding student in both sports. But it's still too difficult to compete in basketball with the small forward of the school basketball team, right? The news that Class 1 and Class 7 of Grade 2 had arranged a basketball game spread quickly throughout the playground, and even 2 classes of Grade 10 who were taking the same physical education class came to watch. Don't ask why there are no senior classes, this is another tragedy. Senior Wang Hao, come on. Beat up that self-righteous school hunk. Dunk. Dunk hard. The team stance of the first-year high school students is quite obvious. With both sides having school celebrities, the boys were cheering for Wang Hao because they were unhappy with Tang Yuza's title of school hunk. Most of the girls don't even understand the rules of basketball, they just want to see the handsome boys. They were relatively reserved before the game started and did not directly shout their support for one side or the other, but after they noticed Tang Yuza's looks, they all cheered for him in their hearts. Because people from all classes were watching the game, the physical education teachers also came to join in the fun. Finally, a physical education teacher from the first year of high school served as the referee to ensure the fairness of the competition. It's impossible to complete the whole game in one physical education class. How can we decide the winner? Tang Yuza directly handed over the power to set the rules to Wang Hao, always with a confident smile on his face. How about we see who gets 20 points first? Okay. After agreeing on the winning conditions, the basketball game between Class 1 and Class 7 began. Brother Tang, do you have any tactics? No, just pass the ball to me. Okay, I'll do as you say. For Class 1 of Grade 12, playing basketball during their physical education classes is at most just a casual way to kill time. When dividing into teams, they can also separate a few players who are good at playing to balance the strength of both sides. Although the 5 players present now are the best in basketball in Class 1, there is no coordination at all. Just be reckless and it will be over. Kick off. With a whistle, a high school physical education teacher threw the ball into the air. Tang Yuza jumped high and took control of the first ball. And Wang Hao, he didn't move at all. He just stood there and watched Tang Yuza's team pass the ball back and forth. Finally, when the ball came to Tang Yuza, it blocked in front of him. 1v1. It's obvious that Wang Hao is in conflict with Tang Yuza. After Tang Yuza got the ball, Wang Hao rammed into Tang Yuza like an armored vehicle. It looked more like he wanted to knock Tang Yuza down rather than intercept him. However, although Tang Yuza does not look as strong as Wang Hao and his muscles are not obvious, with the support of the system, his physical fitness has long surpassed Wang Hao. He didn't feel any pressure at all. Facing Wang Hao's defiance, he continued to dribble the ball steadily without moving even a centimeter. Bye. The deadlock was broken as Tang Yuza grinned. He suddenly started to speed up, and his strange and fast dribbling movements dazzled Wang Hao. Then with a smooth flash, Tang Yuza easily crossed the mountain in front of him. Normal people use 1 or 2 fake moves to divert the attention of the person in front of them when they dribble past the opponent. This guy, among a bunch of fake moves, there is only one real one. Stop him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Hao shouted quickly, and his teammates also reacted quickly, immediately changing their formation to block Tang Yuza. Generally speaking, when so many people are marking a player at the same time, the best option for this player is naturally to pass the ball. However, Tang Yuza now just wants to teach this bootlicker a lesson and let him know that there are always people better than you. Even though 2 of his 4 teammates were not being guarded, he still chose to rush to the basket alone. After a brilliant run of passing 3 players in a row, Tang Yuza went around the net, jumped up, and made a powerful slam dunk. Come on, Senior Tang Yuza. So cool. I thought the opposing school team was so strong, but it turns out they are just a bunch of big idiots. 3 people defending 1 person and still getting killed. Do you know how to play? After watching Tang Yuza's series of actions, many freshmen who had never seen him before were instantly attracted to him. Continue. Hearing people outside the venue shouting Tang Yuza's name, Wang Hao gritted his teeth in anger. Oh my god, is this still human speed? Did I see an afterimage? Boy, I don't think I'll be happy without him in the NBA playoffs. I've only seen this kind of monster in Kuriko's basketball. The basketball game has completely become Tang Yuza's personal show. No matter which side has the ball, the basketball will eventually fall into Tang Yuza's hands and be thrown into the basket of Class 7, Grade 2. Stop him even if it's a foul. It's better to just knock him out. Seeing that Tang Yuza's scoring was becoming unstoppable, several players from Class 7 of Grade 2 began to use foul tactics. He pretended to snatch the ball from Tang Yuza, but in fact every move was aimed at Tang Yuza's body. Especially the guy wearing the purple and gold number 24 jersey, his elbow was really fierce. However, even though they intensified their movements, Tang Yuza was still able to perfectly avoid their attacks and continue to score by dribbling past them. Why can't I hit him no matter how hard I try? Is this guy really human? The students in Class 7 of Grade 2 had become somewhat numb when watching Tang Yuza dunking on the backboard. 19:7. Tang Yuza was only 1 point away from ending the game. Unknowingly, the goal of Class 7 of Grade 2 is changed from winning the game to not having their heads shaved bald as a success. Now, the ball was in Tang Yuza's hands, so the 5 students from Class 7 of Grade 2 all retreated to their own half, staring at him closely. It's over. Tang Yuza couldn't help but find it funny to see the students in Class 7 of Grade 2 defending their own half like turtles. There was no need for him to break into the opponent's half of the court. He simply made a shooting gesture with his right hand, threw the ball casually, and then turned around. Behind him, the basketball drew a beautiful parabola in the sky and steadily passed through the basket of Class 7, Grade 12. Fuck, one-handed half-court three-pointer? Chapter 18, The Poor Sister-Controlled World. Teacher Lee, is this a student from your class? Yes. Such a good talent, why don't you recruit him to join the basketball team? How did I know this guy was so powerful? Mr. Lee, who teaches physical education to Class 1, was dumbfounded. You know, these physical education teachers will also watch the students' free activities when they have nothing to do. This guy named Tang Yuza was elected as the school's most handsome boy, so Teacher Lee had some impression of him. He remembered that although this young man could play basketball, he wasn't that good. Besides, Zhangcheng High School's basketball team has always been selected from special sports recruits. Who would have thought that a basketball expert could emerge from Class 1, which is open only to the best students in the school? Senior Yuza, you were so handsome just now. I thought that Wang Hao was so strong. I was beaten by my male god, hee. The game ended and the students cheered. On the other side of the playground, Yanya returned to the audience seats carrying 2 bottles of mineral water. She was a smart girl. While everyone was still watching Tang Yuza's game, Yanya sneaked into the store and bought the 2 bottles of Longfu Sanquan. In this way, when the game is over, she can hand Tang Yuza a bottle of mineral water when he is most thirsty. Tang Tong. Student Tang Yuza, if you don't mind, take this and drink it. Just as Yanya was about to step forward to hand Tang Yuza some water, another girl holding a thermos cup took the initiative to interrupt her spell. Mine too. If Tamazawa Senpai doesn't mind. Use mine. Mine too. The basketball game was over, but another extra game quietly began. It turns out that Yanya is not the only one who wants to take advantage of the opportunity to be clever and gain favor. Moreover, these girls who surrounded Tang Yuza before her were even bolder than her and directly used the thermos cups they used to drink water during physical education class. If this is acceptable, wouldn't it be equivalent to an indirect kiss? That. Faced with a group of girls from both inside and outside the class, Tang Yuza couldn't help but feel troubled. He knew very well that these girls who were chasing him as if he were a star were already a little crazy, and if he accepted the thermos cup from any of them, the balance would be broken. Hey! Brother Tang, take it. At this moment, a brand new bottle of mineral water flew over from the sky, and Tang Yuza was quick-eyed and quick-handed, catching it accurately. Thank you, everyone, but I already have something to drink. Without saying a word, Tang Yuza unscrewed the bottle cap and drank half of it in one gulp. His little fans quickly dispersed when they saw that he already had water to drink. Thank you. It's no wonder that the person who could throw a water bottle to Tang Yuza in the crowd so confidently and believed that he would be able to catch it was naturally his teammate Lu Lin. You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you. Lu Lin smiled at Tang Yuza. Thank me? Did I do anything? Yes, thank you for beating up Wang Hao and helping my sister get rid of the pests. Your sister? Tang Yuza thought about it for a moment. Your sister is it the Lu Shishir that Wang Hao just mentioned? He suddenly remembered that the reason Wang Hao wanted to find him was to show off his abilities in front of a girl named Lu Shishir. However, Lu is not a niche surname after all, so Tang Yuza didn't think about it that way at all. Yes, my sister, she is 1.5 years younger than me. Her grades are not that good. She is now studying in the ordinary class of Jiangcheng High School. Although Lu Lin said that his sister's grades were not good, she was only at the bottom of the class in Jiangcheng Middle School. In fact, when she was admitted to Jiangcheng Middle School based on her own strength, she was already better than at least 95% of the students in the city. Forehead. Hearing Lu Lin suddenly say that Lu Shishir was his sister, Tang Yuza touched his nose awkwardly. If what Wang Hao said was true, then that means Lu Lin's sister handed him a love letter, but Tang Yuza threw it away without even reading it? Although this doesn't seem to be his fault, it is indeed a heinous crime. Can I ask you one more favor? You tell me. My sister saw that you hadn't responded to her, so it seems that she planned to come to you in person today to confess her feelings. I won't accept that, no matter what. When Tang Yuza heard from Lu Lin that Lu Shishir was going to confess her feelings to him face to face, he quickly firmed up his stance. No matter whether this guy intends to force him to accept it or ask Tang Yuza to pretend to be his sister's boyfriend first, he will not agree. Tang Yuza has a more traditional view on love. If he is not sure that the other person is the right one for him, he will not date a girl casually. Therefore, many times when girls have a good impression of him, Tang Yuza would tell them not to have any expectations. After all, casually accepting the confession of someone you don't like is irresponsible to both parties. I know. I just want to tell you that my sister really likes you and often asks me about you. So, take it easy when you reject me later, don't be too harsh. Of course, this is on the premise that she still has hope. Lu Lin knew very well that Tang Yuza was a very outstanding guy. His only shortcoming is that he is too outstanding, which makes him too popular and makes it difficult for him to accept other people's kindness. As a brother, he doesn't want his sister to hold on to a relationship that will never have any result for a long time, but he also doesn't want her to get hurt, so he has no choice but to ask Tang Yuza for help. No problem. I didn't expect that this guy cared about his sister so much that he would come to remind me. Alas, how pitiful are the brothers in the world. Chapter 19, Feeling of Loss. I'm sorry, but I can't date you. No, I think you're pretty good. If a pretty schoolgirl like you confesses to you, most people would definitely agree without a second thought. However, I am not in the mood for a relationship right now. After all, it is not easy to maintain the top position in the grade. Please understand. After school, Tang Yuza was indeed invited by a short-haired girl to the gymnasium to confess his love to her. The girl he is rejecting now is Lu Lin's sister Lu Shishir. Is that so? Well, I'm sorry for wasting your time. Lu Shishir had long expected that her confession would be rejected, so she thought that she would not be too sad even if it failed. But in fact, she now felt like something was blocking her heart, and she just wanted to escape from here quickly and find a place where she could suffer to her heart's content. It's okay. I'm already very happy that you have the courage to confess to me. Having promised Lu Lin to take care of Lu Shishir's feelings, Tang Yuza also tried his best to praise her strengths. Some people may think that using studying as an excuse to reject someone's love is a formulaic excuse, so it will make the other person feel even more inferior. But this excuse was just right for Tang Yuza. After all, he was the undisputed top student in the grade, and it would be convincing if he said that he was obsessed with studying. Why? After rejecting the confession of his classmate's sister, Tang Yuza felt unhappy when he thought of Lu Shishir's expression, which looked like she was about to collapse at any time. Fortunately, Lu Lin knew that his sister would be rejected by him, so when Lu Shishir returned home, at least she would have a good brother who would comfort her. Then again, Tang Yuza is now also a big brother. If Xia Jinxi encounters the same situation, he depend on. Tang Yuza didn't know what was wrong with him, and suddenly he punched the maple tree next to him with all his strength. He blasted a hole in a maple tree that was in its prime. Thinking about the scene of his sister crying because of another bad boy, Tang Yuza suddenly became furious and found it difficult to control his emotions. After throwing this punch, he realized that he had lost his composure. No, I have to cheer up. Patting his handsome face, Tang Yuza glanced at the big tree he attacked and felt extremely regretful. For an ordinary person, it is normal to lose composure. But for some reason, he couldn't calm down when he thought about which boy his sister Xia Jinxi might fall in love with in the future. Go home and don't think about things that don't exist. Tang Yuza restored the maple tree that he had just pierced. In any case, my sister is still unable to go to school, so it is too early to think about love now. Of course, Xia Jinxi is so beautiful, she will definitely have a lot of suitors when she arrives at school. Tang Yuza decided that he must educate his sister again when he got home and not let her be deceived by those brats from high school. I'm back. Brother, welcome back. After hearing that Tang Yuza had returned, Xia Jinxi immediately stepped forward to greet him. After revealing her true feelings, Xia Jinxi became much more lively than before. Every time Tang Yuza came home, she would trot to the entrance and give him a healing smile. Usually at this time, Tang Yuza would touch her little head, hand the school bag to Xia Jinxi and ask her to help put it away, and then he would go directly to the kitchen to cook. However, when he returned home today, Tang Yuza did not reward her with a pat on the head. Instead, he walked into the living room, threw his school bag on the sofa, and ran to cook listlessly. Because she had always relied on her father's expression when she grew up, Xia Jinxi learned to read people's expressions when she was still young. She could feel that her brother was in a bad mood and had obviously encountered some unpleasant things. She has been wondering these past few days, how could such a perfect man like her brother still need her help? It must be her mission as a sister to make her brother who was in a state of loss happy. After Tang Yuza prepared dinner, the brother and sister came to the dining table. If it was a normal dinner time, he would definitely think of topics to talk to Xia Jinxi, but today the dinner ended in silence. In the evening, Tang Yuza sat on the sofa and watched TV with his sister as usual. Brother, what happened at school today? On TV, Ultraman Liu Fengyuan was still being chased by the old Captain Zhu Xingtuan in a jeep, and Xia Jinxi suddenly spoke. Why do you ask? It seems like my brother is in a bad mood. Xia Jinxi stood up, walked to Tang Yuza, and under his surprised gaze, gently sat on his lap. Shall she? Tang Yuza was very puzzled by his sister's bold behavior. Well, I don't know why, but I feel like if Xiaoxi does this, my brother will feel better. Xia Jinxi held Tang Yuza's big hand with her small hand, allowing him to hug her. Let's not do that. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. No, just stay like this tonight. What Tang Yuza didn't expect was that Xia Jinxi actually didn't listen to him today. She sat in his arms with a tough attitude and twisted her little but arrogantly. It was obvious that no matter what Tang Yuza said before, my sister was always obedient. Has he been pampering her a little too much lately? I feel that if this continues, my sister will sooner or later become rebellious because of his spoiling. Well, let's watch TV. But it is undeniable that holding a little beauty in your arms and watching Ultraman on TV, is there anything more exciting for a otaku than this? That's it, in this state, it's a bit of a test of concentration. 2 weeks passed quickly. That's amazing. During this week, thanks to Tang Yuza's careful teaching, Xia Jinxi's grades have improved significantly. To be honest, Tang Yuza was a little surprised by his sister's speed of progress. He estimated that it would take at least a month for his sister to reach a level where she could study in their school. But the result was that after Tang Yuza tested Xia Jinxi today, he found that his sister had already reached that level. All he could say was that Xia Jinxi's talent was much better than he had imagined. The students are good students and the teachers are even better teachers, so how can the progress not be fast? It's such a pity. I rarely get a daily task that can give me 200 experience points for free, but I only earned it for 2 weeks and it's about to end. Hello, Mom. What's wrong, son? With Xiaoxi's current grades, she should have no problem attending Jiangqing Middle School. When will you come back to complete the admission procedures for her? So fast? Well, her basics are not bad to begin with. I'll teach her a little bit and she'll be able to do it. Moreover, the careful Tang Yuza also discovered that his sister's progress in watching Ultraman has slowed down a lot recently. In the past, she could watch 20 episodes a day and finish an entire Ultraman series in 3 days. However, when Tang Yuza watched TV with Xiaojinsi every night this week, he noticed that his sister had only watched less than 5 episodes during the day. In other words, his sister had worked hard in places where he couldn't see. Okay, your dad and I have 5 days off next week for the National Day holiday, so we'll make arrangements then. National Day is only 5 days long? No way, it's like this now. Lin Hui was also helpless. She had originally thought that the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival would give her 8 days off, so that she and Tang Lu could go home and spend more time with their children. However, the unit directly announced that they would only have 5 days off for the National Day, and there would be no time to perform. All right. Once again realizing how hard their parents worked to make money, Tang Yuza and Lin Hui agreed to help Xiaojinsi get enrolled in school during their holidays. Xiaoxi, I just made an agreement with your aunt Lin Hui that you can go to Jiangcheng Middle School after the National Day holiday. Really? Can I go to school with my brother? A class? This won't work. Why? Because my brother is now a student in Class 1. Class 1 is the school's rocket class for those seeking to enter prestigious schools. Only the best students can get in. It seems that my sister has always thought that when she enters Jiangcheng Middle School, she can be in the same class with him. So, that means, as long as I work harder and get better grades, I'll have a chance to be in the same class with my brother? Xiaojinsi's eyes lit up. In theory, yes. At first, Tang Yuza never considered the possibility of Xiaojinsi coming to their Class 1, but after studying for a few days, he had great confidence in his sister's talent. Great! From today on, Xiaoxi's goal will be changed from studying at Jiangcheng Middle School to being in the same class with her brother. After hearing that she still had a chance, Xiaojinsi happily hummed a little tune that Tang Yuza had never heard before. By the way, if my sister wants to join Class 1, does that mean she still needs her own tutoring? Yes, at least before National Day, Tang Yuza can continue to gain free experience. However, is it really okay for brothers and sisters to be in the same class? A bit of a foreboding feeling. Chapter 20. Go out and exercise. Xiaoxi, let's go out and move around. Tang Yuza suggested early in the morning on the weekend. Take your sister out for exercise, and get plus 500 experience points. Tang Yuza got up early today as well. After having Xiaojinsi, he still played computer games, but compared to staying up all night on weekends, he had restrained himself a lot. When he was halfway through brushing his tooth, he received a task assigned by the system. And once again, I was convinced that this broken system would only give generous rewards when it was related to my sister. What on earth does this broken system want to do? Since the day he got the system, Tang Yuza has been wondering why the system chose him, but there is still no answer until now. After all, this broken system was just like an NPC in a game when assigning tasks. It would never answer his questions and would always just have a cold panel. This seemingly completely formulaic system seems to be particularly concerned about Xiaojinsi. What does this mean? Could it be that there is some kind of power hidden in his sister that will come in handy when the world changes drastically in the future? It is not impossible, but as her brother, Tang Yuza does not want Xiaojinsi to be involved in some dangerous incident. However, the above views are just Tang Yuza's blind guesses. After all, the system only gives more rewards and tasks related to Xiaojinsi. If he thinks too much, he will just be worrying about nothing. Maybe this broken system is simply a sister complex? Just kidding. Even if some huge changes happened in the world by then, Tang Yuza would try his best to prevent Xiaojinsi from getting involved in any disputes. To use a popular internet meme, it doesn't matter, he will take action. In short, his primary goal now is to complete the task at hand. Take your sister out for exercise, it seems like it's necessary. During the days when he was in school, there were only 2 things Xiaojinsi needed to do all day long: watching TV and studying. It's not that doing these things is bad, and Tang Yuza is worried about his sister going out alone, but it's not good to let her stay at home alone every day without breathing fresh air. Okay, where are we going? There are several ping pong tables downstairs in our community. Do you know how to play ping pong? A little. Do you want to go downstairs and play with your brother? Xiaojinsi pressed her index finger against her delicate lips with an expression that said, "I'm thinking." This is exactly the effect Tang Yuza wants. He hopes that his sister can think independently before making a decision. But I'm not very good at table tennis. Wouldn't it be boring for my brother to play with me? Of course not. The most important thing about sports is participation. Tang Yuza coaxed. Besides, if Xiaoxi wants to become stronger, I can also teach you how to play table tennis. By the way, Tang Yuza's table tennis skills are also pretty good. Although he doesn't have the same cheat level performance as in basketball, he has also started from the provincial team level. Moreover, the provincial team he was referring to was the Chinese provincial team. As we all know, there are 6 levels in table tennis from bottom to top: simple, normal, difficult, hell, China, and neighborhood uncle. Tang Yuza, who has the strength of the Chinese provincial team, just needs to avoid a civil war with other Chinese players. If you go up and play in the competition, you might actually have a chance to win a championship or something. Okay, I'll go change my clothes first. She hadn't gone out for a week. In addition, she had let down her guard against Tang Yuza and was not afraid of catching a cold in the summer. All these reasons combined led Xiaojianxi to only wear pajamas at home. Since she didn't know how to put on makeup and didn't need to, it only took Xiaojianxi 3 minutes to change into the Japanese JK-style outfit. Then she took Tang Yuza's hand and prepared to go out. It was still that pair of eye-catching white silk over the knee socks, tightly hugging the white and tender thighs. Tang Yuza didn't know why. His sister looked very thin, but when she put on stockings, her thighs looked plump and very beautiful. Plus those 2 well-developed polar bears. I can only say that this little girl is really lucky. All the meat went to where it should go. Brother, why is there a layer of red skin and a layer of black skin on this racket? This is called rubber, don't you know? I don't know. The rackets I used before didn't have these 2 layers of leather. Xiaojianxi shook her head. When she played table tennis in physical education class before, the rackets she used were just 2 hard wooden boards. A racket without rubber. Tang Yuza thought about it and considered the conditions of his sister's previous school. He guessed that the school didn't have the money to buy sports equipment. The table tennis rackets they used were also very old rackets. The rubber on them had long since fallen off, leaving only the bare wooden board. Yeah, so I want to know, what's the difference between this red one and this black one? Ahem, let me give you a brief introduction then. Tang Yuza coughed twice and entered the science popularization mode. The biggest difference between the red and black faces is actually the color. As for the functionality of table tennis rackets, there is no difference and it will not have any serious impact. It's just that the ITTF stipulates that if one side of the racket is already red, the other side can only be black. Of course, the different colors on the 2 sides of this racket also have a certain effect. On the one hand, it can improve the viewing experience of the game. On the other hand, it can also improve the player's concentration and will not make their eyes feel particularly tired. In fact, when Tang Yuza was still a novice in table tennis, he once thought that the red and black sides of the table tennis racket were made of different materials, so the effects of playing would be different. But later, due to the task, he used the system to improve his table tennis level a little bit, and then he realized that although different rackets used different glues, the materials on both sides of a single racket were the same. It's really an eye-opener. Is that so? This is my first time using a rubber racket, but it feels really comfortable. After Xiaojianxi bounced 2 balls with the racket given by Tang Yuza, she found that this red and black racket was completely different from the wooden board she had used before. As for the wooden board, both the friction and elasticity are incredibly strong, and a slight touch can make the ping pong ball fly far away. But after adding rubber, the flight path of the ping pong ball becomes very stable. Brother, oh no, coach, we want to learn table tennis. The brand new racket immediately piqued Xiaojianxi's interest in table tennis. She even playfully changed the way she addressed Tang Yuza from brother to coach. Okay, let's go downstairs. Chapter 21 Ping Pong. Wow! Look, there are so many ping pong tables. After arriving at the senior citizen fitness area downstairs in the afternoon, Xiaojianxi looked at the fitness facilities in front of her with great excitement. 4, too many? Well, there are only 2 ping pong tables in our school, and there are 2 classes in the physical education class. We can't even play a few balls in one class. Xiaojianxi still remembers that there was no physical education teacher in their school. Physical education classes were led by the class teacher. Because there were only 2 ping pong tables, many boys would fight over who would occupy the table. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we have plenty of time and space to play now. Now, of the 4 ping pong tables in the community, only one is being used by a middle-aged couple. You go first. Good. Xia Jinsi held the ping-pong ball in her hand as if facing a formidable enemy and moved to the front of the stage. After she gently loosened her hand, the ping-pong ball fell vertically onto the table, bounced once, and then bounced straight up again. Then, Xia Jinsi used a simple technique similar to practicing against a wall and hit the ball over without any skill at all. The ping-pong ball flying in the air had neither speed nor spin. It really just flew over the net, then landed gently and bounced onto the table on Tang Yu's side. That's true. After all, my sister only had a broken piece of wood to use when she played table tennis before. Apart from this kind of juggling serve that is performed by a novice, it is impossible for her to hit other serves. All I can say is that in the face of the absolute equipment gap, no matter how good your operation is, it's useless. Hey! To be honest, when this slow, non-spinning ball flew over, Tang Yuza really wanted to make a cool tackle on it. Fortunately, he did not have any obsessive-compulsive disorder, so he quickly suppressed the desire to show off and controlled his right hand. He wasn't playing a game, he just came to accompany his sister to exercise. It's impossible for him to kick the first ball back, right? After hitting the ball with the same light technique, Tang Yuza played happily for about 15 minutes. My brother is so considerate, he deliberately let me play just to play with me. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Xia Jinsi couldn't help but think. Although there was no basis for this, she could feel that Tang Yuza's true strength was far more than this, and he was just deliberately suppressing his strength in order to take care of himself. Brother, please teach me how to play table tennis. Don't you already know how to do it? I want to learn something more professional, just like those people who play games on TV, is that okay? Sure. My sister wanted to learn more about table tennis, so Tang Yuza felt obliged to become her coach. I just don't know whether his previously upgraded teaching abilities include sports. If you want to learn table tennis, you must have the most basic racket grip posture. Xiaoxi definitely can't play with the racket grip posture she has now. Then, how do I hold it? Xia Jinsi looked at the racket in her hand. She didn't even think there was something wrong with the way she gripped the racket, she just did it the way that came naturally to her. But in fact, although she felt comfortable holding the racket every time, she felt very uncomfortable when she actually played the ball. There are two main types of table tennis rackets, penhold rackets and horizontal rackets. The one you are holding in your hand now is a penhold racket. Hold the handle of the racket tightly with your thumb and index finger, bend the other three fingers and hold it in an empty grip. The size of the empty grip should be about the same as a ping-pong ball, and then hold it against the back of the racket. Tang Yuza spoke and used gestures to demonstrate to his sister. However, his usual racket is a horizontal racket, which is shorter than a vertical racket, so he can only hold the air when demonstrating gestures. But, his gesture, made without a beat, was subtle and a bit vulgar. Fortunately, no one was watching nearby, and Xia Jinsi had a relatively simple mind, otherwise he would have definitely been killed. I don't quite understand. Xia Jinsi tried to change her grip, but it just didn't feel right. Let me correct you. Remember the gestures I will teach you later. Tang Yuza walked up to his sister, grabbed Xia Jinsi's right hand with his right hand, and gently moved the girl's slender fingers so that she could hold the racket in the correct posture. Yes, that's right. Next, I'm going to teach you some simple serves with a penhold racket. Try to get the feel for it. After saying that, Tang Yuza used his big hand to control his sister's small hand to serve the ball, and the owner of the small hand now had a red face like a small tomato. I didn't expect that there are still young couples playing table tennis together. It's great. A powerful voice, appropriate yet inappropriate, reached Tang Yuza's ears. He looked up and realized that at some point, the couple at the next table had put away their rackets and were standing there watching him and his sister play, being affectionate. Chapter 22, A Match for the Match. Who are you? Suddenly being addressed by a middle-aged man he didn't know, Tang Yuza protected his sister behind him with a little caution. He didn't actually mean to be hostile to the middle-aged couple, but in today's world, it's always a good idea to be more careful. I heard that recently human traffickers would deliberately send two frail-looking old men to talk to children, then slowly lure the children to a place where surveillance cameras could not see them, and then cooperate with their accomplices who had ambushed them in advance to abduct the children. Of course, Tang Yuza is not afraid of any human traffickers. With his current strength, he can easily fight against an entire elite force of guns alone. He was mainly afraid that when the traffickers showed their true colors, it would scare Xia Jinsi and bring back bad memories for her. Little brother, don't be so nervous. Let me introduce myself. My last name is Ma. I live in the next 3 buildings over there. You can call me Uncle Ma or Uncle Ma. The person next to me is my wife Lu Shanshan. The middle-aged man who called himself Ma enthusiastically introduced himself and his wife to Tang Yuza. Ma Hui, I'm going to go buy some groceries first. Oh, go ahead. It's rare to catch two young people playing table tennis in the neighborhood. I'll chat with them. His wife, who had just been playing ball with Ma Hui, waved to him and left the area first. Only after Tang Yuza found out that Uncle Ma was also a resident of their community did he let down his guard. He almost forgot that they were still inside the residential complex, with surveillance cameras and security guards. How could human traffickers dare to come here and commit a crime in broad daylight? Moreover, Uncle Ma had been playing ball with his wife at the table next to them, so he should not be a bad person. Hello, Uncle Ma. I'm Tang Yuza and I live in building 1 over there. After introducing himself, Tang Yuza pulled Xia Jinsi, who had nervously pinched the corner of his clothes with her small hands. Xia Jinsi. Unlike the talkative Tang Yuza, Xia Jinsi was still very shy and just said her name stiffly. My sister is in a situation where she has no way to communicate with others. Even if her grades are up to standard, it will be difficult for her to get along in school, a place that requires interpersonal communication. She wanted to be admitted into Class 1, and probably because she felt that she couldn't communicate with anyone other than Tang Yuza, she wanted to seek his protection. To be honest, Tang Yuza was very happy that Xia Jinsi chose to rely on him, but it was impossible for a person to communicate with only 1 or 2 people in his life. So, today might be an opportunity. Uncle Ma seems quite friendly, and it's a good opportunity for her to practice her communication skills. Sure, young man. There are very few young people nowadays who are like you and would be so patient in teaching their girlfriends how to play table tennis. Ma Hui looked at Tang Yuza and Xia Jinsi and smiled with approval. Back then, my wife and I met while playing table tennis. Love in that era was so pure. Everyone was in college but still more immature than the other. Some people may not know as much as some elementary school students today. Students these days are so extravagant. Last year, the son of Mr. Wang next door got a female classmate pregnant when she was only in high school. He was almost pissed to death. Before Tang Yuza could say a few words, Ma Hui started talking, constantly reciting his past experiences. Uncle Ma, you are wrong. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Xiao Shi and I are just siblings, don't get the wrong idea. In order to get the topic back on track, Tang Yuza felt he needed to clarify something first. Alas, young man, that's where you're wrong. I don't believe in brother and sister. Don't worry, your Uncle Ma is very tight-lipped and will never tell anyone about it. Just admit it openly. However, just like the vendors in the vegetable market, Ma Hui didn't believe Tang Yuza's words at all. Although both of them are good-looking and look like a good match, there is really no similarity between them. After all, Ma Hui also lives in this community, and he knows that there are very few parents who are open-minded enough to allow their children to date before college. So, when Tang Yuza said that he and Xia Jinsi were siblings, Ma Hui didn't believe it at all. He knew immediately that it was an excuse for him to be afraid that he would spread rumors in the community and expose his premature love. Whatever. Tang Yuza was speechless. The same thing happened at the vegetable market. Why did these gentlemen refuse to believe that they were just brother and sister? Or are they really that well matched in the eyes of others? Xia Jinsi was hiding behind her brother. After hearing Ma Hui say that they were more like a couple than siblings, she suddenly let go of Tang Yuza and poked her little head out to look at Ma Hui. Uncle Ma is a good man. Come on, young man, Uncle will play a few rounds with you, let's have some fun. After saying that, Ma Hui picked up his racket and looked at Tang Yuza eagerly. And Xia Jinsi beside him also looked at him expectantly. Win against Ma Hui in table tennis and let Xia Jinsi see your handsome side, reward experience points plus 500. Depend on. This crappy system, is it true that as long as the 3 words Xia Jinsi are among the keywords, the reward will be super high? Okay, Tang Yuza decided to call this crappy system the sister control system from now on. Okay, you serve first. Tang Yuza handed the ping pong ball to Ma Hui and accepted the challenge. Ma Hui stood in a bow stance on the right side of the table and bounced the ping pong ball a few times on the table before serving. I have joked before that there are 6 levels of table tennis from bottom to top: easy, normal, difficult, hell, China, and neighborhood uncle. This old man from the community who was joking was referring to those folk masters. Ma Hui's starting position of serving was very professional and standard, and you could tell at a glance that he was no ordinary player. It seems that the experience points this time are not as easy to get as expected. Chapter 23 Young Back. Why is this guy so difficult? Standing opposite Tang Yuze, Ma Hui couldn't help but think. In fact, when Ma Hui was young, he was also a powerful player in Chinese table tennis. Although he did not reach the level where he could shine in various world competitions, he had indeed reached the threshold of the national team. Until now, he is still engaged in an industry related to table tennis and serves as the coach of the S Province table tennis team. For Ma Hui, table tennis is his life. Next ball. When Ma Hui said he wanted to have a sparring match with Tang Yuze, he just wanted to show off in front of this young man. In the first 5 balls, Tang Yuze was indeed impressed by him and was defeated 5-0. But starting from the 6th goal, Tang Yuze seemed to have figured out his tactics and suddenly began to catch up, and now the game is tied at 9-9. Throughout his life, he has fought against various top players in the country, including several world champions. Ma Hui still remembers the feeling of oppression when competing against those national-level players. No matter how hard he tried to score points, even if he could get a huge score advantage at the beginning, the opponent would definitely adjust quickly before the next ball and then beat him to a defeat. Ma Hui never expected that he would experience the feeling of seemingly being ahead in every game but just unable to win, from a young man who lived in the same community with him many years later. "Brother, come on." Seeing that the two sides were fighting hard, Xiaojinsi cheered Tang Yuze on without any neutrality. She jumped over and handed him a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Originally, she should have been helping them count the points, but the way this girl counted the points was to count Tang Yuze with her left hand and Ma Hui with her right hand. When the score exceeded the number of fingers she had, she would just give up and stop counting. It's almost time to end. In a game of table tennis, the winner is usually the one who wins 11 balls first. However, when the score is tied at 10-10, an extra game will be played and the one who is 2 balls ahead of the opponent will be the winner. Through careful observation in the previous stage, Tang Yuze has a detailed understanding of Ma Hui's playing ideas, reaction speed, etc. The next step is to end the game. Tang Yuze first served the ball, which was not very powerful but was crooked enough. Such a serve is equivalent to inviting the opponent to compete with hard power. When Ma Hui received Tang Yuze's ball for the first time, a tug-of-war began. Both sides began to adjust their postures and gradually exert their strength, and the speed of the ping-pong ball in the center of the battlefield was getting faster and faster. As the intensity of the tug-of-war increased, both players gradually found it difficult to control their batting postures. Xiaojinsi watched this wave of balls with the highest intensity and the longest duration from the side, and opened her mouth slightly in shock. Even in the professional competitions she watched on TV, there were rarely such extremely intense and fierce tug-of-war battles, so when she saw this scene, she couldn't help but be shocked. At the end of this long tug-of-war between the challenging players, Tang Yuze finally stabilized the situation, and Ma Hui lost a point first due to a hitting error. Continue. The next ball was served by Tang Yuze again. He still chose the same starting move as in the previous round. This time, Ma Hui's nerves were obviously too tense and he was quickly defeated. In the end, Tang Yuze defeated Ma Hui with a score of 11-9, which was not a crushing victory. "Ah, that feels great." Although he failed to win the game, Ma Hui laughed out loud as he experienced such a high-intensity game again after a long time. Although the score didn't seem to be that different, Ma Hui knew in his heart that there was actually a huge gap in strength between him and Tang Yuze, especially in terms of mental strength. If he plays one more game, he will surely be swept. "Young man, you play the ball so well, you must practice often, right?" Because his wife took away her handkerchief when she passed away, Ma Hui could only wipe the sweat off his face with his hands. "Of course I have practiced, but not much." "Which institution did you train in before, or was it the Jiangcheng Middle School team?" "Uncle Ma, do you still know that I study at Jiangcheng Middle School?" "Ha, of course. I, an old uncle, get up for morning exercises at about the same time as you do your morning self-study. Every morning I can see you going out in your Jiangcheng Middle School uniform. Nowadays, the morning reading time for junior and senior high school students is almost always before 7:30, which is just earlier, not later." Ma Hui, who got up before 6 every morning to do morning exercises, occasionally saw Tang Yuze, who was wearing the Jiangcheng Middle School uniform, leaving Building 1 for school, but he had never seen Xiaojinsi. This was also one of the reasons why he thought Tang Yuze and Xiaojinsi could not be siblings, because he had never seen such a beautiful girl in the community before. "I have never played on a school team, nor have I ever worked in a training institution." "Oh, so you hired a personal trainer?" Since all of Tang Yuze's movements were in line with professional standards, Ma Hui concluded that this guy must have received professional training in some form. The person who can teach such a good table tennis player should be a well-known coach, and there is a high probability that he is someone who transformed from a professional player to a coach like him. No, I play table tennis just as a hobby. I just practice casually. In fact, for Tang Yuza, table tennis is not even a hobby. But Uncle Ma seemed to attach particular importance to this aspect, so he told a small lie. Hobby? Ma Hui looked at Tang Yuza blankly, his eyes full of shock. Wow, if it is true as Tang Yuza said, that he plays table tennis just as a hobby, and he is self-taught but can master so many professional operations, then doesn't that make him a genius? Well, I'm usually busy with school, so I only have time to play during physical education class. Tang Yuza answered honestly, and his answer once again caused great harm to Ma Hui's not-so-young heart. If he can reach this level just by playing in physical education class, what will happen in the future if he undergoes professional training? We've almost finished exercising today, Xiaoxi, let's go home. Having completed 2 tasks at once, namely, taking his sister to exercise and defeating Ma Hui, Tang Yuza was in a very good mood. This afternoon, he had to go out to buy a mobile phone for his sister and teach Xiaojianxi how to operate it, so he decided to go home early to prepare. Goodbye, Uncle Ma. We'll learn from each other when we have time. After saying goodbye politely to Ma Hui, Tang Yuza took Xiaojianxi home. Ma Hui stood there in a daze, looking at the young man's back, as if he saw his younger self. Chapter 24, Swearing. Come, Xiaoxi, this is for you. Is this a cell phone? On Sunday afternoon, Tang Yuza went to a mobile phone store and bought a smartphone for 3,000 yuan. As for what brand this phone is, let us not discuss it here, otherwise there will be another war in the comment section. We have to admit that mobile phones have become indispensable for students nowadays. The fact that the head teacher occasionally only talks about something in the class group is enough reason for students to have a smartphone. Yeah, for you. Is it okay? This is expensive, right? Xiaojianxi has never owned a mobile phone of her own, not even an old one, but because her father uses a smartphone, she knows that this thing cannot be bought without thousands of dollars. It doesn't matter. As long as it's useful to my Xiaoxi, we have to have one no matter how expensive it is. By the way, the money Tang Yuza spent on buying a mobile phone today was completely reimbursed by his father Tang Lu. Although he has not seen his father since he had his sister, his concern for Xiaojianxi is genuine. That afternoon, Tang Yuza did nothing else but stay at home to teach Xiaojianxi how to use a mobile phone. For children who have never used a smartphone before, this brick that can display colorful content just by clicking is extremely magical. When Tang Yuza was teaching Xiaojianxi how to use a mobile phone, the girl would occasionally let out an exclamation like wow. In addition to these functions, there are some interesting mini-games on the phone, such as Fruit Ninja. Tang Yuza slid his fingers flexibly, constantly cutting off various fruits, and his scoring efficiency became higher and higher. Until he cut the bomb. It should be noted that the bombs in this game cannot be cut. If they explode, not only will the other fruits on the screen be cleared, but the previous continuous cutting record will also be broken. Tang Yuza originally wanted to say that cutting the explosive bomb would interrupt the combo, but considering that his sister didn't understand these game terms, he used the term continuous cutting record. Afterwards, Tang Yuza downloaded a Subway Surfer game on Xiaojianxi's mobile phone. When many people first came into contact with mobile games, the first games they played were classic games like Fruit Ninja, Subway Surfers, and Temple Run. As for now, due to the influence of short videos, Tang Yuza estimates that the first thing many children do after getting a mobile phone is to download Honor of Kings or Genshin Impact. In the evening, Tang Yuza gave his sister another test. This time he did not use a workbook, but the original questions from their school's monthly exam. At present, their examinations are still based on a 100-point system, that is, the full score for each subject is 100, instead of 150 each for Chinese, math, and English, and 300 for science in total like the college entrance examination. Xiaojianxi has a strong ability to learn all subjects, and Tang Yuza pays attention to balance during the teaching process, so there is no problem of partiality in any subject. An average of 68.2 points? Not bad, but if you want to get into Class 1, you still have some distance to go. Then, if Xiaoxi wants to go to Class 1, what average score does she need to reach? It should be at least 77 points. The monthly exams at Jiangqing Middle School are much more difficult than those at other middle schools, with the average score for one subject being between 60 and 65. In other words, his sister's grades are now above average. However, in Class 1, which has the best level in the city, the average scores of all subjects have never been below 80. If the score of a single subject is less than 75, it is considered to be seriously unbalanced. the higher the score, the harder it is to make progress. If Xiaojinsi wants to be in the same class with Tang Yuza, she has to go through advanced studies. Elder brother. It's okay. We still have 10 days including the National Day holiday. As long as Xiaoxi studies hard according to the course, there will be no problem. Seeing her sister's expression as if the sky was falling after hearing that she might not be able to go to class 1, Tang Yuza quickly spoke out to comfort her. My little, she is so smart, it probably won't take 10 days. Well, didn't we agree before that if Xiaoxi studies hard, brother will reward her? How about this, if Xiaoxi can really get into class 1, I can help you realize a wish. Tang Yuza was a little confused before, because as a straight man, he really couldn't think of what gifts he could give to girls besides dolls and decorations. But now that he thought about it, instead of him worrying about what to give, it would be better for Xiaojinsi to decide what she wanted. This is also part of cultivating my sister's initiative. A wish, any wish? Of course, except for murder and arson. Tang Yuza patted his chest with a solemn oath. In his eyes, a girl like Xiaojinsi should not make any particularly outrageous wishes. Xiaoxi will never let her brother kill people or set fire to things. Xiaojinsi complained quietly. Can I really wish for anything? Certainly. No regrets? How could that be? I always keep my word. Then, let's make a pinky promise. Xiaojinsi hooked her little finger and motioned Tang Yuza to stretch it out as well. Speaking of which, verbal assurances cannot be trusted, so can a pinky promise be enough? As expected, Tang Yuza still couldn't understand girls' minds. Good. Tang Yuza hooked his little finger with his sister's, and his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Let's make a promise. For 100 years, no change. If you change, you'll be a pighead. Chapter 25. My parents are also your parents. By the way, have you read the forum? It seems that Tang Yuza and that girl from 2 weeks ago were photographed again. Ah? Is that the one who was rumored to be holding hands with him in the shopping street? Yes, if you don't believe me, you can check the forum. Early in the morning after returning to school, Tang Yuza once again became the center of public opinion. The reason was that someone seemed to have taken an intimate photo of him teaching Xiaojinsi how to hold a racket last weekend, and then uploaded it to the campus forum. If you think about it carefully, the community where Tang Yuza lives now is the closest to Jiangqing Middle School, so it is understandable that there are students from the same school as him in that community. I didn't expect that playing table tennis in the community could be secretly photographed. Tang Yuza really doubted how idle some people were. Is there anyone who can verify whether the photo is real or fake? I just sent a message to the Minister of Information and she said that there were no signs of Photoshop. It's over, it's over. This time it can't be true, right? There are quite a few rumors about Tang Yuza in this school, big and small, but these rumors often become self-defeating with the passage of time. But this time, Tang Yuza and his mysterious girlfriend outside of school actually had a follow-up development, and the authenticity was surprisingly high. Then only Tang Yuza himself knows. Although everyone was caught up in suspicion and discussion, Tang Yuza pretended not to hear anything and sat motionless in the only seat by the window in the back row without a deskmate. Anyway, everything will be revealed when Xiaojinsi reports to Jiangqing Middle School after the National Day holiday. If I explain them one by one now, it would seem like I am trying to cover up my guilty conscience. When Tang Yuza returned home from school in the afternoon, he was caught and questioned by the class monitor Yangya as usual. Different from him who is obsessed with the system, Yangya is truly humble and eager to learn. She keeps climbing up through hard work, and her efforts are worthy of her position in the top 10 in the grade. Moreover, it goes without saying that a girl like this with excellent grades and good looks must have the same troubles as Tang Yuza, who is often confessed to by strangers of the opposite sex. Even so, this guy was still able to remain undisturbed and maintain his performance, which made him admire him very much. Therefore, if Tang Yuza had nothing to do after school, he usually would not refuse Yangya when she came to him to ask questions. Student Tang, I have something to ask. But this afternoon, after Tang Yuza answered Yangya's question, this good boy, no, girl, unexpectedly seemed to have something unrelated to study and wanted to ask him about it. Have you read the school forum recently? I didn't see much, but I roughly knew what happened. So, I see a lot of people judge that photo to be authentic, so is that the rumor? It's just complete nonsense, just like before. Don't pay any attention to it. The post directly spread the rumor that Tang Yuza already had a girlfriend. But in fact, the girl he is holding in his arms and teaching table tennis is just his sister at the moment. Is it true that the game starts with just a picture and the whole story is made up? Yes, I knew it. How could a man as ambitious as Tang Yuza date another girl? Yang Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled awkwardly. Tang Yuza was a little scared when he heard her words without thinking. Miss, what kind of person am I in your mind? Is he a learning demon who has no emotions and is devoted to reading the books of sages? However, although Tang Yuza chose to remain silent about the rumors on the forum, this time because there are pictures as evidence, it seems that it is not as easy as before to keep the matter quiet. During the last 3 days before National Day, he didn't have a single day of peace. There are always people who have seen the photo and come to him in a roundabout way to confirm the authenticity of the matter. Especially Lu Lin. You know, Tang Yuza had just rejected his sister a few days ago with the excuse that he had to concentrate on studying during high school. After seeing the photo of Tang Yuza and Xia Jinsi playing table tennis together, he was almost angry to death. But no matter how outrageous the rumors were, Tang Yuza did not change his behavior. If someone asked him about it, he would clarify it briefly. If no one asked, he would just ignore it. Just like that, time came for the afternoon school to be over. Xiaoxi, our parents will be home tomorrow afternoon. How about we go to the airport to pick them up then? Tang Lu and Lin Hui are on a flight on the morning of September 30th and are expected to arrive in the afternoon. If the National Day holiday only lasts 5 days, they probably won't bring a lot of luggage, one suitcase will be enough. Are you going to pick up your uncle and aunt? Sure. By the way, Xiaoxi, I think it's time to change the terms uncle and aunt, right? Change your name? Well, you are already our family, so just call us mom and dad from now on. May I? Xia Jinsi was a little hesitant. Even though Tang Yuza had emphasized countless times that he was her family, in her understanding, Tang Lu and Lin Hui were Yuza's brother's parents, not hers. Of course. When I was a kid, my mother always complained to me that it would be better to have a daughter. I think they would be happy if you called them that. Tang Yuza didn't know whether his parents wanted a daughter, but one thing he was sure of was that his family liked to be lively. After all, Tang Yuza's grandparents live in his hometown, and most of the time they can only see them during the Chinese New Year, and they don't have much contact with other relatives. Therefore, Xia Jinsi's arrival has never been a burden. One more family member means one more family affection, which is very important to Tang Yuza, who has lived alone for many years, and the same is true for Tang Lu and Lin Hui. Chapter 26. No more words needed. On the afternoon of September 30th, Tang Yuza and his sister arrived at the Chengdong airport as scheduled. In the crowded airport, Xia Jinsi let Tang Yuza hold her little hand as they walked back and forth in the crowd, her big eyes full of curiosity as she looked around. Especially the yearning when seeing the planes taking off and landing, it can be described by an illusion, Granny Lu visiting the Grand View Garden. No, this metaphor doesn't seem to be appropriate. How can there be such a lovely Granny Lu? Xiaoxi, let's go traveling together when we have a long vacation. After seeing through his sister's thoughts, Tang Yuza suggested. Travel? Where? I haven't decided yet. It's better to choose a place that's farther away. Then we can go there directly by plane. Not to mention airplanes, Tang Yuza even suspected that his sister might never have taken a train or even a bus before. If Xia Jinsi was confined to that kind of place by the Xia family for her entire life, she would just be a frog in a well who could not feel the boundless sky. But now that she has become Tang Yuza's sister, he will definitely take her to see a wider world. A trip with my brother, that's great. Xia Jinsi readily agreed. I can take a plane that I have only seen in textbooks before, and I can also go on a trip with my beloved brother, which is double the happiness. I just don't know when the schools in the city will have their long vacation, and how long will the long vacation be for high school students now? But it doesn't matter. Now she is Tang Yuza, and they still have plenty of time to be together. He. Dad, this way. After looking for a long time in the airport, Tang Yuza finally caught sight of his parents in the crowd and waved to them. Lin Hui's dress is still as trendy as ever without being extravagant. Even though she is not wearing any brand name clothes, she still has a noble temperament. All I can say is that Tang Yuza's mother really has good taste, including the Japanese-style outfit that she bought for Xia Jinsi based on her feeling, which was extremely suitable. This speaks volumes. Tang Yuza's father, Tang Lu, whom he hadn't seen for half a year, didn't seem to have changed much. He still had thick eyebrows and big eyes, full of vigor, and if you didn't look closely, you couldn't even notice the few white hairs on his head. As the head of the family, Tang Lu has always been relatively calm and doesn't talk much, but he is extremely responsible both for his family and for his work. CC, why are you here too? When talking to her son on the phone yesterday, Lin Hui only heard that Tang Yuza would come to the airport today to help them with their luggage. She didn't expect that Xia Jinsi, who was afraid of other people's sight, would come to such a crowded airport. Mom, Dad, welcome back. Hiding behind Tang Yuza, Xia Jinsi greeted him in a barely audible voice. After hearing Xia Jinsi actually call her mom, Lin Hui was overjoyed, while Tang Lu looked at his wife with a little confusion. This was the first time he saw the grown-up Xia Jinsi. Before this, Tang Lu could only hear about his new daughter from his wife Lin Hui. The Xia Jinsi mentioned by Lin Hui should be a high school girl who suffers from severe depression and is unable to communicate due to tragic childhood experiences. But now the feeling Xia Jinsi gave him was that although she looked quite shy, she was not to the point of depression. Besides, she just called herself Dad. It took Xia Jinsi more than half a month to adapt to her new family and new identity. This doesn't look like depression, does it? It's more like this child is a little attached to his Yuza, and the two are still holding hands. What happened to Cici today? Why did you suddenly call me Mom? Lin Hui also found it incomprehensible. Although she believed that sooner or later Xia Jinsi would be able to call her mother, didn't this day come too soon? Because my brother said that since we are a family now, calling each other uncle and aunt is too distant, is it better to call each other aunt? No, that's fine. It's rare that Xia Jinsi is willing to call her mother. Can Lin Hui refuse? In fact, Lin Hui also hoped that the family could have 2 children, a boy and a girl. After all, having both a son and a daughter can combine to make good. However, the national policy at that time was still fewer births and better quality, and the Tang family was not rich enough to bear the fine for having more than one child, so they would not consider having a second child if the child was not a boy and a girl. So, Lin Hui was so happy that Xia Jinsi could call her mother directly like this. I just don't know how this kid Tang Yuza did it. In less than a month, Cici was able to greet them normally. Tang Yuza, help me with my luggage. I'm taking Cici to the mall. I've bought all the daily necessities for Xiaoxi, why are we going to the mall? Stupid. Of course I'm going to buy some clothes. I can't let Xiaoxi rely on these 2 pieces of clothing to survive the winter, right? Oh. The last time Lin Hui bought clothes for Xia Jinsi, she only bought 2 summer clothes to help her get through this period. The weather has been getting cooler these past few days, and autumn is about to begin. Although my sister's current shirt and plaid skirt outfit cannot be considered cool, it is certainly not warm, and she can only wear it for a few more days at most. When the temperature drops after the National Day, you will need to add more clothes. Xiaoxi, Auntie. No, Mommy will take you to buy some clothes, okay? Brother, I'll go if my brother goes. Xia Jinsi said weakly, while Lin Hui glared at Tang Yuza fiercely. What kind of magic potion did this guy give her daughter? She looked like she would die if she left him. Your brother should still have enough clothes. Let's go buy you some clothes for the winter this time. But, seeing that his sister was reluctant to agree, Tang Yuza had no choice but to speak. Dad, these luggage. This little luggage is enough for me alone, you can go with the 2 of them. To be honest, Tang Lu was not too comfortable letting the mother and daughter go to the mall like this. What if they met some bad guys? He would feel more at ease if Tang Yuza followed him. Without much discussion, the father and son quickly reached a tacit consensus. Chapter 27 should be, okay, right? After shopping in the mall for an afternoon, Lin Hui bought a lot of clothes for Xia Jinsi. During this period, except for the time when Tang Yuza stepped outside when they were shopping in a lingerie store, he accompanied her throughout the rest of the time. This time, because Lin Hui was shopping with them, Tang Yuza and Xia Jinsi were no longer mistaken for a couple, and the 3 of them completed their shopping quickly. But when they returned home, a new problem arose for the family. There are only 2 beds available at home now. How do we divide them? The couple's original room has now been converted into Xia Jinsi's boudoir, so where should they stay tonight? Stay in a hotel? Impossible. The last time Lin Hui came back to stay in a hotel was only because of special circumstances. Otherwise, for an ordinary family, they would save as much money as possible. I'm going to sleep on the couch. Mom and Dad can sleep on the bed in my room. After a moment, Xia Jinsi suggested. Originally, the room she lived in belonged to Tang Lu and Lin Hui, and now it was just being returned to its original owners. How can that be? I'll sleep on the sofa, Xiaoxi, you can sleep in your room. When Tang Yuza heard his sister say that she wanted to sleep on the sofa alone, he naturally didn't want to. It took a lot of effort to make Xia Jinsi feel a sense of belonging to their family. If she had to let her sister sleep on the sofa in the living room while they slept on the bed, wouldn't all the efforts be wasted? It would be better for him to make a sacrifice and give his room to his parents. This is the best solution. No, I'll just sleep on the sofa. Brother, go back to the bed. No, as a brother, how can I sleep on the bed while my sister sleeps on the sofa? The brother and sister seemed to be arguing, but it turned out that everything they said was for each other's benefit, which dumbfounded their parents. Is this considered flirting? Yuza, can your bed sleep two people? But just after Tang Yuza came up with this plan, his father Tang Lu spoke out the truth. Yes, the bed in Xiaojinxi's room was the double bed that they used to sleep on, while the bed in Tang Yuza's room was just a small bed that was barely big enough for him, who was 175 centimeters tall, to stretch his legs. Actually, there's no need to sleep on the sofa. Can't we just sleep on the floor? Tang Lu said helplessly. His son has an incredibly high IQ and can get the first place in the city by just playing games at home every day. He is surprisingly stubborn about this kind of thing. Sleeping on the floor is fine. Tang Yuza had only one thought, which was that he couldn't let his sister be left out of the living room and sleep alone on the sofa. The rest doesn't matter. Then Lin Hui and I will sleep in Cece's room tonight, and you and Cece can decide between yourselves who sleeps on the bed and who sleeps on the floor. As the head of the family, Tang Lu always thinks carefully before making a decision, and then executes it without hesitation after reaching a conclusion. Wait. Xiaoxi and I are sharing a room? Right. Shouldn't Xiaoxi be with my mom? Wouldn't it be better for the two of us to sleep on the sofa? Really? I think Cece seems to like you very much. Let's put it this way. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. I don't think Xiaoxi would agree to sleep in the same room with me, right? Tang Yuza analyzed it in a very logical manner, while Tang Lu just glanced at Xiaojinxi indifferently, meaning that he wanted to hear her opinion. I don't mind. What Tang Yuza never expected was that the girl who had hidden a folding knife under her pillow to protect herself from him half a month ago now nodded without thinking. You see, that's what she said. Oh well. Since no one objects, Tang Yuza has nothing to refute. Husband, are you really going to let the two children share a room? After Tang Lu arranged everything for tonight, Lin Hui asked him with a little concern. These two kids are high school students after all, and they know a lot about that. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for them to live in the same room? It's okay. You know Tang Yuza well. Nothing will go wrong. Tang Lu is a smart man. If he really had any improper thoughts, he would have done what he needed to do during the time when Tang Lu and Lin Hui were not at home. Moreover, he believed in his boy's character and believed that he would never do anything out of line. Perhaps? Tang Lu took a sip of the freshly brewed hot tea and suddenly remembered something. It seems, he is a father who works away from home all year round. Don't you really understand what your son's puberty is like? Chapter 28 Strong Concern. Brother, can you please go out for a moment? How? I need to change into my pajamas. Oh. Living in the same room seemed to be more awkward than expected. Tang Yuza left the room. Knock. All right. After waiting for about 3 minutes, he knocked on the door and got his sister's permission to go back to his room. Xiaojinxi was still wearing the familiar bunny pajamas, and the shirt and skirt she had taken off were placed on the bedside table next to her. Of course, there is also a pair of milk ice cream. By the way, Xiaoxi, you've been wearing this pajamas for so many days. Isn't it time to wash it? Tang Yuza suddenly realized that his sister wore pajamas at home all day long and he never seemed to have washed them. I just washed it 2 days ago. Is there? Tang Yuza really didn't notice this, mainly because he just remembered that he had not taught Xiaojinxi how to use the washing machine. Of course, when my brother is not around during the day, I will wash the clothes myself. Xiaojinxi proudly put her hands on her hips, with an expression that said she wanted to praise me. Do you wash the clothes by hand? Of course, what else can I use? Xiaojinxi suddenly remembered when she was halfway through her words. There seems to be something called a washing machine in this house. No, it should be said that she subconsciously gave up using the washing machine. After all, using a washing machine to wash clothes wastes electricity and water, and the results may not be as good as washing by hand. Let's start using the washing machine tomorrow. We don't need the money. Tang Yuza had held Xiaojinxi's hand in crowded places more than once. Every time he touched the calluses on the hand, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his sister's tragic past. To this end, he also bought a lot of hand creams and asked Xiaojinsi to apply them every day to take good care of a girl's delicate hands. So now he is very resistant to the fact that his sister is still rubbing clothes with her hands. Thank you, bro. Xiaojinsi's face was slightly red as she pinched the hem of her pajamas, and her eyes were full of love as she looked at Tang Yuza. She found that perhaps she kind of liked the feeling of being cared for by her brother in a tough way. In fact, Tang Yuza still hasn't realized that the tactics he used to treat Xiaojinsi were basically the same as those used by the overbearing CEO in the novel. The means are tough, but the final result is good for the heroine. This kind of seductive technique is irresistible to Xiaojinsi, a naive teenage girl, and even old women over 40 cannot resist it. It is for this reason that domineering CEO literature will always have a place in the female frequency. The difference between Tang Yuza and the domineering boss is that the others at least know that they are flirting with girls by doing this, but Tang Yuza has no awareness at all that he is using this strategy to attack Xiaojinsi. Tang Yuza is an invisible flirter with no awareness. Maybe he is more dangerous than the domineering president. I'll sleep on the floor tonight, you can sleep on my bed. Tang Yuza spread a thin quilt on the floor as a mattress, and then found a thicker quilt. How can this be? Brother has already let Xiaoxi into the room, but he still wants to give up his bed. It's okay. There's not much difference between the floor and the bed. It doesn't matter which side you sleep on. Tang Yuza was speechless. He just chose to sleep on the floor. Was it necessary to do this? Looking at Xiaojinsi's expression, if you didn't know better you would think he was going to sleep on the park bench. However, the way his sister feels sorry for him is so cute. Go to sleep. There are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. Go to bed early today. Feeling that if the conversation continued he would awaken something strange, Tang Yuza quickly spoke out to remind him. It is now 10 o'clock in the evening, which is too early for a high school student to go to bed. Under normal circumstances, Tang Yuza should be fighting fiercely with his opponent or teammates in an online competitive game at this moment. However, he felt that this might make his sister feel left out, so he didn't do it. However, sharing a room with a beautiful girl like his sister is undoubtedly a torture for an old otaku like Tang Yuza. Especially when he thought that his parents were in the next room, there was a special sense of guilt tempting Tang Yuza, so it would be safer to go to bed early. And although tomorrow is a holiday, their schedule still includes a series of things to do, including completing Xiaojinsi's new household registration. My parents' National Day holiday is only 5 days long, so time is even tighter. Okay, good night, brother. Good night. Chapter 29 Childhood Prince Charming. Sniff, sniff. They all smell like my brother. After saying good night to each other, Tang Yuza quickly fell asleep, but Xiaojinsi was still tossing and turning on Tang Yuza's small bed. Lying on the bed where the person she likes usually sleeps, this situation makes the girl's heart restless and difficult to fall asleep. Other girls said that boys had an unpleasant body odor, but Xiaojinsi had never smelled it on her brother. On the contrary, when she was close to Tang Yuza, she often felt a unique and cool aura emanating from the boy. Every time she smelled this scent, she felt at ease. So after lying on her brother's bed, Xiaojinsi felt that her whole body was enveloped by Tang Yuza's unique cool aura. So she lightly inhaled the remaining scent on the quilt. With the faint moonlight coming in from the window, Xiaojinsi could clearly see Tang Yuza's face from the top to the bottom of the bed from her position. The boy's facial features are neatly distributed, and he looks extremely comfortable. He's the type that's stunning at first sight, but becomes more and more handsome the more you look at him. Handsome and elegant, with a graceful demeanor. Just by looking at it like this, the girl felt her heart pounding. I really want to see it closer. The moment this idea popped into my mind, things got out of control. Xiaojinsi slowly moved towards the bed, trying to see more clearly. However, after moving to the bedside, her body just blocked the moonlight coming in from the window, making Tang Yuza in front of her even blurrier. So, Xiaojinsi gently walked down from the bed and lay down next to Tang Yuza. Now, she could not only appreciate Tang Yuza's face clearly, but she could even hear the boys even breathing. So many years have passed, and although Brother Yuza's appearance has changed a lot, he is still the prince of her childhood. Xiaojinsi started to remember things at an early age and she remembers her childhood clearly. At that time, her father had not yet started gambling and her mother was still alive. Although the family was poor, we lived a comfortable life. The happiest time in her memory was the days when Tang Yuza came to their home. When Xiaojinsi was a child, she had not yet fully grown up and was not as pretty as she is now. She was often laughed at by boys in school as being ugly. As a child, Tang Yuza, even though still childish, had a handsome face. He is more handsome than any boy Xiaojinsi has ever seen in the village primary school. So, when she first met Tang Yuze, she felt very inferior. I didn't dare to look up into his eyes. "Hello, my name is Tang Yuze, what's your name?" Unexpectedly, the boy did not mind Xiaojinsi's ugliness at all, and took the initiative to approach her and say hello. "Xiaojinsi. Well, we are good friends from today on." The boy became friends with her without any hesitation. Xiaojinsi still remembers what they went through during those days. After seeing her name, Tang Yuze lamented that the word Jean was difficult to write. The two of them went to the vegetable garden together to help dig radishes, and they were covered in dust. And his gentle movements when he taught me how to fly a kite. There were two little girls in the same class as Xiaojinsi that day, both of them were quite pretty. When they saw such a handsome boy, they couldn't walk anymore and insisted on pulling him to play with them. But Tang Yuze said at the time that he only played with Xiaojinsi and decisively refused. It satisfied the girl's vanity a little. At that moment, he was her Prince Charming. On the day the boy was leaving, Xiaojinsi cried and made a fuss, refusing to let him go. "Don't cry, I'll come again if I have the chance in the future. How about this, when I grow up, I will marry you. Is this okay?" Although Xiaojinsi later understood that these agreements were just something Tang Yuze came up with temporarily in order to get out of the situation. But I still can't help looking forward to it. But later, his father Xiao Wenchuan became addicted to gambling, squandered the family's limited assets, and borrowed money everywhere. The people he borrowed money from also included his relative Tang Lu. Tang Lu naturally would not associate with a relative like this who borrowed money and didn't pay it back and was addicted to gambling. As a result, Xiaojinsi's life fell into the abyss and she never saw the boy again. It was not until later that Tang Lu and Lin Hui learned that Xiao Wenchuan was going to sell her. After learning about what Xiaojinsi had gone through in the past few years, the couple decided to take her away. And the boy she liked, after losing a lot of his childishness, became more handsome than before. More importantly, he was still as gentle as before and extended his hand to Xiaojinsi again. That's why she can be here now, looking at Tang Yuze's peerless sleeping face. "Brother Yuze. Xiaoxi owes you so much, what should I give her to pay you back?" All the experiences in the past made Xiaojinsi become timid and inferior. She couldn't figure out why Tang Yuze was so nice to her. There is little knowledge that village primary school teachers can teach children, but at least they can teach them how to be a good person. Therefore, Xiaojinsi understood that one should be grateful and repay kindness. "I don't know if I can repay it in this lifetime." Xiaojinsi stretched out her white jade fingers and gently poked the boy's face. Although Tang Yuze doesn't have much flesh on his face, it is still quite elastic. As if sensing something, Tang Yuze suddenly shook his arms. Seeing her brother taking action, Xiaojinsi was so scared that she crawled into the bed. Like an ostrich deceiving itself. However, he just turned over. Seeing that her brother had no further action, Xiaojinsi poked half of her head out from under the quilt. After turning around, Tang Yuze only left his back to Xiaojinsi. But at the same time, some pillows were given up. The desire to get closer resurfaced in my mind. So, Xiaojinsi moved again and lay on the same pillow with Tang Yuze. Is this what they call sharing a bed? No, to be precise, it's the floor. If Brother Yuze could turn over and hold Xiaoxi to sleep, he would be so happy that he would die. Of course, Tang Yuze didn't react at all. He is still immersed in a beautiful dream. Naturally, the girl's wish could not be heard. However, Xiaoxi is already satisfied enough as it is now. Xiaojinsi is lucky to be able to be with the person she admires. She knew in her heart that she couldn't fall asleep right here. But sleeping on this floor, I can smell my brother's shampoo, which is the same as mine, and feel my brother's unique scent. Xiaojinsi felt as if there was some kind of magical power in this bed that was attracting her. Make her reluctant to leave. Brother Yuze, I like. As she lay there, Xiaojinsi gradually felt sleepy. So she gave up thinking and let the sleepiness wash over her. Close your eyes and fall asleep. Chapter 30 Going out for a trip? After waking up, he opened his eyes and saw Xiaojinsi's cute sleeping face. At first, he thought he was still sleepy and was about to take a nap. But at this moment, Xiaojinsi's whole body was hanging on him, with her arms around his neck. Tang Yuze's arm was a little numb because she had placed it under his head at some point. Some of his sister's soft black hair rubbed against his arms and neck, which felt a little itchy. These tactile sensations are impossible to have in dreams. So Tang Yuze shook his head and quickly confirmed the current situation. And the most important thing is that Xia Jinxi's entire majestic figure also fell on him. Even through the pajamas, the soft sound was still clearly heard. If he remembered correctly, he should have slept on the floor last night, right? Could it be that Xia Jinxi accidentally fell down while sleeping? Impossible. Even if there was bedding as a cushion, the impact of falling off the bed would definitely be enough to wake both of them up on the spot. Then why was she in her own bed? Take a closer look at Xia Jinxi's chubby little face. Only then did Tang Yuza realize how beautiful his childhood sweetheart was. How about a kiss? Just once, at most it was a kiss on the cheek, which should be normal for this pair of siblings who have a good relationship, right? No, you can't do bad things when people are asleep. But she is so cute, don't you want her? You are the person she trusts the most, how could you do bad things secretly? Just listen to your inner thoughts. Tang Yuza felt as if there were two little characters, one black and one white, in his mind, fighting the lawsuit for his lawyer. Of course, he was both the plaintiff and the defendant. Come to think of it, if Tang Yuza remembered correctly, he should have upgraded his danger perception ability in order to prevent being attacked in the middle of the night. And it is level 4, which can reach the level of the world's top killer. This perception ability also works when he is asleep. How could Xia Jinxi, such a grown-up person, crawl into his bed without him noticing anything? Was it a system failure? Or was Tang Yuza really that confident in Xia Jinxi? He felt that his CPU was about to burn out and he couldn't help but get a headache. Tang Yuza quickly and gently lifted the quilt, trying to slowly lift her arms away from him, and then get up. As a result, his sister seemed to still have some strength left in her sleep and held his arm tightly. This little girl has a really good sleep quality. At this moment, Xia Jinxi's two long white legs were still resting on his legs. If she woke up right now, she would be so embarrassed. In short, break free first. Tang Yuza cautiously stretched out his hand, intending to lift his sister's thigh. But the moment his palm touched Xia Jinxi's thigh skin, the smooth and delicate touch from his fingertips made his heart suffocate. This time, Xia Jinxi did not struggle too much. She tied her legs and surrendered obediently, letting Tang Yuza go. This girl is really too dangerous. Tang Yuza has strong self-control. But Xia Jinxi's defenseless look in front of him was really an attempt to burn out Tang Yuza's tense string. Tang Yuza quickly put on his clothes and ran to the bathroom to complete his morning wash. He breathed a sigh of relief after making sure he had completely calmed down. Maybe it was because of the fatigue from catching the plane that the parents were still sleeping in at this time. There was no other way, he was the only one who had to figure out a way to prepare breakfast today. I opened the refrigerator and looked inside, there wasn't much food. As for noodles, I just ran out of them yesterday, so I had to buy some when I went to the mall today. Let's make porridge. It's rare for this family of 4 to have breakfast together, so it would be a bit bland to just have some porridge. So, Tang Yuza decided to go out. It has to be said that the temperature in the early morning in autumn was still a little too low. Tang Yuza felt the chill as soon as he went downstairs. He quickly walked to the nearest breakfast shop outside the community. Tang Yuza packed 2 baskets of steamed dumplings, 1 basket of steamed buns, 2 cut dough sticks and 4 cups of hot soy milk and returned home. While Tang Yuza was cooking the porridge, his parents just got up. Yuza, making breakfast? Lin Hui looked at Tang Yuza who was tinkering in the kitchen and asked. After all, based on her understanding of Tang Yuza, this kid usually plays games until very late during holidays. So he usually doesn't eat breakfast during holidays. Tang Yuza actually got up earlier than them and was even making breakfast. Is it true that he was still influenced by Cici? Lin Hui felt somewhat relieved. It must be said, there is nothing this brat can't do as long as he sets his mind to it. No wonder Cici became close to him so quickly. Well, I just went out to buy some soy milk and fried dough sticks. After the porridge cooks for another 30 minutes, we can have dinner. Tang Yuza turned the stove to low heat. Thank you for your hard work. Go wake Cici up. I'll take care of the rest. Okay. Tang Yuza returned to the room again. Xiaoxi, wake up. He shook his sister gently to wake her up. Xia Jinxi slowly sat up from the quilt, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Tang Yuza couldn't bear to look at the defenseless and slack appearance. Hurry up and get dressed, breakfast will be served soon. For a moment, he even forgot to ask Xia Jinxi why she was sleeping on the floor. After leaving these words, Tang Yuza fled from the room. 5 minutes later, Xia Jinxi also came to the living room. Her face flushed, and she couldn't get rid of the shame that was rising in her heart. After she woke up from sleepiness, Xia Jinsi realized that she had actually fallen asleep next to her brother last night. What a gaffe this is! Fortunately, Tang Yuza did not pursue what happened. Otherwise, Xia Jinsi would definitely find a hole to crawl into. After a simple breakfast, the family went their separate ways. Tang Yuza and Tang Lu cleared out the utility room together. After a thorough cleaning, the father and son went out together to buy a bed. The room that originally belonged to Tang Lu and Lin Hui has been completely transformed into a girl's room by Tang Yuza. So their room had to be rearranged. They picked out a 1.8x 2.0m double bed and a bedside table, and bought all the bedding. Less than 2 hours later, the employee in charge of moving things arranged the things according to Tang Lu's requirements. Lin Hui took Xia Jinsi to complete the household registration transfer. To be honest, in a situation like Xia Jinsi's, it is quite troublesome to change the household registration. At least Lin Hui had planned to be busy for at least 3 days. But I don't know if the staff there are also busy off work because of the National Day. The efficiency of the work is extremely high, and the processing of various materials is completed directly on site. Although the mother and daughter ran around to get supporting documents the whole day, it only took them 1 day to resolve the household registration issue. In the evening, the whole family leaned on the sofa in the living room. How about we go out for a trip as a family tomorrow? Suddenly, Tang Lu suggested. Chapter 31 The Nemesis. How about we go out for a trip as a family tomorrow? The chores could be handled faster than they thought, so Tang Lu suggested. Travel, where to go? Tang Yuza asked back. To be honest, he himself doesn't really like traveling. No, to be precise, he doesn't like traveling on statutory holidays. But traveling during holidays like this is quite cumbersome. Train tickets must be booked many days in advance and hotel arrangements must also be made early. And once you get to the tourist spot, it's basically crowded. When there are too many people, even the most beautiful scenery doesn't seem so beautiful anymore. Tang Yuza felt that if he could just take a few days during the winter or summer vacations to go out and play, he would really like it. But it would be a bit of a torture to squeeze into tourist attractions during holidays. What's more, his parents rarely come home, and Tang Yuza himself doesn't have any friends close enough to travel with. It's not possible to travel far now, so let's just go climb Qingyun Mountain as a family. Of course, what Tang Yuza considered, his father Tang Lu could also consider. Qingyun Mountain? It seems like a good idea. Qingyun Mountain is located in City S. It is not very high and is not far from their home. But due to the lack of publicity, it is not very well known. Therefore, few outsiders will make a special trip to visit, and basically only locals come here to play. There will definitely be a lot of people during holidays, but it won't be crowded. To be honest, the place Tang Yuza most wants to go is actually the beach. The main reason is that their province S is located in the central area. Because of the distance, he has never been to see the sea. That's not true. He would occasionally see it when he was doing missions abroad, but he really didn't have the time to play at that time. This is also why Tang Yuza told Xia Jinsi that he would take her on a plane trip after the long vacation. However, the weather is getting colder in October and my parents don't have enough vacation time left. Even if they went to the beach, they couldn't have fun. From this perspective, mountaineering activities with a long enough distance are indeed the best choice. We can stay in the hotel on the mountain for a day then. Wait, are you still going to live there? Tang Yuza frowned. Is it really possible to book a hotel during this time period? No problem, I've already booked 2 double rooms. That's good. The distance is short, there is no crowding, and there is a place to stay at night. There is a lovely little sister at home, and my parents are both free. Then Tang Yuza naturally had no reason to object to going out. It is said that the hotel has a very good value for money, a 3-star label and 4-star service, and has very good reviews. When I booked it, there were just 2 double rooms left. I booked a check-in date of October 2nd, which means we can go hiking tomorrow, and check-out is at noon on October 3rd. Also, it's rare to get such a good location on the top of the mountain. Remember to get up early on the morning of the 3rd so that our whole family can catch up to the top of the mountain to watch the sunrise. Tang Lu narrated his arrangements in an orderly manner, and Tang Yuza listened and thought at the same time. When should Xiaoxi go through the admission procedures? We'll check out of the hotel at noon on the 3rd, then take the cable car down the mountain, and go to complete Cici's enrollment procedures on the 4th. After that, on the 5th, Tang Lu and Lin Hui had to go back to work. Sure, Dad, this is a tight schedule, that's great. Stop kissing up to your dad and go to bed early tonight. We'll set off tomorrow. It took only half an hour to drive to the foot of Qingyun Mountain. After finding a parking space, the family started climbing the mountain. Xiaoxi, if you feel tired while climbing the mountain later, you must tell me. We have plenty of time and can stop and rest several times. Before going up the mountain, Tang Yuza was afraid that Xiaojinsi was tired but too embarrassed to speak, so he gave her instructions in advance. Xiaojinsi responded softly. So the family came to the stairs and started climbing the mountain on foot. By the way, I haven't asked Yuza about his recent grades recently, did you know that, honey? No problem. Their school just finished its monthly exam before the holiday, and Yuza is still ranked first. Lin Hui sighed. This kid of his seemed to have suddenly awakened when he was in junior high school. He rushed from the last place to the first place and has never fallen since then. Yuza is still the same. I still remember that when he was in junior high school, he almost made that girl who was always the second best in the exam become autistic. Tang Lu remembered an interesting story. When Tang Yuza was in junior high school, his grades suddenly became very good, making the girl who was originally the top student in the grade become the perpetual runner-up. The girl was very competitive and she studied very hard just to surpass Tang Yuza. Finally, the results of the monthly exam came out and her name appeared at the top of the list. She was extremely excited. But the problem was that she couldn't find Tang Yuza's name on the overall score list that time. I went to his class to ask and found out that this guy missed the exam due to illness, and she was so angry that she almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. By the way, Tang Yuza's physical condition at that time was actually impossible for him to get sick. I didn't take the exam that day, but was teleported abroad to complete the task assigned by the system. Brother, are your grades so good? Hearing Tang Lu and Lin Hui discussing the topic about Tang Yuza, Xiaojinsi also showed great interest. She wanted to know her brother Yuza better. Yes, your brother's grades were pretty average when he first started middle school, but one day he suddenly called us and said he got first place in his grade. My husband and I thought he was hallucinating because of too much stress from studying. Who would have known that in the following exams, Tang Yuza would always be the first? Lin Hui continued to tell the glorious deeds of Tang Yuza. As expected of brother Yuza, so awesome. Although Xiaojinsi felt that her brother was very outstanding when he taught her before. But after hearing that Tang Yuza had been able to top the city's rankings for many years, he was still so surprised that his mouth opened slightly. Sometimes I feel like your brother is on a roll, and suddenly he wakes up. Lin Hui looked at Tang Yuza with some resentment. To be honest, she didn't think that things like grades could suddenly become excellent. So when Tang Yuza suddenly scored 895 points in the high school entrance examination, almost reaching the full score of 900, Lin Hui simply thought that this boy must have been hiding his strength before. However, even if he had not achieved such excellent results as he has now, Lin Hui would not blame him. After all, she and Tang Lu were working outside, so Tang Yuza naturally became a left-behind child. Even if his grades are not good, Lin Hui will only blame herself for not being able to stay with the child and educate him well. But if the child has good grades, it will always make parents who earn money away from home feel more at ease. But I'm not particularly reassured. After all, she knew that Tang Yuza, this brat, had a very irregular life. I play games every day, reversing my day and night. He is a loner and has almost no friends, not even one with whom he can play games via microphone. Although she is good at cooking and is familiar with the uncles and aunts at the vegetable market downstairs, she still relies on takeout and snacks to fill her stomach most of the time. Therefore, Xiaojinsi living with him now is the most ideal situation for both of them. Lin Hui understood that with Tang Yuza's personality, it would be impossible for him to let Cici suffer with him. She is Tang Yuza's nemesis. Chapter 32 Mountaineering. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the family finally reached the halfway point of the mountain and decided to take a break. Xiaoxi must be hungry too, do you want to eat something? Although there are no restaurants at the rest stop halfway up the mountain, there are quite a few convenience stores. No, brother, everything here is so expensive. Looking at the sausage in front of her with the price of 10 yuan a piece written on it, Xiaojinsi flinched a little. Because transportation is inconvenient in the mountains, it's difficult to get goods. Is it so expensive just because it's hard to deliver? Of course not, there are many other reasons. First, in deep mountainous areas like this, transportation is not that convenient, so it would be difficult to transport goods. Second, there are fewer tourists in scenic spots during non-holidays, so it is easy to lose money. During holidays, there are more tourists but the supply cannot meet the demand. Third, it is difficult to find service personnel. Most people are reluctant to take this kind of work in the mountains unless they are offered a pay raise, which is another expense. Tang Yuza explained to Xiaojinsi everything he had learned before. I still feel a little bit stuck. To be honest, I think so too, your brother. The above content all comes from the information sheet that Tang Yuza memorized when learning geography before the subject division. There was a big question like this in one exam, asking him why the prices in scenic spots are higher than usual. His thoughts on this are: what a bunch of useful excuses. Let us talk about the first point first. Transportation is difficult. Transportation is inconvenient in the deep mountains, and transportation costs will increase. Tang Yuza could understand this. After all, the scenic area usually needs a lot of supplies, and there are few and bumpy roads up the mountain, so the inconvenience of transportation is understandable. But why is the price of the same product exactly the same when sold at the foot of the mountain and at the top of the mountain? It's difficult to carry supplies up the mountain, but it must not be difficult to transport them to the foot of the mountain, right? Secondly, it is easy to make losses when there are few tourists on weekdays, so it is necessary to raise prices to save the business. But the reality is that no matter how many or few tourists there are, prices are always extremely expensive. Moreover, the more people there are, the more expensive these things become. Some people say that things in scenic spots are always in short supply, but in fact they have never been sold out. Third, most people are unwilling to do short-term work of only a few months unless they are paid well. Does giving each worker a little more salary justify the price increase by several times? Besides, Tang Yuza really didn't think that if they paid more when buying things, the higher-ups would give the staff more wages. To sum up, it is better to bring your own things when traveling. The most outrageous thing is that some scenic spots prohibit bringing in your own food and alcohol, on the grounds that they are afraid of polluting the ecological environment. It is recommended that all plastic bags purchased in scenic spots can be self-degradable. Anyway, we are not fools. We won't pay this IQ tax. We have bought everything we need before we go out. At most, we can find a hotel on the top of the mountain to stay overnight and have a meal. We just need to avoid being cheated by things like 10 yuan for a sausage and 15 yuan for a small bottle of Coke. Tang Yuza's family's current conditions are actually pretty good, but he feels uncomfortable when he thinks that his money was cheated away. Fortunately, Tang Lu prepared some. There are so many people. After all, it's a holiday, so it's normal for people to go out and travel. I heard that there won't be so many people when we reach the top of the mountain, right? A few days ago, Xiaojinsi saw an article using the mobile phone that Tang Yuza had just bought for her. The title was "The foot of the mountain is always crowded, you have to go to the top of the mountain to see." This short essay of less than 500 words explains the truth that many people give up halfway, but only those who persevere to the end can see the most beautiful scenery. She was quite touched when she read it. It's difficult. There will be more people on the top of the mountain. Why? Look up for yourself. Xiaojinsi heard this and looked into the distance. What she saw were rows of steel ropes. I see, a cable car. Modern people are smarter than you think. Mountain climbing is a troublesome and energy-wasting thing for most people. Even though many people want to experience the process of climbing to the summit in person at the beginning, most of them eventually give up halfway and find excuses to take the cable car. Tang Yuza really doesn't like this feeling of only pursuing results. Just like when he was in junior high school, when there was no system, he also worked hard to achieve some results in the sports meet. As a result, after working hard, he was assigned to a group with many athletes due to his bad luck after only passing the first round. There is no need to say more about who was the host of the sports meeting. In fact, he himself didn't care so much about the results. On the contrary, Tang Yuza quite enjoyed the process of exercising during that period. However, a certain annoying guy said, "If I had known, I should not have let Tang Yuza take part in the 100m. He is of no use at all." Damn, I accidentally remembered that face again. Tang Yuza quickly shook off the not-so-good memories. Shift your attention back to the scenery halfway up the mountain. After resting for a while, the family continued to climb up the mountain. When we reached the top of the mountain, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. "Hello, let's check in the room. Have you made an online reservation in advance?" "Yes, here it is." "Okay, please show me your relevant documents." After completing the check-in procedures, the lady at the front desk handed Tang Lu 2 room cards. 3017 and 4027. Not even 2 rooms on one floor. Isn't there a room closer? I'm very sorry, the other rooms are occupied. These are the two closest ones. So, the family was faced with another big problem. How to allocate rooms. Cece and I will live on the third floor, and Yuza and her husband will live on the fourth floor, right? Taking into account the differences between men and women, Lin Hui made a decision. No. Tang Lu rejected her proposal. There are so many people in the hotel, it's not safe for you and Cece to live together. Tang Lu continued to propose. Let's just stay in one room, and let Yuza and Cece stay in another. But I'm afraid that Tang Yuza might be up to something bad. Tang Yuza is not a beast, there won't be any problem. Listening to Tang Lu's words, Lin Hui thought for a while. Indeed, although her son was so well off, Lin Hui had never heard of him having a good relationship with any girl. It seems that the only things he is interested in are games and anime. If there weren't quite a few cute and pretty girls among the action figures that Tang Yuza bought with his scholarship, Lin Hui would have doubted his sexual orientation. Moreover, the night before yesterday they also made Xia Jinsi and Tang Yuza stay with them for the whole night. Hotels are a mixed bag to begin with, let alone a hotel in the mountains. There is no absolute security guarantee. At this time, instead of worrying about the differences between men and women, it is better to consider safety risks first. Okay, that's it. Tang Lu turned his head and looked at Tang Yuza and Xia Jinsi. That's it, Yuza, Cece will be in your hands tonight. Don't open the door to anyone at night. Lin Hui and I will call you in advance if there is anything. Let's go watch the sunrise early tomorrow morning. Don't leave it too late. Chapter 33 Night Talk. Tang Yuza is in big trouble now. His father, Tang Lu, probably discovered that there were almost no houses left when he was trying to grab the order last night, so he just glanced at the price and completed the order. So Tang Lu didn't care about what was in the room and fell into a misconception. Does a double room necessarily have two beds? The answer is no. There is only a large double bed in front of Tang Yuza and Xia Jinsi. How about I sleep on the couch tonight? But when he looked closely, he saw that there was only a smaller single sofa in the room. Brother Yuza, there is only one quilt. Moreover, there was only one quilt. Although Tang Yuza is in a very strong physique now, it is impossible for him to catch a cold. But you can't do something unreasonable that makes people worry. Forget it, it's only one night anyway, let's just bear with it. Tang Yuza sighed. Xia Jinsi's face flushed as she recalled that she accidentally fell asleep in his bed. Let me check for any cameras, then we can go take a shower. After saying that, Tang Yuza turned off all the lights in the room. Then he took out his cell phone, selected a yellowish filter, turned on the flash and scanned the corners of the room one by one. Wherever there are strange spots of light, there are cameras hidden. Please be sure to check for potential dangers when staying in a hotel. However, checking every corner one by one is still time-consuming and laborious. So Tang Yuza closed his eyes and concentrated his attention. Danger sense, level 5. Tang Yuza carefully felt the surrounding magnetic field and electric current. After feeling that there were no unnecessary energy sources in every corner of the room, I finally felt relieved. Looks like there's no problem. Go take a shower first. Tang Yuza felt that it was more troublesome to blow dry a girl's hair after taking a shower and it was not easy to dry, so he let Xia Jinsi take a shower first. After Xia Jinsi went to take a shower, Tang Yuza also came to the living room. His sister usually takes half an hour to take a shower, so he thought he could take this time to close his eyes and take a short break. After all, he had consumed a lot of energy today. Although the lights were still on, Tang Yuza was confident that he could fall asleep under the lights. This is just like when he dozes off in class because the content is too boring. Sitting by the window, he is not affected by the sun's glare. Instead, he feels warm and comfortable sleeping in the sun. On the contrary, the bald teacher who teaches physics is really difficult to deal with. Every time his head was exposed to the sunlight, it would reflect light, just like an energy-saving light bulb, which made the students below laugh secretly. Wah 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 wah. But hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom, Tang Yuza's heart couldn't calm down again. Whenever he thought of Xia Jinsi taking a bath not far from him, strange images always appeared in his mind. That was Xia Jinsi who was applying shower gel. The shower gel was gradually washed away by the water, washing away the dirt accumulated by the girl's long journey. Her small buttocks, which were raised but not seductive, highlighted her beautiful figure. At this time, the imaginary Xia Jinsi seemed to have discovered Tang Yuza. She turned around with a blushing face, simply covered her upper and lower important parts, and asked him shyly, "Brother, does it look good?" Just thinking about it, Tang Yuza felt his nostrils getting hot. He shook his head and took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. Fuck. Why would I go to YY this? Tang Yuza felt that he was becoming more and more abnormal. So Tang Yuza turned on the TV and switched to a random channel. I turned up the volume on the TV to cover up the sound of water in the shower and continued watching absent-mindedly. "Brother, I'm done." Xia Jinsi came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, not treating him as a normal man at all. With only a bath towel to block the view, it was hard to tell whether to call this an outfit that was bold or subtle. Showing off the girl's slim figure. Neck, collarbone, polar bear, slim waist, tender legs, jade feet. "Don't keep staring at me." After Xia Jinsi discovered Tang Yuza, she felt a little shy and a little happy. "Excuse me, I'm going to take a shower." When Tang Yuza's blatant peeking behavior was discovered, his face turned red and he quickly ran into the shower room to take shelter. Having said that, although there were still many parts of Xia Jinsi's body covered by the bath towel, judging from the exposed skin, the scars left by Xia Wenchuan's abuse had completely disappeared. 10 minutes later, Tang Yuza came out of the bathroom. "But I saw my sister who was already in pajamas, but her hair was still wet." "Xiaoxi, didn't you use a hair dryer?" Tang Yuza asked doubtfully. Xia Jinsi has lived in their house for a month, so she should have known how to use the hairdryer by now, right? Are there hair dryers in the hotel? Yeah, isn't this the place? Tang Yuza pointed to the table beside him speechlessly, then connected the hairdryer to the power supply. "Forget it, this is a rare opportunity, let me help you blow dry your hair." "Okay." Xia Jinsi sat on the single sofa, while Tang Yuza was behind her, gently playing with the girl's hair. After a while, Xia Jinsi's hair was dry. "Let's go to bed, we are all tired." He hid the baby killer beside the bed to prevent Xia Jinsi from seeing it and asking him questions out of curiosity. Tang Yuza crawled into bed. To be honest, mountain climbing is an activity that hardly consumes much physical energy for Tang Yuza now. But when he thought about having to get up at 5 o'clock to watch the sunrise tomorrow, Tang Yuza felt physically and mentally exhausted. If there hadn't been a little girl next to him who would inadvertently refresh him, Tang Yuza would have fallen asleep long ago. "But it's only 9 o'clock now? I'm not very sleepy yet. Can you chat with me, brother?" Xia Jinsi, on her part, was extremely excited. "It's a rare family trip, and I can share a room with my brother." In this state, even though Xia Jinsi was tired from climbing the mountain, she didn't feel like sleeping. That's not good. I have to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow." If it were any other time, if Xia Jinsi told Tang Yuza that she wanted to talk to him, Tang Yuza would definitely accept it with pleasure. But as they were in the same room together and had just finished taking a shower, Tang Yuza really didn't want to test his self-control. It's better to go to bed now. The system's strengthening of his physical fitness will also improve Tang Yuza's sleep quality. He could fall asleep anytime he wanted. Chapter 34 I Promised to Marry Xiaoxi. It seems that your lovely sister wants to talk with you all night long. How can you refuse this request as a brother? Chat with Xia Jinsi until she falls asleep, reward experience points plus 1000. Just when he was about to fall asleep, the system appeared. Tang Yuza looked at the task in front of him, speechless. You can get 1000 experience points just by chatting. You really are a sister Khan, right? But since my sister took the initiative to ask to chat with him, she must have something she wanted to tell Tang Yuza. Anyway, it's still early, and we Chinese students are not lucky enough to go to bed on time at 10 o'clock at night. There's no harm in listening to it. Well, I'm going to tell you. Then, Xia Jinsi told him about her childhood. I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly. Tang Yuza was a little surprised. The stories Xia Jinsi told included how they pulled radishes together and flew kites together. And Tang Yuza drove away other girls in order to play with her. It's embarrassing to say that if I didn't have the ability to retrieve memories directly in my mind. He certainly couldn't remember these things. Yeah, Brother Yuza was super handsome at that time. Xia Jinsi said a little shyly. But unfortunately, the kite you gave me was burned by my father as firewood. Speaking of this, Xia Jinsi felt a little sad again. The kite given by her brother Yuza was the best treasure for her when she was young. It was something she wanted to cherish for the rest of her life. However, after Mom passed away, Dad burned her treasures simply because he was too lazy to chop wood. It's okay. You can buy kites everywhere. If Xiaoxi likes it, we can play it together later. Tang Yuze has never been a person with low emotional intelligence. He knew in his heart that the reason why the kite was precious to Xiaojianxi was not because of its inherent value, but it contains the girl's childhood memories. What is important is not the kite, but the person who can fly the kite with her. Since the old kite can't be returned, I'll fly a new kite with her. Come to think of it, at that time Xiaoxi couldn't bear to leave brother Yuze, and brother even threatened to marry Xiaoxi as his wife in the future. Then, that is. I didn't expect that my sister even remembered this. Tang Yuze was a little incoherent for a moment. I know. Xiaoxi was being unreasonable at the time, and brother had to say that just to coax her. That's good. Tang Yuze let out a long sigh. However, if brother really wants to marry Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi will not refuse. After saying this, Xiaojianxi shyly hid half of her face under the quilt. Ah? Tang Yuze was dumbfounded. Did he just get confessed to? Because, brother Yuze is so good to Xiaoxi, but Xiaoxi really doesn't know how to repay him. After thinking about it, it seems that I can only be brother Yuze's wife. I see. Rather than a confession, is it more like the sister feels that she owes him something? Xiaoxi, I helped you out of this difficult situation just to let you live a normal life. I'm not doing this for your reward. If you really want to repay me, be nicer to yourself and smile more in the future. Tang Yuze reached out and rubbed Xiaojianxi's slightly chubby face. Then he turned off the lights in the room. It's time to go to bed. We still have to watch the sunrise tomorrow morning. In order to suppress something that was about to stir, Tang Yuze turned around and faced Xiaojianxi with his back. Then he closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. But Xiaoxi also wants to be brother Yuze's wife. In the darkness, Xiaojianxi murmured. Brother, you said you would marry Xiaoxi in the future. Even if it was just a joke, Xiaoxi won't let you break your promise. My brother is so handsome, he must be very popular in school. All along, it was brother Yuze who took the initiative to approach her. As for Xiaojianxi herself, she never took the initiative, but just passively accepted Tang Yuze's kindness. Xiaojianxi was already inferior in self-esteem, and what's more, everything she has now was given by Tang Yuze. So, she didn't think she was worthy of this Prince Charming. But even so, I like it. The desire to get close to him and run towards him, this feeling finally overcame the girl's inferiority complex at this moment. I have to take the initiative, otherwise my brother will be snatched away. Xiaojianxi thought about it for a moment and imagined that one day in the future, a woman would marry Tang Yuze in a white wedding dress, surrounded by white doves, and she would have to continue to hide her feelings and bless them as a sister-in-law. Just thinking about this scene made Xiaojianxi feel suffocated. But if they continue to maintain a brother-sister relationship, this situation is bound to occur in the future. Then we can only go one step further. Sure enough, she is a greedy girl. Thinking of this, Xiaojianxi tiptoed down from the bed, walked around to the other side and looked directly at Tang Yuze. His eyes kept moving back and forth between Tang Yuze's face and thick lips. As for that, let's wait until we are awake. The girl slowly leaned down and her cherry lips fell on Tang Yuze's cheek. After doing all this, Xiaojianxi crawled back into bed and fell asleep peacefully. Even without an alarm clock, Tang Yuze could wake up exactly at the time he should. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Tang Yuze felt that something was hugging him tightly. There is no doubt that the person hugging him tightly is his younger sister Xiaojianxi. This was the second time that Xiaojianxi hugged him tightly on the bed. He remembered seeing someone say that sleeping with something in your arms is a sign of insecurity. From this perspective, it was a very correct decision for Tang Yuze to buy a lot of stuffed dolls for Xiaojianxi. Xiaoxi, get up and watch the sunrise. After escaping from his sister's clutches, Xiaojianxi finally got up after a certain phenomenon that Tang Yuze and other boys experienced when they woke up disappeared. Yeah, okay. After getting dressed, the brother and sister went downstairs to the hotel to meet Tang Lulinui. Less than a minute after the light appeared on the horizon, the fiery red sun began to illuminate the earth. At this time, the sun had not yet fully risen, but the boundless darkness quickly retreated, as if afraid of the greatness of the light. As time passed, the light emitted by the sun became stronger and stronger. The people in the square had long since adapted to the darkness and could no longer look directly at it, so they all turned their gazes to the sky. When the morning light breaks through the sky, the sunrise is like a bottle of colorful dyes, just like candy rain, coloring the sky that is just woken up. The sky is full of red clouds, the sea is full of golden waves, and the red sun is like a furnace of boiling steel, gushing out, sparkling and dazzling. At this time, the pale sun brought in a ray of blood-red light, radiating thousands of rays of light. The sunlight passed through the trees and through the morning mist, spreading obliquely all over the earth and the sky, as graceful as a colorful oil painting. In just a few minutes, the night completely disappeared, the sky turned gray-blue, and the sun shared its light without reservation with everyone on earth. Brother, it's so beautiful. Yes. It always feels like a dream to be able to watch the sunrise together as a family like this. To be honest, students like us can see the sunrise every day in winter when the sun comes out later. Yes, so I want to thank my brother, my parents, and everyone for being willing to be my family and bringing me to see such a beautiful sunrise. Xiaojinsi smiled gently, and the sunlight shone on her beautiful face, which made Tang Yuze absent-minded for a moment. The girl's smile, combined with the golden light, has an indescribable magic. So beautiful. My grandmother once said that the sun is great because it can even illuminate the dust. Looking at the sun rising out of the horizon and bringing light to the world, Tang Yuze, who somewhat needed to hide his shyness, was inspired. Eh? Did my grandma say something like this? It feels quite interesting. No, that's what the other Cayman writer's grandmother said. Really? Which one is it? I want to watch it then too. Xiaojinsi carefully took out a pen and paper from her travel bag and wrote it down. Chapter 35 Entrance Exam. By the way, come to think of it, we haven't taken Xiaoxi back to our hometown yet. Hearing the children's conversation, Lin Hui suddenly remembered this incident. No rush, it won't be too late to go back after the new year. Tang Lu responded. Naturally, they adopted Xiaojinsi with the consent of the two elders. But due to travel issues, they have not yet been able to meet their new granddaughter. Fortunately, there are only more than 2 months from National Day to New Year. There is no need to let the two old people wait too long. Go back to your room. Checkout isn't until noon. Tang Yuze yawned and planned to go back to the hotel for a nap. Well, that's it. After a nap, it was noon. The family checked out of the room at the front desk and prepared to go down the mountain. Xiaoxi, are you afraid of heights? Tang Yuze asked before getting on the cable car. A little bit. Why don't we just walk down the mountain? The physical strength required to go down the mountain is far less than that required to go up the mountain, and there is no need to rest in the middle. Even if they were just starting to descend the mountain, it wouldn't be too late for them to get home. No. I can get over it. Xiaojinsi looked at the cable car in front of her and swallowed. She didn't want to disrupt her family's plans just because she was a little afraid of heights. When we get on the cable car, just close your eyes if you're scared. Seeing that Xiaojinsi didn't seem to want to change the arrangement, Tang Yuze could only tell her this. I took a look at the cable cars on Qingyun Mountain and found that most of them are enclosed with bottoms. That shouldn't be a big problem. Tang Yuze remembered that the last time he took a cable car, the chassis of the cable car was completely transparent. That thing should be quite stressful for people who are afraid of heights. However, with his physical ability at level 6 and Qigong at level 4, he has already surpassed the limits of human beings. Even without wings, Tang Yuze can fly on his own. There is absolutely no need to be afraid of heights. Flying, by the way, is arguably the most useless form of locomotion for him. Because he has an even more incredible way of moving, called coordinate movement. This is called transmission. As long as he has the coordinates and there are no walls at the coordinate locations, Tang Yuze can go wherever he wants. Therefore, there was a possibility that his superpowers would be exposed, and flying, which did not move very fast, was of no use to him. The family got on the cable car in pairs and moved down the mountain. At first, Xiaojinsi looked at the ground gradually moving away, and grabbed the corner of Tang Yuze's clothes with some fear. But when she turned her gaze to the scenery in the distance, she slowly overcame her fear of heights. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the family found a Chinese restaurant for lunch, and Tang Lu drove them home. Speaking of which, Dad, how are you going to get back there? Are you still going to take a plane? No, the plane ticket is too expensive. I should take the train. Then why did you take a plane to go home this time? Because we are very worried about your and Cece's living conditions, we wanted to come back earlier. However, based on observations over the past 2 days, their worries were completely unnecessary. Tang Yuze's care for Xiaojinsi can be said to be meticulous. Sometimes Tang Lu felt that their relationship was neither like that of siblings nor like that of childhood sweethearts. It seems more like this brat and his family has a daughter. After returning home, the family had nothing special to do. Tang Lu and Lin Hui were sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV, while Xia Jinxi was receiving instruction in Tang Yu's room. Excluding the 2 days they went out to play, Tang Yu taught Xia Jinxi for a total of 22 days and earned 4,400 experience points from the system. He doesn't plan to use these experience points for the time being. At present, Tang Yu has improved many of his abilities to a very excellent level, and has also mastered many special skills that he believes are necessary. Therefore, his current idea is to save up experience points and use them directly when he needs to enhance a certain ability. Xiaoxi, when we get to school tomorrow, the teacher will give you a test paper with Chinese and math accounting for 75 points each. The time limit is 120 minutes. As long as you can get 120 points, you can study in our class 1. The questions are not difficult. They are basically what I have taught you. Just perform normally. The next day, before going to school, Tang Yu patiently gave Xia Jinxi psychological counseling. As for the admission procedures, Lin Hui has already helped Xia Jinxi complete them. After all, Xia Jinxi's household registration had been transferred here by them, so there didn't need to be many complicated procedures for admission. So today, Tang Yu and Xia Jinxi just came to take a small entrance test. Hello, Teacher Feng. Tang Yu brought Xia Jinxi to the second-year high school office and found the homeroom teacher Feng Gang. The National Day holiday has not yet ended, and in the huge office, there are only 3 teachers, including Feng Gang. Hey, Yuza. Feng Gang turned around and looked at Tang Yu, and also noticed Xia Jinxi standing next to him. This is Xia Jinxi, right? Hello, I'm Feng Gang, the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 2. Hello, Teacher Feng. Xia Jinxi greeted quietly. I'm sorry, Mr. Feng. It's a holiday, but I still have to trouble you to come to school. It doesn't matter. Our teachers also have shifts. Feng Gang waved his hand, signaling Tang Yu not to worry about it. Although it is National Day, each of these teachers will still be arranged to work in shifts for 1 or 2 days in case of emergency. As for Feng Gang, he was initially assigned to be on duty number 2. Then because of Xia Jinxi's situation, it was changed to number 4. Then without further ado, let's start the test. 75 points each for Chinese and math, total score 150, time limit 120 minutes, is that okay? Feng Gang stood up and motioned Xia Jinxi to sit directly in his seat to answer the questions. Okay, then use it and I will wait for you outside. Don't you need an invigilator? It's okay, just chat for a few minutes. So, Tang Yu and Feng Gang left the office first, leaving Xia Jinxi alone to do the questions. Does your sister really have the grades to get into our class? Feng Gang was a little skeptical. He had read Xia Jinxi's information and knew that she attended Hope Primary School for both elementary and junior high school. And after completing 9 years of compulsory education, I stopped going to school. Their Jiangcheng High School is a famous high school in S Province, and Class 1 is a rocket class. All the students in it are aiming for double first-class universities. Every year, at most 5 people fall behind in the college entrance examination, but no matter how bad the result is, one can still be admitted to a key university. If it weren't for Tang Yu, the academic genius, Xia Jinxi would not have been able to get the opportunity to enter the rocket class upon admission. No problem, Mr. Feng. Although it may not reach the average level of our class, there will definitely be no problem in getting into the class. Tang Yu said firmly. Level 4 teaching ability enables him to make an objective and reasonable judgment on Xia Jinxi's level. That's fine. I'll go back to supervise the exam. Go to the 3rd floor of the Science and Education building next door and bring a set of tables and chairs. Chapter 36 The First Cup of Milk Tea. After Tang Yu selected a set of tables and chairs in the Science and Education building, he returned to the classroom of Class 1, Grade 2 without much effort. Taking out the key Feng Gang gave him, Tang Yu opened the classroom door. Looking around the classroom, almost all the seats are in pairs, with only one seat being a single seat. That is Tang Yu's seat in the last row by the window. Tang Yu, who has excellent grades, can choose his own seat. So he chose the last row by the window, which was the most leisurely and convenient place to slack off. In the eyes of his classmates, Tang Yu is a meticulous and perfect student. So everyone is afraid of disturbing the top student's performance, and no one will take the initiative to sit next to him. Especially the female classmates, they didn't dare to sneak away. But Tang Yu himself doesn't care about so many things. Since Lin Hui asked him to take good care of Xiaojinsi at school, he would definitely keep her closest to him. So Tang Yuze moved the table and chairs next to his seat. After moving the tables and chairs, Tang Yuze came to the office again. In order not to disturb his sister's exam, he deliberately stood a little further away. How beautiful! The girl was doing the test questions attentively, and the sunlight outside the window fell on her test paper. Occasionally, when she encountered a question that she didn't know how to answer, the girl would frown slightly and think about it. After she thought of the solution, her eyes would brighten up again and she would wave her pen happily. So, the girl in the window was struggling with the sea of questions, and the boy outside the window was secretly looking at the girl, forming such a beautiful picture. Tang Yuze remembered Bian Jiline's famous quote, "You stand on the bridge to enjoy the scenery, and the people who enjoy the scenery are looking at you from upstairs. The bright moon decorates your window, and you decorate other people's dreams." At this moment, he finally experienced the artistic conception of the poem. Since he had nothing to do anyway, Tang Yuze simply ran outside the school and bought 2 cups of red bean milk tea. After waiting for another half an hour, Xiaojinsi finished the test and walked out of the office. As for Feng Gang, who was still in the office, he should have stayed in the office to mark the papers. By the way, the head teacher Feng Gang teaches physics to their class. At first, Tang Yuze was a little skeptical whether he could give the correct score for Xiaojinsi's combined Chinese and math test paper. However, after seeing Feng Gang take a picture of the entire paper, Tang Yuze knew that he must have sent it to another teacher for remote marking. "How is it, Xiaoxi? Is the question difficult?" "It's okay. They are basically the types my brother taught me." Xiaojinsi felt that this set of test papers went quite smoothly. Except for the big questions at the end, which were a bit difficult, she was able to answer most of them. But after all, she had to score 120 points in this paper to get into class 1. Before the results came out, Xiaojinsi was still very nervous. "Don't worry, Xiaoxi has been working so hard during this period, she will definitely make it through." Rather, Tang Yuze felt that even if Xiaojinsi's results this time were a little worse, Teacher Feng would still accept her. After all, he had asked himself to move his desk and chair to the classroom before the official results came out. "Relax a little and have a cup of milk tea." Tang Yuze handed one of the cups of red bean milk tea to Xiaojinsi. "Is this milk?" Xiaojinsi looked at the large cup of milk tea in her hand and couldn't help but ask questions. "Well, this is probably quite different from milk, especially in terms of nutrition." Tang Yuze was in deep thought. He knew that the village over there was relatively poor, but he never expected that this was Xiaoxi's first time seeing milk tea. "Anyway, drink it first. Are you afraid that I will poison you?" Tang Yuze joked. "No, no." Xiaojinsi quickly put the straw into the cup and took a small sip. She used to drink milk when she was a child, but this was the first time she had milk tea in her life. As soon as it entered the mouth, a rich milky aroma stimulated Xiaojinsi's taste buds, and it was silky and smooth. Sweet milk tea paired with sweet red beans is warm and mellow. After taking another sip, Xiaojinsi couldn't help but smile with a faint dimple. Tang Yuze, who was standing by, saw this and smiled with relief. "What a satisfying little fellow. Do you like it?" If you like it, I'll take you to buy it after school starts." In the past, when Tang Yuze didn't want to go home during lunch break, he would run to a private milk tea shop called Neighbor's Tea at the school gate, order a cup of red bean milk tea, and sit there for the whole afternoon. Therefore, he became very familiar with the female owner of the milk tea shop. However, after having a younger sister at home, Tang Yuze had not taken care of the business for a while because he had to go home at noon to take care of Xiaojinsi. When he went to buy milk tea today, the boss asked him with a sly smile why he took away 2 cups at once. "It's so embarrassing." Xiaojinsi held the milk tea in her palm and drank it bit by bit. 10 minutes later, Feng Gang walked out of the office. "Congratulations, Xiaojinsi's final score is 126 points, and she can be directly enrolled in class 1. Feng Gang smiled and seemed quite satisfied with Xiaojinsi's strength. However, this time the exam only tested Chinese and mathematics. "I want to know if Xiaojinsi has any bias in any subject? Her English will be a little worse." Tang Yuze answered quickly. As far as he knew, English was not taught at all in the primary school where Xiaojinsi went, and English textbooks were only available in junior high school. So her English foundation is relatively poor. Without the accumulation of vocabulary, it would be difficult to improve grades in a short period of time even with Tang Yuze's guidance. "Really? It's okay to have a little bit of imbalance in one subject now, but but you must fill all the gaps before the college entrance examination. Fong Gang said earnestly. By the way, Mr. Fong, I have one more thing I want to ask of you. You say. From now on, during the evening self-study period, can I let my sister go home as well? Tang Yuza thought about it and said to Fong Gang. Xia Jinxi's current condition cannot be considered stable. Now, she is completely unable to talk to anyone other than her family. Although her social phobia will definitely improve gradually as she starts school, Tang Yuza can assert that Xia Jinxi only trusts him now. Under such circumstances, Tang Yuza couldn't leave her alone in school. Or, he would accompany her to evening self-study classes in the future. Or, the two of them go home together. Okay, I approve. If it doesn't work, I'll. Tang Yuza didn't expect the head teacher to agree so quickly and was a little puzzled. I approve. From now on, both of you can go home and study. What he didn't know was that after reading Xia Jinxi's information, Fong Gang knew very well how bad the learning environment this girl had been in before. Now that she was able to pass his entrance test, it was almost unnecessary to think about who taught her. Thank you, Mr. Fong. However, there is one condition, that is, your grades must remain stable at the top of the grade, otherwise I will revoke your right to go home and study. Is that okay? Of course. It was not difficult for Tang Yuza to maintain his top position in the grade. Chapter 37 Return to Living Together. Brother Yuza, what exactly is this evening self-study class that you just talked about with Teacher Fong? On the way home, Xia Jinxi suddenly asked. Ever since she heard Tang Yuza and Fong Gang talking about the evening self-study time, Xia Jinxi has been wondering what this evening self-study is. After all the schools near her home, whether primary, middle or high school, end on time at 5 p.m. Leaving students in school for evening self-study will waste a lot of electricity. Moreover, the village is still very dangerous at night. If students encounter an accident on the way home after evening self-study, it will be difficult for the school to bear the corresponding responsibility. Taking into account the influence of various factors, Xia Jinxi had never heard of such a thing as evening self-study. So, in the village school, academic performance is not very difficult, and students like Xia Jinxi who work hard can easily get first place. But even if you can get the first place, with the learning conditions there, it is difficult to produce a good college student, let alone an undergraduate degree. Not to mention that because high school is not compulsory education, even if there is poverty subsidy, it is not enough to cover the tuition fees. Xia Jinxi's father, Xiao Wenxuan, also refused her admission to high school the year she was supposed to go to high school. Since Xia Jinxi could no longer go to school, she had to stay at home all day, which made Xiao Wenxuan, who had no valuables at home, think of selling his daughter. Evening self-study is self-study at school at night, usually just doing homework or something. Tang Yuza explained. He could tell from Xia Jinxi's puzzled expression that the junior high school she attended didn't even have evening self-study classes. Isn't that great? Why doesn't brother want to go to evening study with me? Xia Jinxi asked Tang Yuza in return. Perhaps for ordinary high school students, the evening self-study system is a product of the era of involution and a test of their mental strength. But for Xia Jinxi, who dreams of attending an ordinary high school, evening self-study does not seem to be a painful thing. Well. Tang Yuza considered his words and continued. Because there are dozens of people studying in the same classroom during evening self-study, talking is not allowed. If you can't talk, your brother won't be able to tutor Xiaoxi. Moreover, the evening self-study time is mandatory and classes cannot end until 10:30 p.m., which makes it difficult to guarantee time for leisure and sleep. There is no doubt that Tang Yuza doesn't like to attend evening self-study classes. I am already very tired after classes during the day, and then I have to sit in the classroom to study at night, and sometimes it takes more than 3 hours. How torturous is this? Besides, there was no need for him to study book knowledge anymore. Sitting in the classroom with nothing to do was just like being in a prison. Instead of sitting there and wasting time, he might as well play a few more games or complete some tasks assigned by the system. Having said that, the tasks that the system has given him recently are pitifully few. It was obvious that a month ago, it always gave Tang Yuza a lot of tasks. In order to gain experience points more efficiently, Tang Yuza will also screen the tasks. But recently, the amount of tasks given to him by the system has been pitifully small. I don't know what the situation is over there, but Tang Yuza is happy to have some free time. Then Xiaoxi still wants to study at home. Xiaoxi likes her brother's teaching. For Xia Jinxi, Tang Yuza is undoubtedly the best teacher she has ever met in her life. Whether she was reciting or doing exercises, he could always accurately point out her weakest points. It was as if he could see through her completely. After that, Xiaojinsi will make rapid progress as if her Rin and Du meridians are opened. It can be said that in just over 20 days, Xiaojinsi gained more knowledge than she had mastered in her entire 9 years of compulsory education. Xiaoxi, if there's anything you don't know, you can always come to me. Tang Yuze glanced at the system panel. The moment Fenggang announced that Xiaojinsi could study in Class 1, the daily task assigned to him by the system had ended. After all, his task was to tutor Xiaojinsi until she was able to go to school. Although the mission is over, Tang Yuze will not stop. He will prove that even without a systematic arrangement, Tang Yuze will still fulfill his responsibilities as a brother to Xiaojinsi. Moreover, in order to teach Xiaojinsi to read, he spent 500 experience points to enhance his teaching ability to level 4. Of course, I have to make the best use of the talent I have gained after spending so much experience. Set a small goal first. Before entering senior year of high school, let Xiaoxi be in the top 10 in her grade. Tang Yuze thought to himself. After returning home, Tang Yuze told Tang Lu and Lin Hui that Xiaojinsi could study directly in Class 1. Our Cici is so smart. It's all thanks to my brother's good teaching. After learning about this, Lin Hui did not hesitate to praise Xiaojinsi, making the latter feel a little shy and a little proud. Now, she can finally go to school with her brother. So, in order to celebrate Xiaojinsi's admission into Class 1 based on her own strength, the family went out for a meal at Heidileo. Are you leaving so early? Yes. Early in the morning on October 5th, Tang Yuze saw his parents packing their suitcases and couldn't help asking. After all, the train ride will take some time, and work will start again tomorrow. If we leave early today, we will have time to rest in the evening. Our company likes to mess around with other holidays, but is quite generous with annual leave. When the time comes, our family will go back to our hometown to celebrate the new year together. Lin Hui arranged. If we have time, we can go to the ancient town for a trip during the new year. Then I will wait and see without any hope. Stinky boy, look forward to it with gratitude. Facing Tang Yuze's nonsense, Lin Hui pretended to be angry. Yuze, Cici, remember not to open the door to strangers at home, pay attention to traffic lights when crossing the road, don't stay up too late playing games at night, and... Okay, Xiaoxi and I are not children. We already have this sense of danger. Tang Yuze quickly interrupted and asked Lin Hui to stop her tightening curse. Then we're leaving. You two kids, stay safe at home. Before leaving, Tang Lu gave another simple instruction. After their parents left, the brother and sister started living together again. A whole new life where we can read together. Chapter 38, My Girlfriend Who Loves CP. National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival, the classic 7 plus 3 is equal to 8 holidays are over, and it's time to go back to school. In the past, Tang Yuze would have felt extremely exhausted at the thought of having 7 consecutive days of classes after the National Day. But today, with the addition of Xiaojinsi, his campus life may have a different color. At least it won't feel as boring as before. During breakfast time, Tang Yuze felt that someone was staring at him. He suddenly looked up and met his sister Xiaojinsi's beautiful almond eyes. Xiaoxi, is there something on my face? No. Xiaojinsi hurriedly lowered her head to eat. Tang Yuze always felt that his sister was acting a little strange recently. Ever since our parents left, my sister has always been avoiding me, as if we were back to the time when she first arrived at their house. He probably didn't do anything wrong, right? I'll wash the dishes after I finish eating, and then we'll go to school together. Okay, I'll wait for my brother for a while. We'll take the bus directly to school later. Ever since the day she secretly kissed Tang Yuze that night after climbing the mountain, Xiaojinsi didn't know how to face Tang Yuze. How could I do such a thing? Just now when they were having dinner, Xiaojinsi subconsciously avoided Tang Yuze's gaze, but she couldn't help wanting to look at Tang Yuze's face. When the two of them stared at each other, her heart was pounding. In this mood, she seems to be in love? No. Impossible, the other person is her brother, even though he promised to marry her before, even though he is so handsome, even though he used to be her spiritual support, even though he always showed up when she was in trouble, even though... This sentence is not correct. Shouldn't although be followed by but? Xiaojinsi was confused. After washing the last dish, Tang Yuze brought his sister to the bus stop. 10 minutes later, the two siblings stood in front of the bus door. As for why it was the door? because there were so many people that there was only a little space left for people to stand in front of the door. After getting on the bus, considering the many perverts on the bus behaviors reported in the news recently, Tang Yuza put his hands on the railing and surrounded Xiaojinsi to prevent anyone from having any bad intentions. There were several people crowded behind Tang Yuza. At this moment, his face was very close to his sister's, and both of them could clearly feel the breath exhaled by the other. Xiaoxi, hold on, bear with it a little longer, we're only 2 stops away. Well, I didn't expect the first bus in the morning to be so crowded. It's an eye-opener. This is the only bus with a lot of people on it. The next bus that's 10 minutes away will be packed with people. Before Tang Yuza could finish his words, a passenger who was about to get off the bus behind him suddenly pushed his butt and knocked him towards Xiaojinsi. Danger! Xiaojinsi, who was just chatting with Tang Yuza, had no time to dodge and could only close her eyes and lean her head down. Shiu! Tang Yuza used all his strength to brake so that he did not hit his sister directly, but his lips fell on Xiaojinsi's forehead. At that moment, he seemed to understand what it felt like to be suffocated and quickly raised his head. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. It was just an accident. I know. The person behind me is so uncivilized. He ran away after hitting someone. Yes. It's all his fault. The 2 siblings loudly scolded the unknown passenger who had already got off the bus to cover up their embarrassment. Come to think of it, Tang Yuza always felt that he was a little out of shape recently? Under normal circumstances, with his current physical condition, he was just squeezed by others on the bus, so how could he be unable to stand steadily? It was the same last time, even though Xiaojinsi had already gotten into bed, Tang Yuza's sense of danger was still not triggered. Is it that he is not in good shape, or is it that his sister Khan's system is acting up? And just as the brother and sister were arguing on the bus. In the classroom, the students of Class 1 who arrived earlier were in chaos. Why is there an extra table next to Tang? How would I know if you ask me? Could it be that someone asked Lao Feng to change seats? Who dares to sneak away? As mentioned before, in Class 1, Grade 2, no one would sit next to Tang Yuza. Because everyone believes that an ultimate academic master like him needs a quiet study environment. Especially for girls, anyone who takes the initiative to move to Tang Yuza's side will undoubtedly be seen as running away. There is no need to say more about the outcome. Could it be that our Yang University campus beauty is finally going to make a move? But the classmates could barely accept that Yangya, the class monitor and school beauty, sat next to Tang Yuza. There's nothing else to say. She's a pretty school beauty with good relationships with people. When she and Tang Yuza are together, the handsome man and beautiful woman are pleasing to the eye. That's not right. Isn't the monitor's desk still over there? And all the books and stuff are in the drawer. The table next to Tang Xueba is obviously empty. It seems like everyone's seats are still there. Could it be that there's a transfer student? At this moment, neither the head teacher nor Tang Yuza himself had arrived in class, so everyone could only guess. It's quite lively this morning, what happened? Just at this time, Yangya walked into the classroom of Class 1, Grade 2, carrying her school bag. As soon as she walked through the door, she felt several eyes looking at her. Xiaoya, look over there. Seeing Yangya coming to the classroom, her best friend Li Qing hurried over and quietly pointed to Tang Yuza's seat. Yangya looked in the direction Li Qing pointed. Then she also saw that in the corner of the window row, there should have been only Tang Yuza's seat. There is actually an extra set of tables and chairs. Xiaoqing, who put this table there? I don't know much about it, but there are still seats left in other parts of the classroom. They say there might be a transfer student. Li Qing told Yangya all the information she knew. As Yangya's best friend, Li Qing is the only person in the class who has heard Yangya say in person that she likes Tang Yuza. For her, the combination of Yangya x Tang Yuza can be said to be the first CP they support in real life. If these 2 people were to become a couple, Li Qing would wholeheartedly support it. But now, something unexpected seems to have happened. Even Yangya didn't dare to apply to sit over there. It seemed like someone was about to grab the seat next to Tang Yuza. If the other person is a boy, that would be fine. She was afraid that if the other person was a woman, it would definitely make Yangya unhappy. After all, Tang Yuza is an all-round, warm-hearted, and academically gifted man with an extremely high appearance value. Sitting next to such a person, an ordinary little girl would have no way to resist. Therefore, as long as the person sitting there is a girl, Li Qing cannot accept it even if Tang Xueba is not interested in her. Someone transferred to our class? Let's wait until teacher Feng arrives. However, compared to Li Qing's worrying, Yang Ye was relatively calm. Even if there really was a transfer student and Feng Gang arranged him to sit next to Tang Yuze, there was nothing that could be done. Even if the other person is a girl, Yang Ye is now confident that Tang Yuze will not be seduced away by other women. She is the recognized school beauty of Jiangcheng Middle School, so of course she is still a little proud. If the person who came was really a girl, then she would go to find Tang Xueba after school to ask questions and declare her sovereignty. Yang Ye was confident that the other party would be attracted by her as long as he saw that she, the school beauty, was also pursuing Tang Yuze. Will definitely give up when faced with difficulty. Chapter 39 Transfer Student Xiaojinsi. Xiaoxi, do you still remember how to get to the teacher's office? Remember. Then you go find teacher Feng first. I'm going back to the classroom. Later during the morning reading time, Feng Gang will have to take Xiaojinsi to see the Dean of Studies to complete the final procedures. So after they reached the teaching building, the brother and sister separated temporarily. Tang Yuze walked straight to the classroom. But just as he stepped into the back door, the noisy classroom suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at him. What's going on? This atmosphere. It doesn't feel right? Pretending not to notice the gazes around him, Tang Yuze walked back to his seat with forced calmness. Old Lu, what happened today? Why do I feel like everyone is looking at me? Tang Yuze, who was confused about the situation, could only ask Lu Lin in the front row for help. Didn't you notice there was an extra table next to you? Lu Lin replied that when he just sat down, he was surprised to see an extra table suddenly appear behind him. I figured it out. Could it be that everyone is not looking at me, but the table next to me? Tang Yuze's understanding is that his classmates don't care about him. Just because there was an empty table next to Tang Yuze, everyone became curious about the incoming transfer student. Half and half. Lu Lin didn't know how to answer Tang Yuze about this. His idea was only half right. It is true that everyone cares about the transfer student, but what is more important is that this transfer student will sit next to Tang Yuze. Obviously, Lu Lin is also a handsome guy who loves sports, so why is he not as popular as Tang Yuze? Alas, this world where appearance matters. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. You must have told your teacher that you wanted to study alone in a corner, right? Then why did he arrange a deskmate for you? Well, you'll know in a moment. Tang Yuze didn't plan to reveal too much before Xiaojinsi arrived at the class. After hearing what he said, Lu Lin thought that Tang Yuze was not aware of this matter, so he tactfully stopped asking any more questions. Then, the classmates saw Tang Yuze calmly take out his books, not caring about the extra table next to him. As expected of a genius student, he is not affected by such trivial matters at all and immediately takes out his books to study. Thinking of this, everyone refocused their attention on their own affairs. Today's morning reading content is Chinese, and there is an ancient poem to be recited. For students who have just finished a long vacation, it is undoubtedly painful to have to memorize ancient Chinese texts during the first morning reading session after returning to school. Everyone was in a tough fight. But this has nothing to do with Tang Yuze. In the past, during the morning reading classes, Tang Yuze would just lie on the table and catch up on his sleep. The loud voices of his classmates reading aloud and the deep voice of his teacher when lecturing are his best lullabies. But Tang Yuze rarely plays games all night now, and he went to bed early last night. I'm not really sleepy. He has a photographic memory and has memorized all the articles in the book. Nothing to do, but no need to sleep. I am bored. Tang Yuze now only hopes that teacher Feng can bring Xiaoxi to the classroom as soon as possible. The first class today is the physics class taught by our homeroom teacher Feng Gang. He should bring Xiaojinsi over at that time. The morning reading and regular classes at Jiangcheng Middle School are both 40 minutes long. To relieve boredom, Tang Yuze picked up a set of Chinese language test papers from other provinces and did them. When the Chinese teacher passed by him, he nodded with satisfaction. If he doesn't write the composition, 40 minutes is just enough for him to complete a set. In this way he managed to get through the 40 minutes of morning reading. Ahem, hello, classmates. 1 minute before the bell rang for the first class, Feng Gang showed up early. Before class starts today, let me briefly introduce the new students to you. Feng Gang looked outside the door and waved to the person outside to come in. Is there really a transfer student? Male or female? I'm not sure, but it looks like Mr. Feng is planning to let him sit next to Mr. Tang. Doesn't Tang Xueba dislike being disturbed during class? The moment we heard that there was a new classmate, the classroom suddenly became noisy and bustling. At the main entrance of the classroom, a slightly shy girl walked in. The long hair like a waterfall, the standard oval face, and the clear almond eyes instantly attracted all attention. The girl is only 1.6 meters tall, a little short among her peers. She is very thin, but she has two big fruits. The girl's head lowered, timidly standing on the podium, instantly aroused people's desire to protect her. Yanya looked at Xiaojinsi and was completely stunned. It can be seen that the girl in front of you does not use any makeup, but her bare face is delicate and charming enough. It was more exquisite and beautiful than many of the fine dolls Yanya had seen. To use the popular words nowadays, she has a face like first love. Moreover, she felt a certain pure and pitiful temperament from this girl. Things like appearance can be changed through various means. But it takes a long time to cultivate temperament. A little beauty like this is going to sit next to Xue Batang, what a joke. Turtle, beautiful lady. She's so pretty, she's on par with our squad leader. This girl is my type, no one else can snatch her away from me. Xiaojinsi's appearance made the atmosphere in the classroom even more lively. Especially the gay men were extremely excited. That's not right. Why do I feel like this girl looks familiar? I remember now. Wasn't someone photographed Tang Xueba going on a date last month? Yes. The girl in the photo is this transfer student. Those with better memory immediately noticed the clues. This new classmate must be having an affair with Tang Yuza. Let me briefly introduce you. The new student's name is Xiaojinsi, and she will join our class starting today. New students are more introverted, so everyone should get along well with each other. Especially some boys, they are drooling. Don't think I don't know what's going on in your mind. Hearing Fengang's joke, the students below also laughed in cooperation. Originally, Fenggang planned to let Xiaojinsi introduce herself. But based on the contact over the past 2 days, he already understood Xiaojinsi's character. I am timid and afraid of strangers, and have a little bit of inferiority complex. Only when she is with her brother Tang Yuza does she occasionally show her happy side. It feels a bit difficult for her to introduce herself. Let him come and help. As for seats, take the empty table in the corner. There was only one desk in the classroom, which Tang Yuza had moved in 2 days ago, so the seating arrangement was self-evident. Tang Yuza looked at Xiaojinsi with gentle eyes, and when Xiaojinsi noticed his location, she raised her head and looked back. Fuck, are you already flirting with each other? With so many people watching, they really dare. I admit that I am jealous. So, under Tang Yuza's gaze, Xiaojinsi walked down from the podium and sat next to him. Okay, that's it for the introduction. Now everyone, focus your attention and listen to the class carefully. Fenggang sighed secretly when he saw these little bastards couldn't walk when they saw the pretty girls. Speak up quickly and remind everyone that class time has come. Chapter 40. Everyone has a gossipy heart. In the first physics class, many people were absent-minded. Tang Yuza was absent-minded because the content in class was too simple. He usually doesn't pay much attention in class, and today he wasn't very sleepy, so he could only stare blankly. Xiaojinsi was absent-minded because all her attention was on Tang Yuza. I finally realized my dream of going to school with my brother. Even if I wanted to study hard, my attention would unconsciously shift to Tang Yuza. The boy's handsome profile, coupled with the sunlight shining in from the window, makes him look extremely handsome. Although I can admire my brother's handsome face anytime at home every day, there is indeed something special about seeing my brother sitting by the window in school uniform. Next class, you must listen carefully. Now let her see more. Yanya was absent-minded because her attention was diverted by Tang Yuza and Xiaojinsi. The sudden transfer students seemed to be very good friends with Tang Yuza. What's more, they had been photographed dating outside of school by some people in the school before, so what was their relationship? Such questions popped up in Yanya's mind, making it difficult for her to concentrate in class. Most people are absent-minded because they have not yet recovered from the afterglow of the holiday. Although today is not Monday, it is the first day back from National Day, and it is similar to Monday syndrome. When I think about having to attend classes 7 days in a row this week because of the holiday adjustment, I feel even less motivated. Xiaoxi, how do you feel? Can you keep up with the progress? As the get out of class was about to end, Tang Yuza quietly asked about Xiaojinsi's situation. Well, this is still within the range my brother mentioned. There's no problem. Although Xiaojinsi focused most of her attention on Tang Yuza in this class, she still wrote a lot of notes in the new book. The class passed quickly. Classmate Xiaojinsi, may I ask what is your relationship with Tang Yuza from our class? Xia, someone took a photo of the two of you dating in front of the ping pong table. Is that true? Xia, classmate. As soon as the get out of class was over, the seats in the back row of the classroom were surrounded by people. Mainly Tang Yuza and Xiaojinsi. It is obvious that they have known each other for a long time. From this perspective, it should not be a coincidence that Tang Yuza, who originally did not intend to sit at the same table with Xiaojinsi, was arranged by the class teacher to sit with her. There is definitely something fishy going on with these two people. Well, don't worry, Xiaoxi is a little socially anxious. If you have any questions, come one by one. Xiaoxi? When they heard how Tang Yuza addressed Xiaojinsi, everyone was shocked again. Bad, we call you that all the time, and we get used to it without realizing it. To be honest, Tang Yuza originally wanted to keep a low profile and try not to be too intimate with his sister at school. This is the only way to eliminate the possibility of scandals affecting their normal campus life. But when he heard someone mention the previous secret filming incident, he knew that Xiaojinsi could no longer keep this matter low-key. Just because I accidentally called out Xiaoxi, the eyes of these onlookers lit up. The soul of gossip is burning. Then I'll go first. May I ask what your relationship is? At this time, a girl wearing glasses and a ponytail squeezed to the front and asked the first question. Tang Yuza had an impression of this person. He was also a member of the student union, affiliated with the photography department, responsible for recording activities and photography. It is called a high school photography club, but what they usually do is similar to some university news clubs. Don't take pictures of scenery, only of people. After filming, they posted the videos on campus forums, causing many young couples who were in secret relationships to be arrested by the Dean of Studies who saw the forums. Just like those people who like to tell tales, many people dislike them. We are, like childhood sweethearts? Why is it a question? Almost. Xiaoxi and I have been good friends since childhood. We are not the kind of relationship you think. Tang Yuza thought about it. He never told anyone that he had a younger sister, and even told some of his close friends that he was an only child. Moreover, they have different surnames, so it's a bit far-fetched to say that they are siblings. I see, childhood sweethearts, thanks for your answer. The girl with glasses seemed to have heard the answer she wanted to hear. Looking at her expression, Tang Yuza could guess that he was about to become the headline gossip in the school forum tonight. Shocked, the childhood sweetheart of the academic genius Tang Yuza turned out to be her. I feel like there will be a title like this. However, this might be a good thing. He just admitted that he and Xiaoxi had a childhood sweetheart relationship, and made it clear that they were not lovers. Even so, the new transfer student to Class 1, Grade 2 is Tang Yuza's childhood sweetheart. Once this news spreads, everyone will mistakenly think that the two are in a relationship. There is never a shortage of love-minded people who love gossip and imagination in school. Many people would assume that the two are in a relationship. As a result, some young girls who have a crush on Tang Yuza will give up. At the same time, it can also protect his innocent and lovely sister from being pursued by some boys in school. His Xiaoxi is so innocent, she can't be deceived by others. That's why Tang Yuza answered the question of the girl with glasses by saying that they were childhood sweethearts. No, they are. Wow, Tang Yuza just noticed it now. A gift from heaven, childhood sweetheart, sworn sister, Xiaojinsi has so many buffs stacked on top of each other. Moreover, he doesn't have to worry about those people telling such gossip to the teacher. Anyway, both the class teacher phone gang and the Dean of Studies knew that the two had a brother-sister relationship. It's impossible to catch them for premature love. Well, can I interview? No, ask the new students 2 more questions? The girl with glasses' eyes lit up when she saw Xiaojinsi clinging to the corner of Tang Yuza's clothes as she was being watched by everyone. That won't work. Xiaoxi is a little shy, and class is almost over. How about we all go back to our seats first? Tang Yuza looked at his sister who was clutching the corner of her clothes nervously, and then looked at the crowd in the back row. Let's get rid of these people right away. On the other side, Yanya looked at the extremely lively back row with mixed feelings. Especially when she saw Xiaojinsi hiding behind Tang Yuza and Tang Yuza's doting eyes, she felt very uncomfortable. That was an expression he would never have when facing her. Chapter 41 now is fantasy time. Brother Yuza, after I put in the formula here, I feel that the calculation is not right. Let me see. Oh, you can't just bring this formula here. Tang Yuza glanced at the question, and the complete solution process quickly appeared in his mind. After the first noisy break, everyone slowly got back to their normal pace of life during the school day. Tang Yuza's side finally calmed down. Yeah, I see. While absorbing knowledge in class, I also do exercises and solve any questions I have during breaks. This is how Xia Jinxi studies now, seriously and efficiently. To be honest, even in Class 1 where all students are aiming to go to key universities, only a few people are as hardworking as she is. And those who love going to school and reading are even fewer. After all, it was not easy for her to get the opportunity to go to school in the city. What's more, I have brother Yuze to give me private tutoring, which makes me so happy. With a brother like this, what else could a wife ask for? Xiaoya, are you okay? Li Qing looked at Yangya, her face full of worry. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Tang Yuza's attitude towards Xia Jinxi is completely different from his attitude towards other people. Although he was very approachable at school and had a good relationship with his classmates. But there was always an inexplicable gap between them. It was as if Tang Yuza did not show his true self and had no intention of opening up to anyone. But now, sitting next to Xia Jinxi, he was very relaxed in both his movements and expressions. How to say it? I feel that his behavior now is much more natural than in the past. It is a very happy thing to have someone who can let you let down your guard and communicate with you. The problem is that the person who made him behave like this was not Li Qing's good friend Yangya. But it was this childhood sweetheart Xia Jinxi who suddenly appeared. If this continues, her CP will be over. Li Qing did not allow this. Good. Yangya only reacted when she heard Li Qing talking to her. She seemed to be staring at that place for a long time. There was no way. If it were in the past, she should have been the one who went to Tang Yuza to discuss study during class breaks. Moreover, with the extra set of tables and chairs, it seemed less convenient for Yangya to ask questions. Being able to sit in the VIP seat next to Tang and listen to his lectures was the scene Yangya had always dreamed of. But why wasn't Ti that lucky deskmate? Such thoughts kept churning in Yangya's mind, causing her to be distracted in class today and miss a lot of notes. It's okay. Isn't there a saying that green plums can't beat a drop from the sky? Xiaoya, you are the school beauty of our Jiangcheng Middle School. How can a little girl like that be your opponent? Tang's concern for Xia is at most the same as a brother's concern for his sister. Li Qing noticed that something was wrong with Yangya and quickly comforted her. She was afraid that Yangya would back off just because there was a little girl around Tang Yuza. I understand. Of course Yangya knew that even if Tang Yuza's attitude towards Xia Jinxi was a little different, it didn't necessarily mean they were in love. Tang Yuza said that during high school, he had no plans to date anyone. Therefore, Yangya's plan was to treat him as her own private tutor during high school, improving his grades while slowly developing feelings for him. When the college entrance examination is over, she will be able to win over Tang Yuza in one go. If it were even more perfect, the two of them could go to the same university and become one of the very few couples in the university who get together as soon as the school starts. Yes, that's right, she and Tang Yuza are a match made in heaven. Xia Jinxi? Just my younger sister. Thinking of this, Yangya felt much better. I don't know where this childhood sweetheart came from. After successfully helping Yangya regain her confidence, Li Qing secretly muttered to herself. In fact, she couldn't really tell what kind of feelings Tang Yuza had for Xia Jinxi. A childhood sweetheart? A doting sister? Or a romantic relationship? Isn't she a child bride? The concept of child brides is no longer popular in modern society. Perhaps this custom is still preserved in some relatively backward places, or in some upper-class societies where marriage is necessary. But for an average well-off family like theirs, there is no such thing as a child bride. But Li Qing was afraid. Yangya was only paying attention to Tang Yuza, so she could only see the doting in Tang Yuza's eyes. However, while Li Qing was paying attention to Tang Yuza, she was also observing Xia Jinxi's situation. The look in her eyes when she looked at Tang Yuza was extremely hot. In short, it is very dangerous. Emperor Yangya may not be anxious, but she, the eunuch, really needs to be anxious. In her imagination, the best ending between Tang Yuza and Yangya is that after the college entrance examination, Yangya confesses to Tang Yuza and the latter agrees. The distance between the two did not become farther because of graduation, but instead became closer. Then, at the next class reunion, Tang Yuza, the little girl's former dream lover, entered the reunion with Yangya in his arms, shattering everyone's thoughts. The male god, the academic master, the school hunk, and the goddess, the school beauty, is definitely a legendary story. So, no matter how petite and cute Xiaojinsi is, and how much she can arouse people's desire to protect her, in Li Qing's eyes, they all seemed very annoying. So, what should we do now? Find a way to get Xiaojinsi to drop out of school? Obviously impossible. We live in a society ruled by law now, and Li Qing is not some all-powerful person. For a model student like her, there's really nothing she can do to force someone to drop out of school. Well, if there is no way to start with Xiaojinsi, all Li Qing can do is try her best to help Yanya and Tang Yuza improve their relationship. Brother, are we going home for lunch today? As the last class in the morning was about to end, Xiaojinsi asked Tang Yuza in a low voice. During the time when she was still unable to go to school, her brother would come home every day at noon to prepare lunch for her. But now that I'm already at school, is it necessary for those two to rush back home? Well, it's quite troublesome to go home. Let's just go to the cafeteria for lunch. I'll make you something delicious when we get home in the afternoon. High school students don't have much time for lunch break, only 2 hours in total at noon. Before, Tang Yuza would go home to cook only to take care of his sister who had an extremely unstable mental state. Now that my sister has settled down, there is no need for me to run back and forth. Then let's go to the cafeteria to eat first, but don't expect the food there to be very delicious. It doesn't matter. Chapter 42 Neighbor's Tea. The cafeteria of Jiangcheng Middle School has nothing special about it, it's just an ordinary big pot of rice. However, the quality of the food is still good and not bad. The food is tasty, clean, hygienic, and cheap, which is better than most high school canteens. Sit over here. Tang Yuza used his meal card to buy 2 set meals and took Xiaojinsi to find a small, inconspicuous corner. But even so, he could still feel that many people turned their eyes to them. There's nothing I can do about it, this is what it's like to be handsome. Tang Yuza has always been very conscious of his appearance. After all, he gets confessed to by little girls every now and then, so it's hard for him not to feel self-conscious. At the same time, he also believes in his own aesthetics. His own sister is the purest and most beautiful girl he has ever seen in real life. The two of them walked together and appeared in the cafeteria, which was the most densely populated area in the school. It's hard not to attract attention. Eat quickly, Xiaoxi. After this meal, I'll take you to a nice place. Where are you going? I made an appointment with you a few days ago to take you to the milk tea shop after school starts. I'll take you there later. Tang Yuza swallowed the beef in his mouth and said, Milk tea? Is that the one my brother bought me last week? Xiaojinsi asked back a little excitedly. Of course she remembered the milk tea from a few days ago, it was sweet and delicious. Plus, it was Tang Yuza who bought it for her, so she might never forget that taste for the rest of her life. Moreover, it is almost autumn by the time of National Day. Is that the first cup of milk tea in autumn? Wrong, it's the first cup of milk tea in my life. What made her even happier was that her brother kept his promise to her. He even quickly fulfilled a not-so-important promise like taking her to a milk tea shop after school started. What about the promise of marriage when they were kids? You can't regret it. How do you feel about your first day of school today? Are you used to it? What the teacher taught today should be what I have taught before, so there shouldn't be any big problems, right? During the meal, Tang Yuza asked Xiaojinsi many questions. Tang Yuza himself didn't realize that he was now exactly like the way Lin Hui usually nagged him. Although the questions asked were all simple daily questions. But Xiaojinsi also answered very positively, and the two siblings talked and laughed. Some families with strict discipline may have a rule that prohibits talking while eating. This is what is called not talking while eating and not talking while sleeping. To be honest, this rule is quite subtle. After all, there will always be many dinner parties in a person's life. Sometimes it's with friends, sometimes it's with colleagues and leaders. You can't go out to dinner with these people and not say a word, can you? This is especially true for Tang Yuza. He is home alone most of the time. A dining table for one person is inevitably a bit lonely. So even though he had the system and had acquired a high level of cooking skills, Tang Yuza seldom cooked for himself. But now, with someone to chat with, things are completely different. He wanted to hurry up and cook a big meal for his sister in the evening. Looking at her brother who was particularly talkative today, Xiaojinsi also felt that she was enjoying her meal very much. Logically speaking, if an ordinary person could eat Tang Yuza's cooking every day, her taste would definitely become spoiled. But Xiaojinsi was different. She was used to living a hard life. For her, being able to eat enough is happiness, so how could she complain if the food is not delicious enough? There are no restrictions on lunch breaks for day students at Zhangcheng Middle School. They can rest directly in the classroom or go home. So, after having lunch in the cafeteria, Tang Yuza took Xia Jinsi to the snack street opposite the school. Neighbor's tea? Xia Jinsi read out the name written on the store. I feel that this name is more like a tea house than a milk tea shop. Come on, I'll buy you a drink. Then, thank you? Let's go in first. After the brother and sister walked into the milk tea shop together, Tang Yuza began to greet the proprietress. Sisterly. Hey, Yuza, I haven't seen you come to my place to take care of business for a long time. It's been almost a month, right? Li Fang, the owner of neighboring tea, is a plump woman who has known Tang Yuza for some time. He has become a regular here since he entered high school. There's been a lot going on lately, but it's no problem, it's all been resolved. As usual, less ice in red bean milk tea? Well, what about you, Xiaoxi? Just be like my brother. Xia Jinsi looked at the various milk teas on the price list and didn't know which one to order, so she simply ordered a cup of red bean. She didn't know much about milk tea, but she just followed her brother's order. Tang Yuza, this is your sister? Because she often chatted with Tang Yuza, 2 days ago when they came to the milk tea shop, Tang Yuza ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and Li Fang frantically tortured him to ask if he was single. At that time he explained Xia Jinsi's situation, so Li Fang did not mistake them for a couple. Yes, come, Xiaoxi, she is the boss here, Li Fang, say hello. Ah, hello, Sister Li. Originally she was going to call her auntie, but when she saw the boss's face darken, Xia Jinsi immediately changed her words and sweetly called her sister. Oh. You are such a good little sister, come and let your sister hug you. Woo woo. After saying that, she actually hugged her and gave Xia Jinsi a facial cleanser. Come sit over here. After sitting down, Xia Jinsi carefully looked around the store. Although it is a milk tea shop, all the seats here are comfortable sofas instead of hard cold benches. The interior of the store is mainly decorated in warm colors, and there is also a wishing wall for writing and drawing, which is very exquisitely decorated. This shop must have cost a lot of money. The configuration of ordinary coffee shops probably cannot compare to that of this milk tea shop. It seems that the boss is also a rich man. Meow. A clean white kitten crawled into Xia Jinsi's arms, rubbing its head against hers. Wow, there's a kitten. Xia Jinsi picked up the little cutie in front of her and looked at it. Sisterly, what is the name of this cat? Xia Jinsi likes small animals. After seeing this kitten, she spoke a little louder. Its name is Xiaomi. It's strange. This child usually doesn't get close to strangers. Why is he so active today? When I first came here, I wanted to hug this guy and it scratched me. Tang Yuza recalled his experience when he first came here. When the little guy saw Tang Yuza taking his place, he clawed at him without even a sound, showing no mercy. So he is a dog lover now. Aren't dogs much cooler than cats? Damn it, this lecherous cat will cling to pretty girls as soon as he sees them. Xiaomi is also a girl. Li Fang couldn't help but interrupt. Can I rub it? Of course, it seems to like you too. Hey hey. Xia Jinsi lifted Xiaomi up and rubbed the kitten's face with her little cheek. It's a little itchy and the beard is a bit prickly, but it's so furry and comfortable. Tang Yuza was so overwhelmed by the cute interaction between his sister and the kitten. Of course, the cute one is his sister, not this hateful smelly cat. Chapter 43 You knock, I knock. I have to say, looking at his sister's happy expression when she was holding the cat, Tang Yuza suddenly felt that this stinky cat seemed much more pleasing to the eye. This is what is called loving the person and loving his dog. It made him want to raise a small animal. However, Tang Yuza was just thinking about it. After this period of experience of taking care of girls, he understood how cumbersome it is to support a life. Having this little sister to take care of at home is already troublesome enough for him, and Tang Yuza really doesn't have the extra energy to raise small animals or something. Hee, brothers who don't have sisters can only raise small animals. How does it feel? It's delicious. Xia Jinsi has become addicted to milk tea. But my brother said before that milk tea might not be healthy and I shouldn't drink too much. Well, milk tea is really not that healthy. It's probably not as healthy as many carbonated drinks. Unlike many bosses who would lie to customers by saying that their milk tea has no additives at all, Li Fang is honest. It's too far-fetched to say that milk tea is healthy and has no additives. However, it is impossible for a person to eat healthy every meal in his life. After all, delicious food is one of the joys of life. Especially when you are young, you must try various foods while your stomach is still good. If you really want to pursue the ultimate health, you will have to give up a lot of your delicious food. Because of its ingredients, milk tea may be more likely to make people fat. In fact, Li Fong was still a little confused. It is common knowledge that milk tea can easily make people fat. The girl in front of him, although about the same age as Tang Yuze, still felt very curious about this small cup of milk tea. Does it get fat easily? After hearing Li Fong say that milk tea would make people fat, Xia Jinsi suddenly felt that the cup in her hand was not so fragrant anymore. What if my brother doesn't tea like me anymore after I get fat? That shouldn't be the case. My brother once said that she was too thin and that she would look healthier if she was a little fatter. However, rather than saying that Tang Yuze hopes Xia Jinsi can be a little fatter, it would be better to say that he hopes she can be healthier. Getting fat by drinking milk tea is unhealthy no matter how you think about it. It's okay. They say it makes you fat, but as long as you don't drink it every day, you won't gain too much weight. Faced with the hesitant Xia Jinsi, Li Fong could only persuade her in this way. Sitting on the sofa, drinking milk tea and petting the cat, Xia Jinsi soon felt sleepy. Want to take a nap? Tang Yuze smiled bitterly as he looked at his sister's shaky appearance. Anyone who has read a book knows that human attention is limited. When the teacher doesn't explain any important or difficult points, you should slack off if you want to. But throughout the entire morning class, except for the initial moment when she was seduced by Tang Yuze, Xia Jinsi was very focused. Unlike Tang Yuze, who no longer needs to attend classes, she cherishes the opportunity to study at Jiancheng Middle School. Therefore, Xia Jinsi listened carefully to almost every word the teacher said. As a result, she overdosed it. Therefore, a lot of energy is consumed. Tang Yuze saw all of this. Okay. Perhaps due to the influence of sleepiness, Xia Jinsi's voice became particularly soft and cute. Tang Yuze felt his whole body weaken after hearing this. There were pillows on the sofa, but Xia Jinsi obviously preferred to sleep leaning against Tang Yuze. At first, she was just holding a fat cat who was also taking a nap in her arms, and taking a light nap on Tang Yuze's shoulder. But this posture did not seem comfortable, so the girl slowly lay down and asked Tang Yuze for a knee pillow. Too unprepared. Looking at the girl's peaceful sleeping face, Tang Yuze smiled knowingly. He clearly hid a small knife under his pillow a month ago. Now I feel so relieved that I can even lie on his lap and take a nap. And it's still outside. Tang Yuze felt the girl's full trust in him. Oh. Li Fong just finished taking away an Oreo milk tea. When I turned around, I saw Xia Jinsi sleeping soundly and Tang Yuze gently playing with her hair. If an outsider saw this kind of scene, no one would think that the two were siblings. Li Fong is now somewhat doubtful. Moreover, Tang Yuze had told her before that Xia Jinsi was a distant cousin of his, but because of some problems in her original family, she was adopted by them. So this distant cousin is a very ambiguous concept. Are they direct blood relatives within 3 generations? Or is she someone else's daughter who has no blood relationship with you at all? She seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Tang Yuze, on his part, felt the malicious gaze from Li Fong and could only ignore it. Under normal circumstances, which siblings can be this close? When Li Fong was born, people were encouraged to have more children, and there was no family planning policy at that time, so she had many brothers and sisters. The relationship between these brothers and sisters is either a little bad or they don't care about each other. For example, Li Fong and his brother's family have a very bad relationship. After all, the moral atmosphere was not good during that period, and many families favored boys over girls. Her brother was the one who was fully supported by his family at the time, but in the end he couldn't even get into a good technical school, and he ended up marrying a woman who was both incompetent and willful. On the contrary, Li Fong, who took advantage of the opportunity to study, was admitted to university and started a good family. Some time ago, their family asked Li Fong to borrow money. However, even if it was to borrow money, her unruly sister-in-law and bastard brother were still very arrogant. Li Fong naturally did not lend them the money. Li Fong felt secretly happy when she thought of the two men's gnashing teeth after they failed to borrow the money. In short, in her eyes, the relationship between brothers and sisters in ordinary families is biased or indifferent. Even among the few who have a good relationship, it is impossible for it to be as good as that between Tang Yuze and Xia Jinsi. No matter how you think about it, the behavior of Tang Yuza and Xia Jinsi is abnormal. However, her life experience does not seem to have much reference value. After all, Xia Jinsi is Tang Yuza's distant cousin, and they have only recently started living under the same roof. It's not like their time, when several children had lived in a small house since they were young, which made conflicts very likely to occur. Moreover, she is now in her 40s and was born in a completely different era from those born in the 2000s like Tang Yuza. Because of the family planning policy, most of the people born after 2000 are only children. Although the second and third child policies were later implemented, most children still do not have many close siblings. Perhaps for this generation of only children, they would prefer to have a sibling? From this perspective, it doesn't seem difficult to understand why Tang Yuza and Xia Jinsi have a better relationship than other siblings. However, if the two really have no blood relationship as Li Fang thought, is it okay to lightly support a fake brother-sister relationship? Chapter 44, The Warrior Never Returns. Brother, I'm sorry I slept too long. During the entire lunch break, Xia Jinsi rested her head on Tang Yuza's thighs, enjoying the comfort of her brother's lap. I was too sleepy at the time and didn't pay much attention to it. After waking up, I realized that I had done such a shameless thing. Ha! What's there to apologize for? Because I slept for so long, my brother's thighs must be numb. Xia Jinsi slept very soundly, which means that Tang Yuza's thigh hardly moved. I've been pressed down by my own little head for the whole afternoon, and I haven't moved much. Normally, my legs would be numb, right? It's okay, I don't feel anything. After saying that, Tang Yuza stood up and took 2 steps to reassure his sister. That's good. Xia Jinsi breathed a sigh of relief. Having said that, she really felt at ease during her nap today. I can hold a fluffy cat in my arms and lie on my brother's lap. How about, when there's a chance, let Tang Yuza try her knee pillow? Just consider it as paying off your debt. It's almost time to go back to school. After saying hello to the proprietress Li Fang, the 2 siblings quickly returned to campus. Brother Tang, do you want to play ball? Lu Lin asked Tang Yuza while holding the basketball. After what happened with Wang Hao, Lu Lin finally understood. Tang Yuza definitely didn't take the games seriously when he played with them. If he shows his real ability, there will be no problem for him to join the school basketball team. The last time Tang Yuza bullied Wang Hao, Lu Lin noticed that the physical education teacher had already thought about recruiting him into the school team. Compared to such a ball sport, his academic performance is obviously more important. However, Lu Lin was still very happy to play with Tang Yuza. The last time Tang Yuza rejected his sister's confession, he handled it very well and directly cut off all Lu Shishir's thoughts. Now that the girl's academic performance has improved, Lu Lin, as the eldest brother, can rest assured. The first class in the afternoon is physical education. Before the end of the semester or the 3rd year of high school, the physical education teacher's physical fitness is still good and he doesn't get sick so easily. No need to fight in this class. Tang Yuza shook his head. Ever since the last class competition with Class 7, he felt that every time he played ball in physical education class, several physical education teachers would keep their eyes on him. There was no way, after all, he completely defeated Class 7, half of whose members were from the basketball team, in that game. In a team sport like basketball, anyone who can defeat an entire team with his personal strength alone is naturally gifted. Several physical education teachers present wanted to recruit Tang Yuza to join the school team, but Tang Yuza was already ranked 1st in the grade. If a professional team wanted to recruit Tang Yuza, the school leaders might have trouble recruiting him. But don't even think about small-scale activities like the school team. I can just take my sister to play table tennis in the afternoon. Unless the mission requires it, Tang Yuza still wants to keep a low profile. In the past, when everyone played ball together in physical education class, basically no one paid attention. Now, whenever he plays basketball, even if he is just playing casually, a group of spectators will immediately gather around him. It would be better for Tang Yuza not to participate during this period, so as not to attract a bunch of spectators and make everyone feel constrained. Playing table tennis with my sister is the best choice. The ping pong table is far away from the basketball court, on the outermost side of the playground, and is sufficiently hidden. That's fine. Do you want me to lend you my racket? Don't schools have rackets? Tang Yuza seldom plays table tennis, so he doesn't need to buy any professional rackets. The racket he has at home is a cheap one worth only 50 yuan. He felt that the quality of the rackets at home and those rented from school were not much different, so he didn't bring the rackets with him. The $20 rackets at school are no good. I have a pair of Viscalia here. How about you use them? Lu Lin took out a pair of tennis rackets that didn't look cheap from his school bag and placed them on Tang Yu's desk. Viscalia. I remember this thing cost about 1,000, right? Tang Yuza was a little confused. He had never seen Lu Lin play table tennis, so why did he have such an expensive racket? You actually carry a professional racket with you. Yeah, I'm a typical person who gets excited after a short while. Maybe I'll get tired of playing basketball in a couple of days and want to play table tennis instead? Then, thank you? You're welcome. Carrying the racket borrowed from Lu Lin, Tang Yuza and Xia Jinxi came to the playground. By the way, Xiaoxi, if you feel unwell, remember to tell the teacher. Especially when that thing comes, don't participate in the running exercises. Although he knew roughly what time period Xia Jinxi would be visited by that guy, he still had to remind her. He was afraid that his sister would force herself to be lazy even though she could have done so. The basic process of a physical education class is that everyone runs around the playground twice and then does some exercises to warm up. After completing this process, it is free time. There are a total of 10 ping pong tables in the school. However, unlike a basketball court, a ping pong table only requires 2 people to occupy one, so in a sense, ping pong tables are more popular than basketball courts. Tang Yuza and Xia Jinxi came here as soon as they started their personal activities, but even so, when they arrived, there was only one table left and no one was using it. Well, let's get started. So, in order to match his sister's pace, Tang Yuza slowly hit a fastball without any skill. Ping pong? Hey! Zhubin, we're playing ball, why are you looking around? Across the ping pong table, a boy who was not much taller than the table easily completed a smash and ended the game. I'm looking at a beautiful woman, right? Don't you take a second look at a beautiful woman? The boy called Zhubin retorted. Where? When the short boy heard this, he immediately asked. Over there, here. Zhubin pointed. The short boy looked in the direction of Zhubin's finger and found that she was indeed a beautiful woman. Thin shoulders, thin waist, petite figure, oval face. This beauty is in no way inferior to the school beauty of Jiangqing Middle School that he had seen on the school forum before. TSK, what's the point of just looking at it? She already has a boyfriend. The short boy looked at it for a while and said with some disdain. How do you know that someone else must be her boyfriend? Zhubin asked back. Have you ever seen a girl playing table tennis alone with a boy she doesn't like? The shorter boy said with certainty. Even if the girl doesn't like the boy, she definitely doesn't hate him. Anyway, their relationship won't be ordinary. What do you think? If you don't try, you won't know. Zhubin shook his head. Look at that boy, he's such a bad player, he can only fool those little girls who can't play basketball at all. Indeed, that beauty skills are quite poor. You can tell at a glance that she has only just learned it. Yes. Zhubin nodded in agreement. He is a leader in table tennis at Jiangqing Middle School. He easily won the championship in last year's school table tennis competition. He was so invincible that he felt he could easily criticize the skills of all the students in the school. Okay, just leave it to me. I'll go fight him. Zhubin patted the shorter boy's shoulder. Hey, please be merciful and give others some face. Don't be so embarrassing. The short boy said to Zhubin. Zhubin didn't even look back, but just gave him an okay gesture to indicate that he understood. Chapter 45, Poaching. Oh, Lao Ma, look at you. You didn't even tell me in advance that you were going to visit your alma mater. At the school gate, Zhang Kongcheng smiled and climbed onto his old friend's arm. Forget it, Principal Zhang. I'm not a big boss. What is there to report in advance? Ma Hui, who was being put his arm around his shoulders, was also in a good mood. These two middle-aged friends used to be classmates who sat at the desks in front and behind each other at Jiangqing Middle School. Zhang Kongcheng, who came from a poor family, chose to study hard. Finally, his hard work paid off and he was admitted to a good university, and he became successful from then on. With 10 years left before retirement, he chose to return to Jiangqing Middle School to serve as principal. Ma Hui, whose family was considered wealthy at the time, was obviously not that studious. Compared with boring studies, he prefers competitive sports and satisfies his competitive desire by competing with his opponents. At that time, Chinese table tennis was not as invincible as it is now. The young Ma Hui even fantasized about playing for the national team and defeating those arrogant foreigners. However, there is still a big gap between reality and dreams. In reality, he just barely made it to the national team and failed to play as a starter. Moreover, later on, when the Chinese table tennis team didn't need him anymore, they beat the foreigner. However, even so, Ma Hui has made good achievements in the field of table tennis. Even now that he has retired, he can still continue to train young people as the provincial team coach of Province S. To be honest, I came back to school today to look for a student. A student? A relative's child? Zhang Kongcheng knew that Ma Hui's own grandson was still in elementary school and was studying in another place. He was going to visit a student from Jiangqing Middle School, so it was probably that a relative had asked him to help take care of the child. No, he's just a young man who plays table tennis well. I think he's quite talented. So you want to come back and poach our employees? Watch your choice of words, Lao Zhang. You're really telling students to poach someone else's skills. Okay, if you want to recruit people, go ahead. As the principal, I won't accompany you. After all, Zhang Kongcheng is the principal of Jiangqing Middle School, and he has to establish some authority among the students. It's not convenient to accompany Ma Hui when it comes to poaching people. Remember to call me when you're done. We can have a drink together tonight. Eating is fine, but forget about drinking. I have gout. It's okay, just drink white wine, drink less. Xu Bin walked towards the table where Tang Yuze and Xia Jinsi were sitting, and then asked, "Can I have one more?" "Who are you?" Tang Yuze looked at the boy who ran up to greet them and asked a question. "Does he know this guy?" "Don't get me wrong, I just wanted to play table tennis, but I didn't have any friends to play with, so..." Xu Bin sold out his good brother the dwarf in an instant. "Oh, so you want to spar with me, right?" Yes, that's it." To be honest, Xu Bin didn't quite understand how to speak naturally at first to invite a stranger to compete with him. But fortunately, Tang Yuze responded to his words. "Then come and give it a try. Let me make it clear that I will not show mercy." It's okay, please do your best." Xu Bin looked at Tang Yuze rubbing his hands ready to fight, thinking that this ignorant guy had taken the bait. "May I have your name?" "Me? My name is Xu Bin, and I'm from Class 5, Grade 2. I'm Tang Yuze from Class 1, Grade 12. Tang Yuze? This name sounds familiar. Oh, by the way, isn't this the guy who was number 1 in their grade?" After hearing Tang Yuze's name, Xu Bin felt even more relieved. A student like him certainly can't spare much time to play table tennis. At most, he can just play it as a hobby. Although Xu Bin is not a professional player, he is trained in a specialized training institution before. Wouldn't it be easy to bully Tang Yuze, a newbie who plays basketball purely as a hobby? A standard 11-point win? Can. Who's going to serve first? The ball is in your hands, you serve first. Taking this opportunity, Xu Bin stole another glance at Xia Jinsi, who had put down her racket and walked to the edge of the table to watch their competition. When I looked at her from a distance just now, I could only see the general shape of Xia Jinsi's face, but it was already stunning enough. Now that he got closer, he found that the girl was even more beautiful than he had imagined, with not a single flaw on her delicate face. Whose fairy is this? When Tang Yuze noticed the look in this guy's eyes, he frowned unhappily. He just discovered that this kid was full of lies. First, he said that he came to the ping-pong table alone, without any friends. But in fact, Tang Yuze already knew that the boy who was playing basketball with Xu Bin just now was the short boy who was watching them from the other side. Besides, how could a normal person come to the ping-pong table alone to play with strangers without a partner? Secondly, this guy didn't just want to compete with Tang Yuze. It can be seen from his eyes just now that this boy has ulterior motives. He probably just wants to bully Tang Yuze and show off in front of a beautiful woman. It's a pity that he ran into a tough opponent this time. On the other side, Ma Hui was looking for the teaching building where the second grade of high school was located. After all, he has graduated for so many years, and Jiangqing Middle School has been renovated countless times, so it is normal for him to get lost. However, there are still many things in this school that have not changed. Things like the statue of great men outside the small garden and the small fountain at the entrance of the teaching building were all there when he was in school. Following the signs on the road, Ma Hui finally arrived at the correct teaching building and walked all the way to the classroom of Class 1, Grade 2. According to Ma Hui's observation, Tang Yuze should be a relatively low-key person who doesn't like to be too ostentatious. It would be better to call him out secretly. He originally wanted to wait and see outside, and then ask a classmate to help call Tang Yuza out when the class was over. As a result, there was no one in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 2. So Mabui took a look at the timetable posted behind the door and realized that this class for Class 1, Grade 2 was a physical education class. Then Tang Yuza should be on the playground at this moment. What should I do? Should I wait for him at the classroom door, or go directly to the playground to find him? After thinking for half a minute, Mabui decided to move to the playground. Mainly, he also wanted to see how much the playground of Jiangcheng Middle School had been renovated compared to before. A standard 11-point win? Can. Who's going to serve first? The ball is in your hands, you serve first. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the playground, he saw Tang Yuza seem to be competing with someone on the ping pong table in the distance. Ma Hui is a table tennis player after all. Even though he is over 40 years old now, he shows no signs of presbyopia and his eyesight is excellent. Even though there were many people around the ping pong table, it couldn't block his sharp sight. It's just right, let him observe Tang Yuza's level again. Chapter 46, Practice More If You're Not Good. 11-0. Beside the ping pong table, Xia Jinsi announced the score. Without any suspense, Tang Yuza tortured Zhu Bin to a pulp. Not a cent. At all? Zhu Bin's right hand trembled slightly, and he looked at his racket in disbelief. It's bad enough that he didn't beat a nerd like Tang Yuza in the field of table tennis, which he was most confident in. Can't even get a single point? It is really rare to see 11-0 in a table tennis match. After all, even if there is a difference in strength in table tennis, sometimes the stronger side can get 2 or 3 points if they lose focus, or the weaker side is lucky enough to get a few great shots. But he couldn't even get a single point from Tang Yuza. Brother, you still need to work harder. Tang Yuza picked up the mineral water and took a sip, revealing a calm smile. Zhu Bin finally realized at this time that although he was sweating profusely, Tang Yuza did not even show any sign of breath disorder. Is the gap in strength really so obvious? I feel that your technique of touching the ball is still good, but your judgment of where the ball will land is too slow, and your lower body is unstable, and it is too easy to lose your center of gravity. Tang Yuza pointed out his weaknesses mercilessly, causing Zhu Bin's eyebrows to twitch. It's obviously you who is being too outrageous, okay? Looking back now, when facing the balls hit by Tang Yuza, Zhu Bin was basically unable to immediately see the path of his balls, which resulted in him returning each ball blindly without any strategy. Not only that, this guy would deliberately hit the ball to various tricky positions to adjust his running position, making Zhu Bin feel unprecedented humiliation. Just now, Zhu Bin even twisted his foot while chasing the ball. Damn, Tang Yuza is not only good at basketball but also good at table tennis? By the way, who is that person opposite him? Can anyone tell me? That's Zhu Bin. He's pretty good at table tennis. He likes to bully the weak here. He even set up a competition and yelled that no one can beat him. Yeah, he just loves frying fish. I was abused by him just last week. If he is so talented, why doesn't he play for a professional club or the national team? Unknowingly, the competition between Tang Yuza and Zhu Bin has attracted quite a few spectators. Tang Yuza was also surprised when he heard the people around him comment on Zhu Bin. He was just annoyed when he saw this boy peeping at his sister, and wanted to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect that Zhu Bin was so unpopular. After I abused him, so many people booed him. That's enough. You guys are obviously weak. If you have the guts to beat me, just fight back. As the words of this group of people became more and more unpleasant, Zhu Bin began to feel a little embarrassed. If you're not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play, okay? From Zhu Bin's perspective, this group of people were just defeated because they couldn't beat him, and finally saw someone who could beat him, so they rushed to take advantage of the situation. Fuck, why do you make it sound like we're asking for it? When did you not lie to us and say it was just for fun, and then show no mercy at all? Do you think playing with us is a national server match? If you are still a novice, just practice more? Don't take yourself too seriously. You're not at a professional level yet. What's the point of being good at table tennis? Tang Yuza just watched Zhu Bin confront the crowd. Ha, you're so anxious, I'd just like to see you guys getting angry because you can't beat me. He really didn't expect that even in high school, there would still be fools with such low emotional intelligence. He takes the initiative to find people to play ball with, and after frying the fish, he still complains that others are not good at it. The key point is that he now acts as if it is his right for me to fry the fish. You've been roasted on a brazier by a group of people. If you don't find a way to save face, you'll have to confront them instead. So stupid. Why is playing ball so noisy? After seeing Tang Yuza finish his game, Ma Hui hurried over, only to find that the group of people were making a lot of noise and didn't seem to be discussing their basketball skills. Hey! Uncle Ma, why are you here? Tang Yuza and Xiaojinsi looked at Ma Hui standing next to them in surprise. To them, Ma Hui was just an old man who lived in the same community and played ball with them once. And now, this old man from the community appeared in their school, which was really unbelievable. Oh, actually I came here specially to see you today. Young man, I think you are quite talented in table tennis. Are you interested in trying out for our S Province Youth Training Team? Ma Hui extended an invitation to Tang Yuza. Our provincial team? Uncle Ma, are you a professional athlete? Tang Yuza was not that surprised when he learned that Ma Hui was indeed a professional in this field. Although compared with his godlike skills in football and basketball, Tang Yuza's table tennis skills are indeed not that good. But even so, his table tennis skills are at level 4, which is comparable to that of ordinary professional table tennis players. So, when he and Ma Hui were sparring downstairs in the community that day, he realized that this old man was not simple. I used to be, but now I'm just a coach. You became a coach after retiring. You have retained your strength quite well. Once athletes in competitive sports get older, their strength will drop drastically. But judging from Uncle Ma's appearance, he is at least 40 years old, but he was still able to exchange a few moves with Tang Yuza. It was not easy at all. But I don't have any intention of becoming a professional athlete right now. But unfortunately, Tang Yuza couldn't accept Ma Hui's invitation. Why? Tell me your reason. Of course, Ma Hui didn't expect Tang Yuza to agree to him just based on his words. Therefore, he had to persuade Tang Yuza and make him understand the benefits of becoming a professional athlete. Well, I guess it's mainly because I don't have much interest in table tennis. For Tang Yuza, as long as he has the idea, becoming a star is definitely not a difficult thing. But again, since the system is attached to him and has given him many anti-human abilities through tasks, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, Tang Yuza should not be too high profile in doing things, especially when being a celebrity, that is absolutely not allowed. Besides, he really has no interest in table tennis. When he has to stay up late and can't find anything to do, he occasionally watches football matches, such as the Premier League and Serie A. Including the Chinese national football team, no matter how badly they play, Tang Yuza will still go to support them when they have a game. But when he occasionally sees CCTV5 broadcasting table tennis, he usually changes the channel immediately. Are you really not interested at all? If it's because of family reasons, don't worry. Our team's welfare subsidies are definitely not low. As for your parents, I can also personally help you persuade them. No, our family conditions are not too bad, and my parents are quite open-minded. Tang Yuza estimated that Ma Hui would not let him go for a while, but apart from keeping refusing, he seemed to have no better solution. Chapter 47. The slap in the face came so quickly. Okay, but let's not talk about that right now. What happened here? Nothing, I just beat a guy who likes to blast, torture beginners for fun. Tang Yuza originally wanted to say fried fish, but considering that Ma Hui might not understand what it meant, he changed his words. That guy is getting angry now and is arguing with the crowd. Who are you talking about, huh? Xu Bin, who was just in a confrontation with everyone, actually heard what Tang Yuza and Ma Hui said. He turned around and glared at Tang Yuza. But to be honest, with your current expression, no one would believe you if you said you were not anxious. According to your logic, those people around you are angry because they are too bad at table tennis and can't beat you. So now I can understand you as being angry because you are too bad at table tennis and can't beat me? Originally, Tang Yuza didn't want to join the group, he just sat here and watched the show. But since Xu Bin is taking the initiative to find fault, he will no longer adopt an attitude of indifference. Me? Bad? I just happen to be in a bad mood today. Don't treat this moment as forever. I was beaten 11-0 just because I was not in good condition. It seems that you can't win even if you are in good condition? Being able to come up with such an obvious excuse, it seems that this guy is really out of his mind now. Forget it. Instead of continuing to argue with you, why not let a professional coach evaluate this game? Uncle Ma, what do you think? Tang Yuza thought about it, and it happened that Ma Hui, the provincial team coach, was here, so he might as well let him comment. Tang Yuza had felt it before. When he was sparring with Zhubin just now, in addition to the group of students around them, there was also a middle-aged man not far away who watched the whole process. But he didn't know that person was Ma Hui at that time. He thought it was just a physical education teacher who was interested in him. Well, from my perspective, this is indeed a match with a huge disparity in strength. Ma Hui recalled the details of the competition between Tang Yuze and Zhubin. First of all, in terms of technique, Tang Yuze's ball control is very stable. Every time he swings the racket, he can hit the ball to the desired position, and it can be said that he has zero mistakes. As for the other student, his ball control was not so stable and he often made mistakes, either by using too much force or not finding the right position to touch the ball, especially in the second half of the game. Then on the tactical level, every time Tang Yuze faces the ball, he will think about where to hit the ball to make it more difficult for the opponent to deal with it. Is this ball to mobilize the opponent's movement or to directly kill the opponent? As for the other student, he was trying his best just to judge Tang Yuze's hitting route, and he couldn't come up with any tactics at all. The difference in strength between the two players should be considered the standard difference between a professional athlete and a baseball player. In fact, Ma Hui has given similar comments many times. Whenever a newcomer was sent to them, Ma Hui would pick out a professional athlete from the team and let them compete with each other, so that the newcomer could know how big the gap is between himself and real professional athletes. The score of that game is often 11-0, or at most 11-1. We have to admit that there is a huge difference in the level of strength between professional athletes and ordinary table tennis masters. After all, those who can become professional athletes all have high talent in the beginning. Coupled with long-term systematic training, it is very easy for them to compete with players who are more talented but have not received systematic training. This is also the reason why Ma Hui wants to bring Tang Yuze into the team so much. Obviously, this guy is just an amateur table tennis player who plays table tennis as a hobby, but his playing style and tactics are quite mature. If Ma Hui were to play a game with Tang Yuze without knowing anything, he would definitely treat the other party as a professional athlete. But the reality is that the other party is just a young man who is at most 18 years old and has never even attended a table tennis interest class. In other words, this guy is born with a high basketball IQ. Ma Hui believes that with Tang Yuze's high talent, he will definitely have a chance to make the national team after systematic training. Tang Yuze is now thinking, this old man has such good eyesight, doesn't he? The position where Ma Hui was watching the ball just now was obviously some distance away from their stage. As a result, he could even see whether they had made a mistake in touching the ball. Where did the security come from? Do you, an old man, have the qualifications to judge a competition of our level? The short boy who played basketball with Zhubin at the beginning also had a headache when he saw him biting everyone he saw. Zhubin is a person who usually doesn't respect teachers and elders, but he just doesn't show it so obviously. At this moment, Tang Yuze got so excited that he lost his composure and could no longer care about. Zhubin's revealed character will certainly be magnified infinitely by the onlookers and become everyone's laughingstock today. The dwarf was a smart man. He decided to keep some distance from Zhubin in the future, otherwise it might affect his ability to make friends. Wow, I'm not qualified to comment on a match between two high school students. Do you know who I am, young man? Hearing Zhubin's disrespectful remarks, Ma Hui frowned. Why should I know who you are? I only know that you are an old man who knows nothing but likes to give advice and advice. Because what Ma Hui said just now was basically all praising Tang Yuze and then belittling him to the point of being worthless, so Zhubin didn't take Ma Hui's comments seriously at all. In his eyes, Ma Hui was no different from those old men who watched people play chess and then sat on the sidelines pointing fingers. Really? What if I say I'm the head coach of our S province table tennis team? Ma Hui is now in his 40s and is in menopause. He usually has a very mild temper and doesn't get angry even if some children call him old man occasionally. But being repeatedly called an old man by Zhubin, a high school student who should be more sensible than a child, Ma Hui's good temper had reached its limit. No, old man, don't you brag before you think about it? Would the provincial team coach be so bored that he would come to Jianqing Middle School to watch two high school students play table tennis? Zhubin now doesn't believe a word Ma Hui says. Oh? Well, I happen to have my ID with me today. Do you want to see it? Ma Hui pulled his coaching certificate out of his pocket and threw it on the ping-pong table in front of him. Normally, Ma Hui would not carry this kind of document in his pocket, but today he came to invite Tang Yuze to join the team, so he naturally brought the document to prove his identity. Seeing Ma Hui taking out his ID with confidence, Zhubin was really panicked. Could it be that this old man really has something? He stretched out his hand tremblingly and picked up the coaching certificate that Ma Hui had just thrown on the table. The photos, names and other things all matched, but what scared Zhubin the most was the seal with the emblem of the S province table tennis team on it. Zhubin had seen this team logo before when he was playing basketball in his interest class, so he still had an impression of it and it was basically correct. Fake certificate. It must be fake certificate. In fact, when Zhubin saw the seal, he no longer doubted Ma Hui's identity. But even so, he still chose to be stubborn instead of trying to find a way to save face. Zhubin's reaction clearly shows that he has believed it, right? I just secretly searched on my phone, and the coach of our S province table tennis team is indeed Coach Ma Hui. But why would a provincial team coach come to our crappy high school? I guess he's here to look for Tang Yuza. Didn't he look like he knows Tang Yuza very well? As the conflict escalated, more and more students ran to the ping pong table to watch. What's going on? Why are you making so much noise? Are you not going to class anymore? At this moment, Principal Zhang Kongcheng, who happened to be passing by, also noticed the commotion on the playground and arrived at the scene. Hello, Principal. What happened here? We just arrived, so we don't know much. For students in school, the principal is undoubtedly at the top of the school's food chain. After seeing Zhang Kongcheng, the crowd of onlookers quickly dispersed and returned to their seats. All of a sudden, the scene which was extremely lively just now was reduced to Zhang Kongcheng, Ma Hui, Zhubin, Tang Yuza and Xia Jinsi, who had been watching the show but still didn't quite understand what was going on. Chapter 48. The principal invites you to dinner. Ma Hui told Zhang Kongcheng the general situation of the incident. During the whole process, Zhubin felt very uncomfortable. Originally, before he provoked Ma Hui, this matter was just a minor conflict between students and would at most have some impact on his reputation. But now that Zhang Kongcheng has arrived, the nature of the incident has become completely different. If Zhubin had known that Ma Hui knew the principal, he would never have adopted such an attitude. No, in fact, he had many opportunities to calm things down during this riot. Even if he apologized directly when he saw the certificate Ma Hui gave him, the other party would probably forgive him given his temper. Now, feelings of regret and fear filled Zhubin's mind. He knew that if he said anything about this matter, he would at least be punished. If he handled it wrong, he might even be fired. Tang Yuza looked at Zhubin with his hands behind his back and his legs and feet trembling slightly, but it was difficult for him to feel a trace of sympathy. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? I think I know what this is about, Zhubin-san, right? Yes. Which class? Class 5, Grade 2. Okay, I will report this matter to your class teacher truthfully. You go back to class first. Thank you, Principal Zhang. Although Zhang Kongcheng let him go after saying just a few words, Zhubin still couldn't let go of his worries. The principal personally informed the class teacher that a student under his charge had made a mistake, and no matter how favored the student was with the teacher, he would eventually be severely punished. After all, if students make mistakes under the principal's nose, the class teacher will also be affected by him. During the time Zhubin was waiting for the teacher's message, he had an extremely torturous time. By the way, Ma Hui, didn't you say that you came back to school today because you had your eyes on a guy who was very talented in table tennis? Did you find him? After resolving the conflict in a few words, Zhang Kongcheng asked Ma Hui about the real business again. I found it. Isn't this the one in front of you? Ma Hui pointed at Tang Yuza, who was playing table tennis with his sister beside them. Tang Yuza originally thought that Zhang Kongcheng and Ma Hui were going to lecture Zhubin there for a while, so he just started playing with Xia Jinsi. The person you are looking for is Tang Yuza? Yes, Lao Zhang, do you know this student too? Knowing is knowing. Zhang Kongcheng was a little hesitant. Originally, Zhang Kongcheng planned that after Ma Hui found the young man with great talent in table tennis, he could help him persuade that young man. He even thought of the excuses he would need when the time comes, like there is more than one path to take in life. You will definitely achieve good results if you follow Coach Ma Hui, and you should feel free to go and the school will also provide you with help. But since the person his old friend wanted to take away was Tang Yuza, it was hard to say. What's wrong, Lao Zhang? Why do you look so unhappy all of a sudden? After spending so many years with Zhang Kongcheng, Ma Hui has become very familiar with his old friend's habits. When he narrowed his eyes slightly and began to purse his lips, it meant that he was in trouble. Old Ma, if you wanted to take away another student, I would definitely help you without saying anything. But this Tang Yuza, I don't recommend it. Zhang Kongcheng sighed. Why? Is this student named Tang Yuza very good at grades? Ma Hui asked back. The teacher doesn't want to let the students do other things, either because the teacher has a strong sense of responsibility or because the student has good grades and the teacher is reluctant to let him go. Zhang Kongcheng, the principal, doesn't even have to teach a class now, and it's impossible for Tang Yuze to be his student. The only possibility is that he couldn't bear to do so. Yes, I have never seen anyone with such good grades as him. Don't be so exaggerated. You have been working in this school for so many years. You must have seen all kinds of good students. It's not an exaggeration at all. I'm putting it bluntly. Tang Yuze has the potential to win the top prize. Tang Yuze, a student in Class 1, Grade 2, is an extremely special student. Zhang Kongcheng didn't know whether he had any other advantages, nor did he know what his character was like. As the principal, he only needed to know one thing. Tang Yuze's academic performance is quite outstanding. He ranked first in the city in the senior high school entrance examination, and after entering Jiangqing Middle School, he undoubtedly ranked first in every major examination he took part in. The competition in their Jiangqing Middle School is quite fierce. The score differences between the top students are often only in the single digits, so it is normal for the top spot in the grade to change from time to time. It takes several years to find a student who can firmly sit on the top of the grade. As for Tang Yuze, he is even more outrageous. Not only did he maintain his top spot in the grade, but he also scored close to full marks every time, easily widening the gap between him and the second place. There was even one time when he got full marks directly. The examiners repeatedly picked out flaws in several test papers of different subjects, but they could not find any place to deduct a single point from him. It is said that his Chinese composition was so good that it made an old teacher who was grading the papers cry. This extraordinary strength is undoubtedly a treasure for the school. Zhang Kongcheng felt that if it were Tang Yuze, he might even have a chance to win the top spot in the college entrance examination. Jiangqing Middle School is now the best middle school in City S, but even so, their school has only produced 2 provincial top scorers in the college entrance examinations over the years, once in the liberal arts and once in the science. He hopes that Tang Yuze, as a student of Jiangqing Middle School, can strive to be the top scorer in the national college entrance examination. If they could produce a top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, the reputation of Zhang Kongcheng and his Jiangqing Middle School would definitely be much greater than it is now. It can also be used as a publicity tool to attract more qualified students from other places. So, when Ma Hui wanted to recruit Tang Yuze to play table tennis, Zhang Kongcheng really had no choice but to agree. Things like becoming a reserve professional athlete should be put off until after the college entrance exam. It seems that today's matter is not easy to handle. Ma Hui covered his head anxiously. He thought about the situation that Tang Yuze was a good student with excellent grades, so neither he nor his teachers wanted him to change his career to become an athlete. But Ma Hui really didn't expect that taking Tang Yuze away would be so troublesome. It's difficult. How about this? Go tell Tang Yuze later, and we can go have dinner together tonight and have a good chat about his future. Zhang Kongcheng felt that no matter how much these two uncles talked here, they would not be able to come to any conclusion. It just so happened that he had booked a place tonight and planned to have dinner with Ma Hui, so he might as well bring Tang Yuze along and then decide what to do. I think it's okay. Remember to ask for a day off for Tang Yuze's evening study. No, as far as I know, he doesn't go to evening self-study classes. Chapter 49 Claiming Sovereignty. Soon after the physical education class was over, Ma Hui once again found Tang Yuze and told him that he wanted to treat him to dinner in the evening. Okay. By the way, Principal Zhang Kongcheng will also be with us. Is the principal here too? That's fine too. Since the principal wanted to treat him to a meal, Tang Yuze naturally had no room to refuse. Then let's go have a meal. But I may have to take Xiaoxi with me. I'm worried about her being alone at home. No problem. Just a few more pairs of bowls and chopsticks were enough to lure Tang Yuze over, and there was no way Ma Hui would refuse such a deal. As we all know, employees who bring their families with them when their leaders invite them to dinner are often not welcomed. Tang Yuze was not a person who would take advantage of small opportunities. He only knew that he was going out to eat, and Xiaoxi, who was not very good at using a modern kitchen, would not be safe whether she cooked for herself or ordered takeout. By the way, is this girl really your sister? What else? It's all right. To be honest, ever since the day Ma Hui saw Tang Yuze and Xiaoxi downstairs in the community, he has always regarded the two as a young couple who dare not admit their relationship. However, since Tang Yuze said that he was afraid that Xiaoxi would be unsafe at home alone, and the principal was obviously present, he actually dared to bring her over for a free meal. It seems that the two do have a pure brother-sister relationship, and that there is something wrong with Ma Huey's thinking. No, it seems that we can't blame him. Given the situation at that time, if you randomly pick 100 passers-by to watch, 99 of them would mistake the two for a young couple, right? Your classes end at 5:45 this afternoon, right? Do you need me to pick you up at the school gate after school? No need, Uncle Ma, I want to go home first. Tang Yuza wanted to go home and change his clothes and take off his school uniform first. That's fine, how should I contact you then? Uncle Ma, just add me on WeChat and send me the address of the restaurant when the time comes. Tang Yuza took out his cell phone and turned off the airplane mode. Your phone, forget it. When Ma Hui was studying at Jiangqing Middle School, only a very small number of students could afford mobile phones, and they were the old-fashioned Big Brother ones, which the school didn't care about at all. But he knows that high schools now have very strict regulations on students' smartphones. In order to seize students' mobile phones, teachers have come up with endless methods. Things like conducting a thorough search of dormitories while boarding students are in class, and blocking the door to check the backpacks of day students are no longer uncommon. The more ruthless schools even bring metal detectors to catch cell phones. If you don't know, you might think they are looking for bombs. And Tang Yuza, in front of everyone, took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket without any fear. Ma Hui could only say that if you have good grades you can do whatever you want. That's it, Xiaoxi, we're going to eat out tonight. Good. If others heard that the principal of Jiangqing Middle School actually wanted to invite Tang Yuza, a student, to dinner, they would definitely be surprised. But for Xia Jinxi, it was not unusual for the principal to treat students to a meal. She was very familiar with the principal when she was studying there. At her place, most of the teachers are from other places who come to the countryside to teach, and they are frequently replaced. But the school principal has always been a kind old grandmother and has never changed. The principal felt sorry for these poor students who had a hard life, and would occasionally cook for them and invite them out for dinner. Therefore, in Xia Jinxi's opinion, it didn't seem surprising that the principal invited students to dinner. After the physical education class ended and Tang Yuza returned to the classroom, he returned the borrowed racket to Lu Lin, who was sitting in front of him. The latter looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. No, Brother Zay, what else can't you do? Lu Lin heard all kinds of legends after just lending him the racket for one class. He beat the school's table tennis champion 11-0, and a professional coach even came to offer him an olive branch. After being assigned to the same class as Tang Yuza due to the Arts and Science Division, Lu Lin deeply realized what a genius was. Tang Yuza, who sat alone in the last row of the classroom, almost never listened to the teacher's lectures. Every day he either did some exercises or just fell asleep on the table. However, he always took the first place in his grade in every exam. Maybe he really studies hard every night and sleeps during the day. But for someone like Lu Lin who has to study hard in class during the day and review at night to maintain his grades, someone like Tang Yuza who can get first place through self-study is undoubtedly blessed by God. Moreover, his talents don't stop there. Some time ago, Tang Yuza also demonstrated his dominant strength on the basketball court. Lu Lin remembered that Tang Yuza once said that he was not very good at playing basketball, and playing basketball during physical education classes was at most a pastime, not a hobby. It's not even a hobby, but he developed that kind of strength just by doing it for fun. Then today, Tang Yuza said he wanted some quiet time, so he went to play table tennis with Qingmei. As a result, he once again beat the school champion into a rage. Others are like God. When God closes a door for you, he will definitely open a window for you. Tang Yuza now lives in a big villa, and God has opened all the doors and windows for him. There are a total of 4 classes in Jiangqing Middle School in the afternoon, excluding one physical education class, there are 3 left. In the afternoon, the novelty of Xia Jinxi as a transfer student was not so strong. Occasionally, 2 female classmates would come and talk to her after class. The little girl is quite shy, and when others compliment her on her beauty, she would blush and shake her head to deny it. Her cute look made the 2 female classmates unable to help but ask her if they could touch her head. After an afternoon of boring study, it soon came to an end. Xiaoya, are you going to ask Tang Yuza to give you some special lessons after school today? When school was about to end, Li Qing asked Yangya in a low voice. Well, there are 2 questions I don't quite understand, but it would be awkward to go to him now. This semester, Yangya, as usual, insisted on bothering Tang Yuza after school in the afternoon whenever she had any questions, instead of waiting until evening study to ask the teacher. This semester, although Tang Yuza sometimes refused her because he wanted to go home quickly, he would still help her most of the time. This is the privilege that Yanya is allowed as the class monitor and the school bell. But now. Yanya glanced at Tang Yu's seat. Next to him was Xiaojinsi, who was listening to the lecture attentively. In that case, you have to go. Li Qing asserted. Let me tell you, that new classmate might also be interested in Tang Yuza. Wouldn't it be nice for you to go ask him questions and assert your sovereignty at the same time? Chapter 50. She is still so good at imagining. Mr. Tang, I have some questions I want to ask you. So, after being instigated by Li Qing, after the get out of class, Yanya ran to ask Tang Yuza questions as usual. The moment she saw Yanya appear, the brother control radar in Xiaojinsi's mind started beeping. Her subconscious was telling her that she needed to be wary of this female classmate in front of her who was more beautiful than ordinary people. Yanya just turned around to look at Xiaojinsi, only to find that the look in her eyes was clearly a warning. Normally, she looks like a frightened kitten, but now she acts like a lioness protecting her food. However, with her chubby face, no matter how hostile she is, she won't be scary. So, Yanya smiled at Xiaojinsi in return, her eyes full of provocation. Is there a problem today? But I don't think it's convenient for me today. Tang Yuza has a dinner party tonight, so he is quite anxious to go home. Then may I ask, classmate Tang has been in a hurry to go home at night recently, is there something wrong? In the past, Yanya had never asked why Tang Yuza was in such a hurry to go home, because she believed that she and Tang Yuza were a perfect match and they could give each other some private space. But today, with Xiaojinsi's transfer, Yanya began to become a little impatient. It's not a big deal, it's just that someone is going to treat me to a meal recently, so I have to go back early. Actually, Tang Yuza doesn't like to reveal his itinerary to others, but Yanya is the class monitor after all, and she has a good relationship with him, so it's okay to explain it to her briefly. Tang Yuza has been going home early recently just to take care of Xiaojinsi. It just so happened that someone wanted to treat him to a meal today, so he just used this excuse every day. I hope nothing happened. After listening to Tang Yuza's explanation, Yanya felt slightly relieved. She was afraid that Tang Yuza was in a hurry to get out of school during this period and was going to go on a date with Xiaojinsi. Wait, it seems we can't let our guard down yet? If you think about it carefully, the time when Tang Yuza started to rush home after school coincided with the time when Xiaojinsi transferred to this school. Considering their childhood sweetheart relationship, it is not surprising that their parents know each other. So, the one who invited Tang Yuza to dinner in the evening was actually Xiaojinsi's parents? Very likely. And their purpose is to promote the relationship between Tang Yuza and Xiaojinsi starting from the elders? In just a few seconds, Yanya came up with a complete set of settings in her mind. Brother Yuza, let's go. Oh, has Xiaoxi packed up yet? Of course, Tang Yuza had no idea how many strange things Yanya had imagined. Yeah, it's all packed up. What Xiaojinsi has to take home today is not only the homework for the evening, but also some new books that have nothing to do with the class content and can only find a place to rot. So, the backpack that was bulging with stuff looked quite heavy. How about you give me your school bag? I'll carry it for you. What about my brother's school bag? You can just carry my backpack. It's not that heavy. In Tang Yu's school bag, there were only a few sets of real college entrance examination questions, and he didn't even bring textbooks or materials. Wait a minute, isn't Xiaojinsi going to evening self-study? Yanya looked at the two people who were showing their affection as if no one was around and even carrying each other's school bags, and suddenly felt a little confused. Oh, by the way, monitor, you don't have to call Xiaoxi's name during evening study. She doesn't have to attend evening study. Could it be that her grades are almost as good as Tang's? Tang Yuza doesn't have to attend evening self-study classes because he has enough ability. As long as he tells his class teacher that he wants to go home to study and promises that his grades will not drop, there is no way the class teacher will disagree. What about Xiaojinsi? Why doesn't she have to attend evening self-study? Well, Xiaoxi's grades aren't as good as mine. I can only say that her level is just barely up to the standard of our class. Then why? So, her family hired a tutor to help her with her homework, and Lao Feng agreed. In fact, Tang Yuza and Xiaojinsi now live in the same house, and her tutor is herself. However, the fact that they live together must not be exposed. Tang Yuza did not choose to make their relationship as sworn siblings public because he felt that at this stage, a man and a woman living together, even with a brother and sister filter, would not have a good influence on both of them. By the way, the monitor has a lot of questions today. How many times has Tang Yuza tried to make up a story to fool her? She can't quite remember. Let's go, Xiaoxi. After packing up all the things that needed to be taken home and tricking Yangya into leaving, the brother and sister's first day of school together was over. It's great that we can go home together. As Yangya watched the two of them leave, she saw Tang Yuza looking at Xiaojinsi with concern, and the sadness in her heart continued to grow. You can go home directly after afternoon classes without having to attend evening self-study. This alone is enough to make most Chinese high school students envious. Not to mention someone like Xiaojinsi, who has a childhood sweetheart who can accompany her on the way home. And this childhood sweetheart is Tang Yuza. But now, Yangya is just an ordinary student whose grades are better than most people, but she is no different from others in other aspects. I am just a high school student who wakes up at 6 o'clock every morning, takes a 1-hour nap at noon, and finishes evening self-study at 10:30 in the evening. Moreover, she was a boarding student, so even if Tang Yuza went to evening self-study, she was not qualified to go home with him. She has the title of school beauty, but she doesn't care about it at all. It would be great if Yangya was in Xiaojinsi's position. Especially Xiaojinsi now, facing Tang Yuza's shy look, Yangya was so angry that her teeth were itching. If she was Tang Yuza's childhood sweetheart, Yangya would definitely not be as weird as Xiaojinsi. If she were in the same position, she would definitely be super proactive and trap Tang Yuza before the third year of high school. Then the two of them were admitted to the same university together and became a perfect couple that everyone envied in the university town. Just as Li Qing had described to her before. In her opinion, Xiaojinsi now feels like she has gotten something for nothing. That woman is quite good. After the two left, Li Qing came to Yangya again. Xiaoya, please be careful. My intuition tells me that although Xiaojinsi looks innocent on the surface, who knows how many schemes she has hidden behind her back. In the eyes of her, the CP leader, Xiaojinsi is completely an obstacle that delays the relationship between the male and female protagonists. Li Qing simply couldn't believe that there would be a girl like Xiaojinsi in this world, who is still so innocent and pure even in high school. You can tell she is a green tea girl at first glance, and her purity is just an act. But it doesn't matter. Tang is also a smart man. She can fool him temporarily, but she can't fool him forever. Li Qing's words kept pouring into Yangya's mind. I still say the same thing. Anyway, the one who will have the last laugh will definitely be Xiaoya. That is right, although Yangya now can't always stay by his side like Xiaojinsi did. But as long as the person who wins in the end is her, Yangya, isn't that enough? She seemed to have foreseen the future where Xiaojinsi would have to cry on the side after Tang Yuza turned to her. Chapter 51. Don't reveal my past. Xiaoxi, don't be too nervous when you go to eat later, just eat as much as you can. Zhang Kongchang and Ma Hui are going to treat them to dinner tonight, and they probably won't just pick a random roadside restaurant. When eating in a more formal restaurant, there are two leaders sitting in front of you, and they will probably have to discuss serious matters with you later. Tang Yuza was afraid that Xiaojinsi would feel nervous and unable to eat. Yes, I understand. Xiaojinsi nodded. She wasn't very nervous at first. In her eyes, Ma Hui and Zhang Kongchang were both relatively amiable old men. After returning home, Tang Yuza took off his school uniform and changed into his casual sweatshirt and jeans. Although formal clothes should be worn in formal occasions, Tang Yuza is still in high school after all, and it would not be in line with his image to dress too formally. Just dress a little casually like this, but not too casually. Xiaojinsi, on the other hand, was wearing a dark brown windbreaker. Lin Hui bought her this windbreaker during the National Day. The elegant tailoring perfectly highlights the girl's beautiful figure. The collar of the windbreaker is slightly turned up, revealing a casual yet dignified temperament. The weather started to get cooler after National Day. Xiaojinsi wore a high-necked beige jersey underneath. The soft texture fit her body, making her look warm and feminine. But if you think about it carefully, the word feminine doesn't seem to fit Xiaojinsi now. She wore a pair of dark blue jeans with slightly flared legs, which made her legs look longer. She wore a pair of brown short boots on her feet, which were simple and elegant, and formed a perfect match with her windbreaker. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, with a few strands gently falling on her face, perfectly matching her autumn outfit. Yeah, it's pretty. Our Xiaoxi is so pretty. Hey, thank you, brother. Tang Yuza couldn't help but give Xiaojinsi a pat on the head. Xiaojinsi is now getting more and more adapted to life here. She has now learned to use various electronic products and can take care of her daily life. Moreover, Tang Yuza's previous worry about whether Xiaojinsi would become too addicted to a mobile phone was also answered. The answer is no. Whenever Xiaojinsi uses her mobile phone and downloads any application, she will ask Tang Yuza whether she can download this or that. Tang Yuza had taught her how to play Fruit Ninja before, but she didn't seem to like playing these mobile games very much. I use various video software to find dramas that I want to watch. She has already watched all the pirated Ultraman discs from Tang Yuza's house. Now that she has a mobile phone, she can watch the rest directly. Although Xiaojinsi also downloaded Douyin on her mobile phone, she was not so addicted to it. What's more, she only reads very healthy content, and the big data recommends some daily knowledge, news, or food bloggers' restaurant visits. This made Tang Yuza feel relieved. The location that Manhui sent to Tang Yuza was a hotel called Jinyuman Tang. This is a regular restaurant with a good reputation, attracting many diners with its exquisite dishes and first-class service. The hotel's exterior adopts an elegant European architectural style, with dark stone walls and delicate gold-plated plaques that make it look solemn and noble. Rows of bright windows reflect warm light in the sun, showing the magnificent interior decoration. Welcome! At the entrance, 2 golden street lamps spread out to both sides, as if cooperating with the arms of the waiter welcoming guests. Hello, there are 2 of you. We have reserved a private room. Young man, please tell me the last digit of the mobile phone number for the reservation. The young waitress gave a standard professional smile and asked Tang Yuza for information. 4396. Okay, please go to room 107. There are already 2 guests waiting for you. As you walk into the hotel, a faint fragrance hits you in the face, making you feel relaxed and happy. In the lobby, gorgeous chandeliers hang from the high ceiling, casting soft light, and the floor is paved with smooth marble, reflecting the brilliance of the lights. There are some oil paintings hanging on the walls all around. Although they are copies of masters' works, they also add a bit of artistic atmosphere to the whole space. Mr. Zhang, doesn't this restaurant look too formal? Can't we just find a cleaner one? Mahui looked at the surrounding environment and somewhat complained about Zhang Conqing's choice of position. Really? We old friends often come to this restaurant for dinner. You also said that this is a dinner for you leaders. It's so formal. Most people would be nervous. Zhang Conqing chose this restaurant, although it is not to the level of XX ceiling, it is also quite high-end. I can't help it. I originally booked this restaurant to chat with you, my old friend, but who knew that 2 students would come later? Zhang Conqing booked this restaurant immediately after learning that Mahui was coming to visit his old friend. He didn't expect at first that he would need to bring Tang Yuza, the top student of Jiangqing Middle School, to the dinner. Oh, forget it, let's just leave it at that. Mahui glanced at the surroundings. Although the store's facade is somewhat exaggerated, the layout of the private rooms is still very simple. There are not too many decorations, but it has a simple beauty. The dining table and chairs are made of wood, which have been carefully polished and look very textured. The tableware is also very clean and tidy, and each piece is neatly placed. Mahui would occasionally go out for a meal when his teammates performed well in a game, and the restaurants they usually went to for dinner were of similar standards. However, because athletes need to maintain their figure, there are relatively few opportunities for us to have meals together. We only have 1 or 2 meals a year, and everyone controls their food intake. Hello, Uncle Ma, hello, Principal Zhang. After opening the door of the private room, Tang Yuza greeted the 2 middle-aged men, and Xiaojinsi also followed his example and greeted them in a low voice. Come on, Xiao Tang, sit down. Are we a little late? It's not too late, isn't the food here yet? Mahui asked Tang Yuza and Xiaojinsi to sit down quickly, and the latter quickly took their seats. This is Tang Yuza's new sister Xiaojinsi, right? Hello, I'm Principal Zhang Conqing. Zhang Conqing greeted Xiaojinsi first. Hello, Principal. I'm Xiaojinsi and I'm currently in Class 1, Grade 2. Yes, I know. Tang Yuza came to me and told me about you. Ha! After all, it's very difficult to transfer to a high school if you haven't been registered in our area for less than 3 years and haven't taken the high school entrance exam. Tang Yuza made a special trip to the principal's office to find me and we discussed your admission. Zhang Conqing explained. Really, bro? Real. Generally speaking, the school would definitely not accept a situation like Xiaojinsi's. But later Tang Yuza went to Zhang Conqing and begged him to give him a chance, and Zhang Conqing decided to give Tang Yuza face, which led to Xiaojinsi's entrance examination. He originally didn't want to tell his sister about this, as he was afraid that his sister would feel burdened if she knew that he had gone to the principal to ask for help in order to allow her to enroll in school earlier. Who knew that his true identity would be exposed today? Now, there was more gratitude in Xia Jinxi's eyes when she looked at Tang Yuze. Chapter 52 Crossroads. Come on, Lama, let me toast you before serving the food. Zhang Kongqing took out a bottle of white wine that was obviously not sold in the restaurant and poured half a glass for Ma Hui. Are you still drinking in front of the students, Principal Zhen? It's okay, just have a drink. Well, now that we're both drunk, who's going to drive tonight? My son doesn't have classes today, so we can just ask him to drive us later. Tang Yuze looked at Zhang Kongqing, who didn't have the airs of a principal at all, and didn't know whether to say that he was able to distinguish between public and private affairs or that he was just a thick-skinned person. Well, now that the food hasn't been served yet and we haven't drunk too much, let's discuss business first. After taking a sip of white wine, Zhang Kongqing looked at Tang Yuze and said, By the way, is he planning to get drunk today? Old Ma, you go first. Can. Ma Hui took over Zhang Kongqing's words, took out a printed copy from his shoulder bag and threw it to Tang Yuze. Actually, I've almost said everything I wanted to say to Tang Yuze. Anyway, you should take a look at this plan first. Following Ma Hui's words, Tang Yuze opened the printed copy in his hand, and Xia Jinxi also poked her head out to read with him. This plan describes in great detail what benefits Tang Yuze can get if he agrees to join the S Province Table Tennis Youth Training Team, the training program for youth players, and the future plans for the team and its players. In addition, it is also noted that even if Tang Yuze leaves the team midway, he does not need to pay any liquidated damages. On the contrary, if the team wants to terminate the contract early, they will need to pay him a lot of liquidated damages. If there was no place for signature at the end of the printed copy, Tang Yuze would have directly treated it as a contract. Tang Yuze, I'm very optimistic about you. With your talent, I think it won't be a problem for you to make it to the national team in the future. I have a question, Uncle Ma. You tell me. This plan even clearly states the various welfare benefits and liquidated damages, so why don't you talk to my parents first? Tang Yuze believes that the contents of this plan are too detailed. So logically speaking, this kind of thing should not be shown to children first, but should be approved by their guardians first, right? Don't worry about that. Lao Zhang and I have already spoken to your parents on the phone and showed them the plan. What do they say? The program is good, but they don't really want their children to switch to sports at this stage. I suppose so. Tang Yuze's current grades are excellent, and his future prospects will definitely be high when he finishes college and starts working. From a parent's perspective, they certainly don't want their children to give up their studies and choose a risky path. However, they also said that they would respect your choice, so I showed you this plan. After you make your choice, remember to call them in the evening. This is all Ma Hui can do now. What about Principal Zheng? Do you think I should accept Uncle Ma's olive branch? Although the conditions in the proposal given by Ma Hui were very tempting, Tang Yuze was not moved. If you really want to be an athlete or a star, it's easy as long as you are willing to use more experience. He still maintained his original point of view and didn't want to do anything too conspicuous. To be honest, I don't really want you to play table tennis at this time. Zhang Kongqing took another sip of wine and continued. Student Tang, maybe you are very talented in table tennis, so Lama took a fancy to you. But it is hard to say whether this talent can be realized in the future. The risk to your life is too great. And your talent in learning can now be realized in the form of test scores. In this regard, you also have a limit that you can challenge. For example, you can try to get the top score in science in the college entrance examination. From Zhang Kongqing's point of view, he absolutely does not want Tang Yuze to drop out of school at this time. He is the student most likely to bring honor to the school at this stage. Moreover, even if we look at it from a more mundane financial perspective, even if he doesn't win titles like the national or provincial top scholar, as long as he gets into one of the Tsinghua or Debi universities, the school and the government will give him a lot of subsidies. It won't be worse than joining a table tennis youth training team. Uncle Ma, let me be honest. It is really not appropriate for me to join the team for youth training in my current situation. I have been studying for so many years and have achieved some results. It is too big a leap to suddenly change careers and become an athlete. Besides, my interest in table tennis is limited to occasional leisure and entertainment. If I turn it into a career, I think it will be difficult for me to stick to it. As far as I know, the training intensity of professional athletes is very high, and they have to train until retirement. If I don't love this sport or have no other choice, I would still prefer to go to school. Tang Yuze chose reasonable reasons to politely reject Ma Hui, and these reasons are also common among children from ordinary families when they face crossroads in life. Really? Well, it's really too much to ask you to come to the youth training team right now. Ma Hui also knew that it was not easy to stand out in the table tennis world, especially in the Chinese table tennis world. This requires a certain amount of time to settle, and for this reason, Ma Hui hopes that Tang Yuze can accept his invitation as soon as possible, preferably when he is still in his second year of high school. In this way, he will have enough time to use high-intensity training to train Tang Yuze into a professional athlete, allowing him to participate in various leagues earlier. If the child had average academic performance but was extremely talented in table tennis, he would definitely not refuse so straightforwardly the benefits and guarantees offered by Ma Hui. But unfortunately, Tang Yuze's talent is not limited to table tennis, he now has many better options. Then I'll wait for 2 years until you finish the college entrance examination, and then I'll contact you. However, this does not mean that Ma Hui has completely given up the idea of bringing Tang Yuze into the team. Now Tang Yuze puts studying as a high priority, but who can predict the future, especially after the college entrance examination? What if after the college entrance examination, he will have the idea of trying table tennis? Okay, let's end this discussion here. The dishes are all served, so let's eat first. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming a little heavy, Zhang Concheng quickly came out to change the subject. Zhang Concheng was very satisfied with Tang Yuze's decision not to drop out of school to play table tennis. After all, the competitiveness of Jiangcheng Middle School in the next college entrance examination will still depend on Tang Yuze's efforts. But he also felt very sorry that his old friend had finally found a student whose talents satisfied him, but was rejected so flatly. Chapter 53 Gossip Middle-Aged Group. Xiaoxi, come and eat some turtle. And this prawn, I'll peel it for you. Thank you, bro. Finally, they finished talking about their own things, and Tang Yuze, who had some free time, began to pick up food for Xia Jinsi with a serving chopstick. To be honest, the preparation of these dishes is still far inferior to that of Chef Tang Yuze. But this is a restaurant after all, and there are many ingredients that Tang Yuze would not use when cooking at home, but the advantage is that they are fresh. Lao Zhang. Watching Tang Yuze feeding Xia Jinsi as if no one was around, Ma Hui quietly approached Zhang Concheng to talk. What's wrong, old horse? There's something I'm very concerned about, but I couldn't ask you because we were discussing business just now. I want to ask you now. You tell me. You said that Xia Jinsi is Tang Yuze's new sister, right? I care about the word new. Just now, when Zhang Concheng talked about the fact that Tang Yuze went to his office specifically to find Xia Jinsi in order to get her into school, he described Xia Jinsi as Tang Yuze's new sister. Ma Hui was a little confused as to what the mystery was. No way, you don't know this? I really don't know. This Xia Jinsi is the daughter that Tang Yuze and his Tang family adopted not long ago. Since it was Zhang Concheng who arranged Xia Jinsi's admission to school, he had a certain understanding of Tang Yuze's family situation. The parents work in other places, and the children are left behind in City S. But what Zhang Concheng couldn't understand was that since both his parents worked outside the city to earn money, the Tang family should not be a very wealthy family. If that's the case, then why did they adopt another daughter? Alas, it can only be said that every family has its own problems. I see, no wonder. Ma Hui had previously denied that Tang Yuze and Xia Jinsi were siblings, and had arbitrarily treated them as a young couple who were afraid to make their relationship public. This was because he had occasionally seen Tang Yuze going to school during morning exercises, but had never seen Xia Jinsi in the community. Moreover, although both of them are very good-looking, Ma Hui really couldn't see any similarities between Tang Yuze and Xia Jinsi. But since Xia Jinsi was the daughter adopted by the Tang family not long ago, everything makes sense. I always feel that the status of these two people is very dangerous. After learning that Tang Yuze and Xia Jinsi were not related by blood, Ma Hui seemed to have thought of something bad. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with them? Looking at the looks of these two people, anyone who sees them will think they are a couple. You know what, it seems like they are a bit similar. And you also said that Xia Jinsi is just the adopted daughter of the Tang family. She can't be a child. Stop it, old Ma. It's rude to keep guessing. Opposite Zhang Concheng and Ma Hui, Tang Yuze, who was peeling shrimps for his sister, was also very upset after accidentally hearing their conversation. No, these two are already middle-aged, why do they still like gossip so much? Especially Uncle Ma. It turns out that before he learned about his family situation from Principal Zhang, he had always regarded himself and Xiaoxi as a young couple who dared not make their relationship public? This is the nth time that they have been misunderstood as a young couple by others. Are they really that similar? Tang Yuze felt that he needed to reflect a little. In addition, Zhang Kongcheng and Ma Hui both thought they were whispering, but in fact, the two of them were already slightly tipsy, and the volume of their voices was not as low as they imagined. Besides, this small round table is not very big. So apart from Tang Yuza, who had excellent hearing, Xia Jinsi could barely hear the conversation between the two. Hee, my brother and I were misunderstood as a couple again. They are such a perfect match. Uncle Ma and Principal Zheng really understand each other. By the way, I didn't really care about it before. How are classmates Xiao's grades now? What they had been talking about before was Tang Yuza's affairs, and now the topic turned to Xia Jinsi. It's just so. From my point of view, Xiaoxi's grades should be just barely up to the standard of our rocket class. That's pretty good. Zhang Kongcheng nodded. The admission threshold of Jiangqing Middle School is already high, and its teaching resources are the best in the city. For those who can be admitted to Jiangqing Middle School, most of them will have no problem passing the undergraduate examination. Only in very rare special cases can they get into a junior college. And the rocket class in their school is even stronger. It can be said that as long as you get into the rocket class, it is basically equivalent to having 1 foot halfway into the door of double first-class universities. And if Zhang Kongcheng remembered correctly, Xia Jinsi had never attended high school before this, and the teaching resources in elementary and junior high schools were extremely poor, so she could only rely on teaching support. In other words, she achieved this result through self-study, with a little tutoring from Tang Yuza. The little girl must be exhausted from studying during this period of time. Yes, my Xiaoxi has been working very hard to get into school. Hearing Zhang Kongcheng praising Xia Jinsi, Tang Yuza couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He had long been accustomed to other people's praise. After all, Tang Yuza's strength was there, and there were too many positive comments about him from others. So compared to hearing others praise himself, Tang Yuza would rather hear others praise his sister. By the way, the midterm exam is coming up soon. Just like before, this time it will be a city-wide joint exam. Are you all confident? No problem. Of course there was no problem for Tang Yuza. Before the National Day holiday, their school also held a monthly exam, and Tang Yuza, as usual, took the first place by a landslide. The top 10 in the city are always occupied by Jiangqing Middle School. At most, there would be an occasional dark horse. There was no difference between being the first in the school and the first in the city. Well, a little nervous. Xia Jinsi, who had been concentrating on eating, responded. All the schools she had attended before were schools where teachers did not put any pressure on students to get into higher education, and students were expected to be accepted if possible. But at Jiangqing Middle School, the pressure to get into higher education is undoubtedly very great. In the past, when Xia Jinsi was in an environment, there were few students in the class who listened seriously. But in Jiangqing Middle School, except for her brother who no longer needs to listen to the teacher's lectures, the people around her can quickly adjust their state even if they have just returned to school from vacation. For every student who has not given up on their studies, it is inevitable to feel pressure in such an environment. Xia Jinsi's current goal is to study in the same university as her brother Yuza. If brother Yuza can maintain his current grades, he will definitely be able to freely choose a domestic university. Although brother Yuze would not put pressure on her, Xia Jinsi also felt that for the sake of her future happiness, she should put some pressure on herself. Chapter 54 Zhang Yin. Oh, it's called a city-wide exam, but it's actually just a small test. This is the first time that Xia has taken such an exam. Don't be too nervous. Just treat it as a test of your own abilities. Zhang Kongcheng once again used this set of rhetoric that he had used on countless students and quickly ended the topic. The following time began with Zhang Kongcheng and Ma Hui reminiscing about the past, and the topic no longer involved the two younger generations. Old Zhang, didn't your boy say that he would be with the girl from the Ding family after entering college? How is he doing now? Can he have a grandchild? I want to, too, but he's still in the dating game, and they haven't even started dating yet. Let's wait until they're actually married before we talk about it. Zhang Kongcheng's son Zhang Yan is a college student at a local university. According to him, his son has a childhood sweetheart named Ma Wanru, with whom he has a very good relationship. The two started dating after they were admitted to the same university. Mr. Ma, how old is your daughter this year? Is she in high school? Not yet. She's in the 3rd year of junior high school this year. I don't even know if she can get into Jiangcheng with her grades. I'm so worried. Ma Hui's daughter is just in the 3rd year of junior high school this year. Her grades seem to be above average. She wants to take the high school entrance examination to Jiangqing Middle School, but her scores are still a little short of the mark. Although Zhang Kongcheng and Ma Hui are of the same age and grade, Zhang Kongcheng is already thinking about whether his son can give him a grandson, while Ma Hui is still worried about his daughter's high school entrance examination. The main reason is that Ma Hui is a former professional athlete after all. When he was young, he was immersed in high-intensity training and had no time and energy to worry about starting a family. So, his wife Lu Shanshan, whom he and Tang Yuze met that morning, was almost 30 years old when she gave birth to their son. Does Uncle Ma have any daughters? Tang Yuze listened to their conversation and occasionally joined in. Yes, she is in junior high school at experimental middle school, but you probably haven't seen her very often. After all, I let her live on campus. Experimental junior high school? Do we have to live on campus even though it's so close to home? Although the distance between S-City Experimental Junior High School and their campus is not as close as Jiangqing Middle School, it is actually only 2 or 3 bus stops away. There's nothing we can do. Shanshan and I haven't retired yet. We're busy with work during the week and can only spare time to take care of our daughter on weekends. We have no choice but to let her live on campus. Being too busy with work to take care of children is a true reflection of the average modern family. On the other side, Xia Jinsi took a big bite of the turtle in the bowl. Damn brother, he actually asked this about someone else's daughter in front of me. I must punish him tonight by making him hold me while watching TV, humph. Come to think of it, Tang Yuze has always been a day student, right? Ma Hui asked Tang Yuze back. He was actually a little confused. Tang Yuze's parents were working in other places, so how could they let Tang Yuze go to school here alone? Even now, Xia Jinsi has been handed over to his care. Not entirely. I lived in a dormitory for a while, but it was only for a short period of time, only about half a year. Tang Yuze recalled that his parents were still working here when he was in elementary school, and it was natural for Tang Yuze to go home every day at that time. Later, when he was in junior high school, his parents moved to another place, and they did let him live in the school dormitory at first. But Tang Yuze did not have a harmonious relationship with his classmates and roommates at that time. Due to certain circumstances, he even went through a dark period. During that period, although Tang Yuze did not do anything like skipping school or going on strike, he would go to the internet cafe every weekend and stay there all day. It was also at that time that the system bound him. Then, Tang Yuze worked desperately to complete the tasks given by the system to improve himself and achieve sufficient results. Considering that living in the school dormitory was inconvenient for him to complete many tasks, and he didn't want to deal with certain people anymore, Tang Yuze suggested to his parents that he could go to school alone as a day student. The junior high school that Tang Yuze attends is quite far from home, but the fact that he got the first place in the grade was undoubtedly a huge surprise for him working away from home. As long as he can take care of himself, it doesn't matter whether he goes to school as a day student or lives in the school dormitory. Besides, my parents are working in other places, and the house here is not for sale, so someone has to stay to look after the house. Can you take care of yourself when your parents are not at home? It's okay. I'm quite self-disciplined in my daily life. Self-discipline means sleeping during the day and playing games all night long. If you have any difficulties in life in the future, you can call your Uncle Ma. We live in the same community and can help each other. Of course. One has to admire that these two people have a good alcohol tolerance. Tang Yuze saw that they never stopped drinking, but they were not drunk to the point of slurring their speech. That's enough for today. I'll call my son to take us home. Finally, Zhang Kongcheng made a phone call to call his son. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a handsome boy with a neat crew cut and a look somewhat similar to Zhang Kongcheng walked in. This person must be his son Zhang Yan. Dad, why did you drink so much again? Ha, I'm glad to meet an old friend today. You must be drunk, but I still have classes tomorrow. Zhang Yan was speechless. He had broken up with his girlfriend today, and his roommates were planning to treat him to a big dinner to change his mood. As a result, at this time he received a call from his grandfather at home asking him to drive to pick him up. Oh, forget it. I'll go home and see my dad, and it will help me change my mood. In this way, Zhang Yan supported Zhang Kongcheng, Tang Yuze supported Ma Hui, and the 5 of them got into the private car. Zhang Yan was driving. Tang Yuze asked Xia Jinsi to sit in the passenger seat, while he himself squeezed in the back seat with 2 drunks. By the way, Xiaoyan, how are you getting along with the girl from the Ding family recently? When will I, your father, be able to hold my grandson? While waiting for a red light that would last for 100 seconds, the drunk Zhang Kongqing suddenly remembered the topic at the dinner table today and asked Zhang Yan loudly. We just broke up today. Ah? Broke up? Why? It's nothing. I'm not good enough. She changed her mind and went with someone else. Zhang Yan was still driving and stated this fact in a calm tone. But Xiaojinsi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and Tang Yuze, who was sitting in the back, could see that Zhang Yan couldn't hold back his tears and had 2 tear marks on his face. There's no way. After so many years of maintaining this relationship, it all ended up in vain. He couldn't figure out what was so bad about him that made Ding Wanru so cruel to him and find a new boyfriend seamlessly. Zhang Kongcheng, who was already drunk in the back seat, seemed to realize that something was not right with his son and stopped going crazy. The air in the car suddenly became stuffy. Chapter 55. Xiao Shi will never betray her brother. Brother Zhang Yan. After thinking for a moment about how to address Zhang Yan, Tang Yuze finally spoke. What's wrong? Even if she changes her mind, please don't think that you are not good enough. Tang Yuze didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs. After they returned home, Zhang Kongcheng would definitely counsel Zhang Yan. However, although Tang Yuze didn't know what it felt like to break up, he knew very well that it was definitely not a trivial matter that could make a strong man shed tears. In the end, Tang Yuze couldn't help but speak up and gave him some advice. Do you think you're good enough for her? I have done my best as a childhood sweetheart and a boyfriend. That's right, be more confident, buddy. I think you are definitely good. It's that woman who has no vision. If Zhang Yan hadn't been driving, Tang Yuze would definitely have said this to him with his arm around his shoulder. If Zhang Yan was a die-hard bootlicker, he should have hit back when Tang Yuze said this, saying that it was all his fault and that his childhood sweetheart had done nothing wrong. But he didn't do that. Instead, he bit his lips secretly. Tang Yuze knew that Zhang Yan was not the kind of fool who would not wake up after being dumped. Tang Yuze has always felt that being infatuated is a good thing. Infatuated people can often become better versions of themselves in order to catch up with others. Just don't be a fool whose reason is completely eroded by emotions. So he believed that although Zhang Yan would definitely be depressed for a while, a better future would be waiting for him after he had completely digested this relationship. If it were me, I would definitely find a better girl and show off my love to her. Tang Yuze thought about it for a moment and realized that if he were the protagonist of this incident, he would definitely do the same thing after being betrayed like this. Thanks, little brother. Zhang Yan was thinking to himself. He remembered his dad said that the person having dinner with them today was a high school student. Why did he have such a rich love history? This is a lot of principles. Of course, Tang Yuze himself has never been in a relationship, it's just that he has taken on various tasks and has gained a lot of experience. We are almost at your neighborhood. Do you need me to help you carry Uncle Ma back? It probably isn't necessary. With his excellent night vision, Tang Yuze had already seen Lu Shanshan standing at the gate of the community, preparing to carry her husband home. After parking the car, Lu Shanshan carried Ma Hui away, while Tang Yuze and Xiaojinsi went straight home. How was it, Xiaoxi? Did you enjoy your meal? I'm happy. I feel like there are many things I haven't seen before. It was the first time for Xiaojinsi to taste soft-shelled turtle and abalone. Just be happy. Tang Yuze went to the kitchen to wash his hands. You're full now, go do your homework. I'll peel an apple for you. Brother, aren't you going to do your homework? I don't have to write. The class representative never collects my homework. If you don't do your homework, how does your brother usually study? It was only now that Xiaojinsi realized that she had never seen Tang Yuze doing homework at home. Most of the time, my brother stays in his room playing games, so how does he study? As for me, I practice some real college entrance examination questions every day, but I don't recommend this study method to others. Xiaoxi, just finish the exercises on time. Tang Yuze has a plugin given by the system, and his learning progress is very advanced. His learning method is definitely not suitable for other students. Principal Zhang just said that the midterm exam is coming soon. Xiaoxi just needs to work hard and strive to get out of the bottom 10 in our class this time. Is the goal so low? Just take it one step at a time. But I believe that our Xiaoxi is so smart that she will have no problem getting into the top 10 in her class in her senior year. After all, Class 1 of Grade 12 is the rocket class of Jiangcheng Middle School, and the students in it are ranked among the best in the entire S city. The higher the score, the harder it is to raise it. His daughter Xiaoxi has just started school, so it is obviously unrealistic to expect her to overtake others in less than a month. So Tang Yuza set a small goal for her first. That's right, brother. What's wrong? Xiaoxi, you will never betray your brother. Xiaojinxi suddenly said this for no reason. Tang Yuza didn't react to what she was saying at first. He waited for 2 seconds before realizing that his sister was talking about what Zhang Yan had just said about being suddenly abandoned by his childhood sweetheart. Silly girl, of course I know you won't betray me. Tang Yuza smiled bitterly. Zhang Yan was betrayed by Ding Wanru because they had been in a relationship since she entered university, but she later changed her mind. He and Xiaojinxi don't have that kind of relationship, and Xiaojinxi is not only his childhood sweetheart, but now also his stepsister. How can there be any betrayal? However, he was still quite touched. At least his Xiaoxi can remember that he is good to her and won't be an ungrateful person. Okay, didn't you say you wanted to watch Kamen Rider Kabuto tonight? Brother won't allow you to touch your phone until you finish your homework. Hey, got it. Xiaojinxi stuck out her tongue playfully, then went back to her room to do her homework. After his sister went back to her room to do her homework, Tang Yuza called his father Tang Lu again and briefly reported to him what happened tonight. It's a good thing that you didn't accept it, but do you really not like playing table tennis, or are you concerned about our family conditions? I really don't like it. Dad, you know I like football more. Tang Yuza replied. Because his father loved watching football, Tang Yuza would occasionally watch football games with him when he was in elementary school. Oh well. Tang Lu hung up the phone. Tonight, when Xiaojinxi was watching TV, for some reason she insisted that Tang Yuza hold her in his arms while watching, saying that it was a punishment for him. Tang Yuza didn't remember what he had done wrong. Moreover, is this considered a punishment? It is clearly a reward. Chapter 56, Intrigue and Deception. The week after next, our sophomore class will hold a 3-day track and field meet. There are many events, and at least one boy and one girl must sign up for each event. If there are too many vacancies, I will just randomly recruit people. I hope students will be more proactive when signing up. Also, there are midterm exams and parent-teacher conferences before the sports meet. I hope that students will not focus all their attention on sports. I support a combination of work and rest, but the rest here must not be too extreme. During the class meeting, Fenggang told his classmates about the things to pay attention to during the sports meet, the biggest event in the first semester of the second year of high school. The rest of the class is open to students to sign up freely. Each project can have a maximum of 3 men and 3 women in each class, which is enough for everyone in our class to participate. After saying that, Fenggang sat down in front of the podium, leaving the remaining time for students to discuss freely, and waited silently for the end of get off work. It's another sports day. I really don't want to go. At least one person must sign up for each project, and there are a total of 17 projects. But there are only 19 girls in our class, so doesn't that mean everyone has to sign up for one? Track and field meets like this with so many events naturally have some happy and some sad sides. Some students who are very good at sports are already rubbing their hands and eager to try, while those who are not so good at sports are just trying to avoid it if possible. This situation was actually not so bad in the first year of high school when there was no division into majors, as the number of boys and girls in the class was almost 50-50. But after the division into majors in the second year of high school, it became completely the boys majoring in liberal arts who were worried, while the girls majoring in science were worried. Tang Yuza remembered that there was a liberal arts class in their school with the most serious gender imbalance, with only 8 boys in total. How torturous would this sport be? From this perspective, Xiaoxi won't be able to escape either. Tang Yuza and Xiaojinxi are both science students. There are 19 girls among the 47 people in their class, which is a relatively high proportion of girls. If nothing unexpected happens, his sister will also have to sign up for at least one event in this sports meet. Su Gaiyang, are you going to report it or not? During this free discussion time, Lu Lin began to question his deskmate. There are definitely only a very small number of girls who are not in good health and can completely not participate in the sports meet, but there is still a lot of room for them, the boys, to be sloppy. Tang Yuza also joined the discussion, and Lu Lin began to question every boy sitting around. I should still sign up for the long jump. You know I'm not good at those physical activities. Su Gaoyang doesn't look strong, and his endurance is really not that good, but his explosive power is very strong. In the game, he should be classified as an assassin. What about the others? Yang Ming, are you going to report them? I don't want to report it. I'll just continue to slack off. Yuan Guan? It depends. If there are spots left for the sprint race, I can give it a try. If it's full, I'll be a cheerleader. Tang Yuza, there's no need to worry. Why don't you ask me? You will definitely sign up for the long-distance race, after all, you won the long-distance race championship last year. Lu Lin said as a matter of course. In the first year of high school, before the division into arts and science classes, Tang Yuza won first place in the 3,000-meter long-distance race at a sports meet. That's true, but I don't really want to participate this year. The reason why Tang Yuza signed up at that time was because he received a system task, which required him to choose any event in the sports meet and win the championship. So Tang Yuza signed up for the 3000m long-distance race. The reason he chose long-distance running was that he was afraid that if he participated in other events that relied purely on explosive power to win, he might accidentally lose control and break the world record. This time there were no tasks assigned by the system and no experience gained, so Tang Yuza was not that motivated. But it seems I have to participate. After the class was divided into arts and sciences, many people were still in the same class with Tang Yuza. So many people in the class knew that he had won the first place in the long-distance running event. Under such circumstances, it seems a little unreasonable for Tang Yuza to be stage frightened and refuse to participate. I'll sign up for a long-distance race like last time, but this time I'll take it easy and not compete for the championship. Ah, that's right. If you don't participate, those little fangirls will be sad. Yes, I remember that after the last 3000m run, a bunch of female classmates ran to bring water to our brother Tang. There are also several senior students. I am so envious of them. Tang Yuza was almost buried by that pile of mineral water bottles, haha. Lu Lin, Su Gaoyang, Yang Ming and Yuan Guang, four classmates who often played ball with Tang Yuza, took turns teasing him. Xia Jinxi, who was eavesdropping, pouted unhappily. My brother is too popular in school, it's annoying. Go away, stop bringing up things that are not related to the topic. Tang Yuza quickly stopped their torture. By the way, have you noticed that the atmosphere in the class is quite subtle right now? Su Gaoyang, who was sitting in the front, pointed out. It's true, especially the girls. There are 19 girls and 17 events. If there are 2 or 3 girls who are good at sports, they will sign up for 1 or 2 more events. In other words, there are only about 5 girls in this class who can avoid the sports meeting. Now it is time to compete with wisdom and courage. As the class monitor, I'll sign up for a short long-distance run to set an example. While other girls were still hesitating, class monitor Yang Ye took the lead in signing up for the 400m middle distance race. She knew very well that as a class monitor she could not deliberately sign up for events where she could easily slack off, otherwise it would damage her image. But in this women's long-distance running event, there is also the standard 800m and the scary-sounding 1500m, so Yang Ye signed up for the 400m first, in case no one else signed up for these 2 events and they fell on her. Let me do a long jump. Immediately afterwards, the smart Li Qing also followed suit and signed up. She has a broad build and is not good at sports, but she has a clear mind. Instead of gambling on the few spots that don't require you to participate in the sports meet, it's better to find an easier project and stay focused. In the following time, some girls actively signed up for events other than long-distance running, while others thought about their poor physical fitness, and even when Deng Qingjing found out that the quota was not full and tried to recruit people himself, it would not be their turn, so they did not take any action. Having witnessed the entire process of classmates' intrigue from the back of the classroom, Tang Yuza and his friends could only sigh, women are so scary. When school was over in the afternoon, Tang Yuza still walked out of the campus with Xia Jinxi. The rumors about him and Xia Jinxi have not subsided yet. Now the best way for Tang Yuza to deal with the rumors is to maintain the same pace as usual and live a stable life with his sister. The reason why news is called news is because it has a certain timeliness. The same is true for rumors. As time goes by, people gradually forget about them. Xiaoxi, are you going to sign up for any event at the sports meet? Well, I reported too. Ah? Is this true? Tang Yuza was a little surprised. In his impression, his sister would not be the type who would actively participate in school activities. At most, she would just find a project that is easier to get into because there are few girls in the science class. But today she actually said that she participated in 2. Really? What projects do you want to apply for? 50m and 1500m. Hiss. When he heard that his sister was going to participate in the 1500m race that all girls stayed away from, he took a deep breath. Aren't both projects on the same day? Well, 50m on the first day, 1500m on the second day. Xiaojinsi explained the exact time to Tang Yuza. In fact, when she first heard about the sports meet, she originally planned to sign up for a paddling event to get by. But for Xiaojinsi, who had just entered school and could only rely on her brother, this sports meet was a good opportunity for her to integrate into the class, so Xiaojinsi wanted to participate. Brother Yuza, you must cheer for me when I compete. You must. All right. Remembering what his mother asked him to do before she left, and considering that it was rare for his sister to take the initiative to participate in school activities, Tang Yuza had no reason not to cheer her on. Chapter 57 Morning Exercise. Brother, can you accompany me to exercise? On Sunday morning, Tang Yuza, who never locked the door, was unexpectedly invaded by his sister Xiaojinsi. Want to go out? Tang Yuza asked back. This was the first time Xiaojinsi took the initiative to say that she wanted to go out. It seems that she is quite excited about her first sports meet. Okay, brother, you go out for a while. I'll change into some clothes that are more convenient for us to move around in and then we'll go out right away. Xiaojinsi is still wearing a skirt, which is definitely not suitable for exercising in preparation for the sports meet. Is it necessary to change your clothes when you're just going to run a few laps in the park? Tang Yuza now feels that his sister's training attitude towards this crappy school sports meet is much better than the training attitude of the Chinese national football team in order to enter the World Cup. At least she is energetic and takes it very seriously. Of course, no girl would exercise in a skirt. After Xiaojinsi finished speaking, she started pushing Tang Yuza, intending to kick him out of the room so that she could change clothes, but the latter just stood there motionless. Brother, I need to change my clothes. Seeing that Tang Yuza didn't seem to be going out, Xiaojinsi's face gradually turned red. Could it be that my brother wanted to see her? Xiaoxi, is there a possibility? I mean possibility. What's wrong? This is my room. Tang Yuza looked at his sister as if she were a pig, and Xiaojinsi could only blush and retreat to her room to change clothes. After returning to the room, Xiaojinsi changed neatly into a light green sports shirt and denim shorts. She then picked up a hairband and tied a vibrant high ponytail in front of the mirror before walking out of the room. Brother, I'm ready. Aren't you cold wearing so little in this weather? When Tang Yuza saw Xiaojinsi wearing shorts in the autumn and shaking her white thighs, he frowned slightly. A little bit, but it won't be cold once you move around. Then at least put on a coat first, otherwise it's easy to catch a cold before exercising. Hey, brother is so warm. Don't make a fuss. Mom asked me to take good care of you. If he knew you caught a cold, he would strangle me to death when he got back. Tang Yuza ran back to the room, took out his coat and put it on Xiaojinsi. Sniff, it smells like my brother. That's not right. These clothes were just taken out of the washing machine the day before yesterday. How could they have a smell? After hearing what his sister said, Tang Yuza very honestly pulled up the sleeve of his coat and smelled it. Sure enough, there was not even a trace of laundry detergent. That's not what I meant. Forget it, bro. Let's get out of here. Normally, morning exercises are best done at around 6 or 7 o'clock because there are not many people outside at that time. However, today the brother and sister did not get up that early, and it was already 9 o'clock when they arrived at the park. But it's not that bad. The temperature at around 6 or 7 o'clock was a few degrees lower than it is now. If he had gone out wearing only thin pants like his sister, his long legs would probably have been frozen into popsicles. How would you like to practice? Aside from running, are there any other ways to practice running? 2. Maybe professional sprinters do have many training methods other than running, but unfortunately Tang Yuza is not a professional coach. Originally, Xiaojinsi only planned to take her brother out for a morning run today. After all, if they really wanted to conduct standardized training on these things, the park would definitely not be the right place. Unlike the school playground, there were clear 50m and 100m markings. For long-distance running, they could just run a 400m lap. Okay, I'll watch you run. However, although Tang Yuza accompanied his sister out, he still had no plans to take action. Brother, won't you run with me? Aren't you going to practice for the sports meet? Do some warm-up exercises first, start with the 50m, and I'll help you time it later, okay? But isn't there a starting line or finish line nearby? How do we determine the distance? It's okay. I can measure the distance with my naked eyes. Tang Yuza can calculate the exact distance just by looking at it, and doesn't need anything like a finish line. Not to mention the outrageous accuracy to the micron or nanometer level, but at least the centimeter level is necessary. Really? Brother is so awesome? Yes, and I don't even need a stopwatch to tell you how many seconds it took you to run. Do you want to try? Similarly, in addition to distance, Tang Yuza's control of time and speed are also very precise. Okay, so where do I start? Just go to the willow tree in the back. I'll wait for you in front. Calculating the distance in a straight line, Tang Yuza stopped exactly 50 meters away from the willow tree. Xiaojinsi looked at the place where Tang Yuza stopped last, and felt that it seemed to be about the same distance as her previous 50m test, so she immediately took the starting position and focused on the gesture of Tang Yuza raising his hand. Ready, go. After Tang Yuza quickly put his hand down, Xiaojinsi immediately shot out and started her first short-distance run on this deserted path. She looked extremely beautiful when she was running hard. Her swaying ponytail showed her youthful vitality, and her two long, straight legs exposed were even more captivating. However, Tang Yuza was now concentrating his attention on the stopwatch on his mobile phone, and he did not have the energy to appreciate his sister's running posture. When she just reached the finish line, Tang Yuza clicked pause. 7.2 seconds, not bad, you are pretty fast among the girls. You know, nowadays in a high school class there are only 2 or 3 boys who can run under 7 seconds, and in the physical education entrance examination, boys with 7.7 and girls with 8.2 can get full marks. Even if Xiaojinsi's current score of 7.2 seconds is directly put into the sports meet, she may still have a chance to enter the finals. Of course, being able to enter the finals does not mean that she will definitely get a good ranking. If she wants to strive for better results, she still has to think of a way to run under 7 seconds first. Xiaojinsi's physical fitness was not bad to begin with, and she had always been among the top in every physical test in primary and secondary school. It was only because he was occasionally beaten by Xiao Wenxuan at home and was often injured, and later caught a cold, that his physical condition became worse. Hey, thanks bro. Xiaojinsi felt that as long as she received praise from her brother, her mood would be good for the whole day. She can now accept Tang Yuza's compliments very frankly and feel happy about it. However, if you can only run 7.2 seconds in the sports meet, even if you can barely make it to the finals, it's basically impossible for you to get a good ranking from those physical trainees. Is that so? Tang Yuza had a relatively clear idea of the level of the competition at each stage of the sports meet. With his sister's current score of 7.2 seconds, she is still a little short of reaching the finals in the girls' group. Chapter 58 Misunderstood Again. Actually, Xiaoxi, your running posture is still not quite standard. If you can improve it, you should be able to run 0.1 to 0.2 seconds faster. Really? Wait, brother, you were 50 meters away from me at the time, and you could actually see that my movements were not standard. Xiaojinsi said with some surprise, even if her starting action at that time was not completely standard, it shouldn't look much different, and her brother could actually see it from such a distance? I have good eyesight. Tang Yuza replied calmly. Anyway, do the same action again first. Good. Xiaojinsi once again put her hands on the ground and did a crouch start according to her impression of watching TV, but in fact her posture was not standard. Pay attention to raising your hips so that they are at the same height as your shoulders or slightly higher, and your shoulders are slightly beyond the starting line, so that your center of gravity can be properly moved forward. According to what her brother said, Xiaojinsi began to correct her posture little by little. It must be said that sports can really show a person's figure. Just like now, after Xiaojinsi's crouch start action has been gradually perfected, the streamlined shape supported by her raised buttocks and body is a beautiful landscape that belongs only to Tang Yuza. Relax your shoulders a little more and let your weight fall mainly on your arms and front legs. This will help your body get out of a static state quickly and gain forward momentum. Xiaojinsi tried her best to control her center of gravity as Tang Yuza said, but the posture of lying on the ground with her hands made her subconsciously exert force on her shoulders, making it difficult for her to adjust her balance. Relax, this pose doesn't require you to put both hands on the ground, just touch the ground with your fingers. In order to correct his sister's starting posture, Tang Yuza patted her shoulder gently. There seemed to be some kind of magic hidden in his gentle voice, which allowed Xiaojinsi to quickly adapt with her body. She no longer exerted force on her shoulders, and her center of gravity was pressed back to where it should be. Very good, that's the feeling. Let's feel it slowly first. We'll try running twice more later to see the effect. Good. Then, Tang Yuza corrected his sister's starting posture step by step. At the end of the day, Xiaojinsi was finally trained by Tang Yuze to the point where she could run in 7 seconds, making rapid progress. It seems that his teaching talent is not only reflected in teaching. So, your junior high school PE teacher didn't even teach you the squat start? That's impossible. They did teach me, but I just remembered the general posture based on my memory and didn't really listen carefully. After all, for the high school entrance exam, girls only need to run 50 meters within 8.2 seconds to get full marks. In other words, because the full score standard for the short distance running in the high school entrance examination was too low, Xiaojinsi had no motivation at all. But it is true that, judging from the current situation, although there are calls from all over the country to improve students' physical fitness by increasing the proportion of physical education scores in the high school entrance examination, in fact, the full score standard is generally set very low, and the invigilation is not very strict. Therefore, it is simply a pipe dream to rely on good physical education to widen the gap between yourself and your classmates in the high school entrance examination. Would you like to try long distance running? But there aren't long white lines in this small park, and the roads are crooked, so it's hard to calculate the distance accurately. We should try, but don't think too much about it. Let's just run around. How about we jog for about half an hour, find a place to play for a while, and then go to lunch? Okay, I'll run with you. Although this park is not big, the structure is quite complicated. Don't get lost. Okay. In the sunshine of an autumn morning, the brother and sister jogged side by side in the park. No matter which path they took, they eventually returned to the entrance. Brother, you have such great stamina. You've been running for so long and you're not even out of breath. When the time was up, Xiaojinsi, who was sweating profusely, spoke to Tang Yuze intermittently. It's not bad. Our speed just now was at most a little faster than the boarding students' morning exercises. It's not difficult. Although it sounds easy, for most people, even if they jog at this speed for half an hour, they will definitely feel rapid chest movement and difficulty breathing in and out. Tang Yuze is also having difficulty breathing now, but he still decides to endure it for a while and look cool in front of his sister. Oh, no! At this moment, Xiaojinsi's face was flushed because she had just completed a long-distance run. Countless beads of sweat hung on her body, which were clearly visible under the sunlight. Even her slender, white and tender thighs turned from white to shiny, exuding a different kind of temptation. It's a pity that Tang Yuze didn't bring a handkerchief when he went out today, otherwise he could use it to help Xiaojinsi wipe her rosy shoulders. Xiaoxi's smooth skin must feel very good. No, even if she brought a handkerchief, she should have wiped it herself. What on earth was I thinking? Tang Yuze shook his head and quickly dispelled the evil thoughts. He found that something was wrong with him recently and he kept thinking about things he shouldn't think about. Or maybe those people outside were too stupid. They always mistook Tang Yuze and Xiaojinsi for a couple, making him feel like he could really be Xiaoxi's boyfriend. Tang Yuze and Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Just at this moment, a female classmate passing by saw Tang Yuze and Xiaojinsi here. The girl was wearing a simple white t-shirt and a pair of dark blue jeans, the trouser legs swaying slightly with her light steps. She is half a head taller than Xiaojinsi and a little shorter than Tang Yuze. Her slender figure and sporty outfit give her an inexplicable queen vibe. If Tang Yuze remembered correctly, this girl in their class was called Gao Xiaowen. But he only remembered the name. After all, there was not much intersection between them. By the way, she calls you Xiaoxi. Are you close to her? It's okay. During the first week of school, quite a few girls talked to Xiaojinsi, and Gao Xiaowen was the one who came most frequently. Every time she came to talk to Xiaojinsi, she would try to touch Xiaojinsi's little head. Every time this happened, Xiaojinsi would say that she only let brother Yuze touch her head, leaving Gao Xiaowen with only an awkward smile. Gao Xiaowen was about to come up and say hello, but she found that something seemed wrong. At this time, Xiaojinsi's face was flushed and she was breathing heavily, with some sweat on her thighs that had not yet evaporated, while Tang Yuze's expression was one of satisfaction. Gao Xiaowen looked behind them carefully again. There was a sparsely populated park and dense woods. Well, even if you are childhood sweethearts and have a close relationship, you can't start a war in broad daylight. Morning exercise. Morning exercise? What kind of morning exercise? Gao Xiaowen had completely misguided her thoughts, but the brother and sister had not yet realized what she was thinking. It's just a normal morning exercise. The sports meet is coming up soon. I asked my brother to help me adjust my posture. It's a lot faster than before. A lot faster? Isn't it better to do things slower? It turns out that although Yuze looks like she has a pretty good figure, her figure in that area is not that ideal? The more Gao Xiaowen listened, the more confused she became, and she selectively omitted the word sports meet. For sprinting, you should go as fast as possible. Every tenth of a second is crucial to victory or defeat. Short, sprint? Xiaoxi said she wanted to work out a little before the sports meet, so I came out to practice running with her. Tang Yuze said calmly. He always felt that something was wrong with Gao Xiaowen, but he didn't notice what she was thinking. Sprinting. That's good. Gao Xiaowen sighed. How could her thoughts be so dirty? Chapter 59 Photo Booth. By the way, why are you guys out for morning exercise so late? It's almost 10 o'clock. Because a certain lazy bum said he would get up at 6 in the morning to exercise, but he didn't come to see me until 9. Hey brother, don't let this kind of family shame be made public. Xia Jinsi raised her little pink fist and punched her brother's chest. Gao Xiaowen was very envious of the way they flirted with each other. Is there any sign up for Xiaowen's sports meet? Me? I signed up for quite a lot of events, including high jump, 100-meter sprint, and 800m middle distance running. Then why did Xiaowen go out? Me? Oh yeah, I just went to the market to buy groceries. Gao Xiaowen held up the plastic bag in her hand. Because the bag was opaque black, they didn't realize that she was out buying vegetables. I still have to go back to cook for my younger brothers and sisters, so I won't bother you anymore. Perhaps because time was tight, Gao Xiaowen did not stay here any longer and ran away. So where are we going to play next? The midterm exam is coming soon, and I want to go home to review. Before the sports meet, there are 2 more events, midterm exams and parent-teacher meetings. Most students would consider these 2 things more important than the sports meet. It's okay, Xiaoxi. It's also important to combine work and rest. I don't want you to become a nerd. As long as you have a solid foundation of knowledge, there is no need to review too much. A lot of Xia Jinsi's basic knowledge and problem-solving ideas were instilled in her by Tang Yuze in the past 2 months. With such a short period of time, she shouldn't have forgotten much of the content, so there's no need for her to review for a whole day. Oh well. Xia Jinsi still trusted Tang Yuze very much. If he asked her to go out and play now, she would go out and play. So, Tang Yuze brought Xia Jinsi to the shopping mall street. Brother, I want to go to the arcade over there to play, is that okay? As she walked, Xia Jinsi suddenly saw a rather large video game arcade not far ahead. Influenced by Tang Yuze, she watched a lot of Japanese special effects dramas, in which characters often played arcade games in video game arcades, so she was quite curious about video game arcades. Well, the wish we made earlier will be fulfilled here. Xia Jinsi suddenly remembered that Tang Yuze had promised to fulfill one of her wishes. She was afraid that Tang Yuze would not agree, so she proposed it carefully. It's just a trip to the arcade. There's no need to waste your wishes on such a small matter. Real? Well, the wish still counts. Tell me when you think of it. Tang Yuze glanced at the video game arcade in front of him with a colorful LED sign as its facade, and suddenly remembered that he had lived here for so long, but it seemed that he had never been to a video game arcade once. In China, there are far more internet cafes than video game arcades. After the high school entrance examination, Tang Yuze, who received a lot of scholarships, configured a computer at home according to his own preferences and never went there again. Xia Jinsi pulled him into the arcade, her charming almond eyes full of curiosity. Tang Yuze was similar to her, looking around everywhere. In the past, he always thought that video game arcades were places where a group of people played arcade games by inserting coins, and then put a few claw machines there to occasionally attract female customers. But only now did he realize that there are actually a lot of things going on in a good video game arcade. It's not just a few people playing King of Fighters on one machine and whoever loses gets eliminated. However, because he heard that the consumption here is quite high, Tang Yuze has never been here once. But this does not prevent him from having a strong interest in the video game arcade now. Then go in and have some fun. Taking a look at his sister who was staring at the video game arcade with shining eyes, Tang Yuze suddenly felt that this girl had quite good taste. After entering the video game arcade, Tang Yuze went straight to the front desk, took out his wallet and exchanged it for 50 yuan worth of game coins. Brother, we can take photo booths here, let's go get one. While Tang Yuze was paying, Xia Jinsi took a quick look around and found a self-service photo studio next to them where they could take photo booths. To take a photo booth, the two of you must be very close to each other, so some close contact is inevitable. If you're lucky, you might even see the brother's cute reaction. Who would come to an arcade and start by taking a photo? Tang Yuza complained, under normal circumstances, aren't photo albums meant to be kept as a souvenir when leaving? Is that so? But if you want to shoot first, that's fine. The order doesn't matter. There are quite a lot of young couples who come here specifically to take photos. After all, photo stickers are really very commemorative for a date. When Tang Yuza and his sister arrived, the photo studio was vacant, so they walked straight in. As soon as he entered the small box, Tang Yuza's expression began to look strange. The space inside this place was even smaller than he had imagined. Not only was there only a not very long bench, but it was also very high, so that at nearly 1.80 meters tall he had to hunch his back slightly to sit inside. After his sister came in, the space for movement became even smaller. However, Tang Yuza felt very cramped in this small space as he couldn't move his hands and feet freely. Brother, what kind of background should I choose for the photo? Whatever you like, just choose whichever one you like. Okay, I like this cherry blossom background. Maybe because she used the time that was originally intended for reviewing to play, Xiaojinsi was unusually in high spirits today. Seeing that his sister was full of energy today, Tang Yuza smiled knowingly. But after a few seconds, he couldn't laugh anymore. The current situation is that Xiaojinsi is fiddling with the camera settings in the small box with great interest, while Tang Yuza is sitting next to her. Because the seat space is very small, their buttocks are touching. The soft and elastic touch and the breath exhaled by the girl from time to time make him feel uncomfortable. Brother, you see it's so crowded here, how about, you just hold me and take the photo? Xiaojinsi suggested after setting up the pattern of the photo. No, I can't stand the stimulation. Just kidding, letting his sister sit in his arms to take a photo, and taking a whole set of photos, this is as difficult for Tang Yuza as picking a star from outer space. Oh no, maybe it's easier to just pick the stars? But the viewing distance of this camera seems to be quite short. In this case, our faces must be put together to take the photo. Xiaojinsi glanced at the camera, and Tang Yuza followed her gaze and looked upwards. This thing was indeed extremely close to them, almost touching their faces. Of course, what he didn't know was that this distance could actually be adjusted, and Xiaojinsi deliberately adjusted it to the closest distance. It depends on his choice whether to take an extremely intimate photo with his face close together, or to hug himself, take a few normal photos and then leave. Chapter 60. It's time to show off your skills again. Tang Yuza is now doubting one thing. That is, if I react at this time, will I be completely socially ruined? To be honest, he wasn't quite sure of the answer to this question, but one thing was certain: now that he and his sister were squeezed in a box, his heart rate had obviously increased to a certain extent, so Tang Yuza had the right to suspect that his hormones were at work. As for what will happen to Tang Yuza's lower body when hormones become active to a certain level, everyone knows it. But what if he fails to hold down his gun when he holds Xiaojinsi in his arms? What should Tang Yuza do? It would be safer to just stick it close to the face, Tang Yuza thought. Don't bother with that. At most you can just squeeze in. Tang Yuza seemed very calm when he made his choice, and even moved towards the middle. Xiaojinsi felt the cool aura that belonged to Tang Yuza surrounding her. Suddenly, she felt that her brain's thinking frequency began to slow down. Her little heart was beating so hard that she wondered if her brother beside her could hear it. She actually wanted a hug from her brother, but he didn't seem to play by the rules. What are you waiting for? Take the photo now. Tang Yuza urged. He felt that the atmosphere in this space was becoming increasingly pale. If it continued like this, even someone as calm as him might not be able to hold out for too long. Oh. After setting the function to automatically take a photo after 10 seconds, Xiaojinsi hesitantly pressed her face against Tang Yuza's face. She felt that her face must be very hot at the moment, and wondered if her brother could notice it. In fact, she was overthinking it. Tang Yuza didn't think her face was hot. Instead, it felt icy cool, especially delicate, and her chubby little face was as soft as he imagined. 3, 2, 1. Trying to calm down as much as possible, Xiaojinsi counted down aloud. Eggplants Samelu. After the brother and sister said different slogans, they waited until the camera in front of them stopped flashing and made a click, and the photo session ended. Brother, what does Samelu mean? The English word for smile. Smile? Well, I can't pronounce it correctly. Tang Yuza explained seriously. Of course the meaning behind Sima Lu involved some kind of PTSD, so he didn't explain it. Xiaojinsi will know when she falls into Triga's trap one day. After Xiaojinsi got a large stack of photos with different backgrounds, she carefully looked through them one by one, and found that Tang Yuza's face was much redder than hers when the photos were taken, and he even shyly turned his face away from the camera. Brother is blushing. There's nothing we can do. Two people squeezed into such a small single room, it's hot. Tang Yuza, who failed to control the temperature when taking pictures, tried to keep his mouth shut afterwards. In fact, the weather has been getting cooler during this period, and considering the situation at the time, no one would believe such an excuse. Okay, let's go see if there's anything else fun. After the photo booth plan was a great success, Xiaojinsi pulled Tang Yuza inside. Arcade games in the arcade are mostly two-player or level-breaking games. To be honest, Tang Yuza wasn't very interested in them, but because of Xiaojinsi's personal interest, he still played for an hour. There is also a VR game experience area inside, but unfortunately there are too many people and the queue would probably take more than an hour. Tang Yuza doesn't like queuing, so he didn't go. They didn't plan to try the rest of the activities like piercing balloons with darts or shooting balloons with air guns for prizes, which were definitely available in a larger park. Wow, that bunny doll is so cute, I'm going to challenge it. On the way, Xiaojinsi took a fancy to a doll prize in a basketball shooting game and wanted to try it. A doll. Yeah, don't you think bunnies are cute? It's pretty cute. Brother, do you think girls who like dolls are childish? Xiaojinsi asked weakly. That's even less true. Of course Tang Yuza didn't have that idea. As he said before, in his eyes, girls' liking for stuffed toys is similar to boys' liking for action figures. There will definitely be people who think it is childish to spend money on these things, but only those who truly like them know that they are a kind of spiritual sustenance. As I said, everyone must have something they like in their life, right? The bunny doll, you can get it by taking 7 out of 10. Isn't that easy? Xiaoxi has played basketball before? Tang Yuza didn't think his sister could play basketball, and it was hard to imagine that she could complete 7 out of 10 here. No, but we had to take basketball in the high school entrance exam, and 8 out of 10 got full marks. Do you have to take the physical education test in your high school entrance exam? Tang Yuza was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the high school entrance examination in Xiaoxi's hometown could keep up with the reform and even include physical education. Yes, but our physical education only tests short distance running, long distance running, standing long jump and basketball shooting. Oh, so? Tang Yuza and his classmates had to choose one of 3 sports for the physical education exam: football, basketball, and table tennis. However, the basketball item required dribbling around a pole rather than shooting. So Xiaojinsi looked at the simulated shooting game in front of her with full fighting spirit. She felt that with her full score in ball games in the physical education middle school entrance examination, it would be no problem for her to shoot 7 out of 10 shots in this children's game where the basket is only 2 meters away and the hoop is very low. However, when Tang Yuza helped her pay 20 game coins and she started to try, she found that this was not the case. The first time, Xiaojinsi threw the small basketball in her hand, which was only half the size of a standard basketball. Her hand was steady, and the ball should have gone in. But the result was that the trajectory of the basketball became very chaotic once it reached the sky, and it did not form a complete parabola at all, and in the end it did not even touch the basket. Really? Tang Yuza could only say that his sister was still too young. The basketball or the basket in this kind of game must have been tampered with. Otherwise, how could the boss create a project where anyone who knew how to play basketball could get a reward? Just as Tang Yuza expected, his sister failed to score the ball in the next 2 attempts. She only had 7 chances left, and she had to hit all of them to get the rabbit doll. Brother. Making a pitiful expression, Xiaojinsi called out brother and looked at Tang Yuza eagerly, asking Xiao Dai to come on stage. All right. After the substitution, Tang Yuza weighed the small basketball in his hand and found that there was indeed a certain difference in the volume of the upper half and the lower half of the ball. I don't know what they put in there, but the ball will definitely not fly steadily after being thrown. In other words, at a distance of 2.5 meters, whether the ball can enter the frame basically depends on luck, and to get the lowest level prize keychain, you need to make 5 such shots, so the probability is ridiculously low. But it doesn't matter. Even a tampered ball like this is not difficult for Tang Yuza. It's time to show some real skills.